Good afternoon, guys. We're just about to get started here. A little bit of a delay due to technical issues, but we'll be with you in just a moment. It is not even... I put the wrong title card up. That shows you how much difficulty we've had getting started in the first place. But we're just about to get started here. Let's get ready for some racing. Welcome, everybody. It is round 3 here at the Endurance Racing Online. 12 hours of Le Mans. Hopefully you guys are strapped in for a very, very long and arduous yeeting. And as you can see, we're ready here in the box. Well, we're somewhat ready in the box. We got a new boy. And we're going to see how he performs. He'll perform well, don't worry about him. Don't you like that intro, though? Look at that pretty car. Blue Chews. America's Black. Giving us some nice views. As always, I'm joined by the boys themselves. Tim and Craig. So we've got 2 people to go over stuff with.
Good evening. I always said good evening. I'm not used to this. It's a bit early.
Say again?
Yeah, I think Craig just slammed his microphone away from himself.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to turn you up, Tim.
What a great time to have an internet issue. Literally, just as I start saying good afternoon. I almost said good morning. Where are we? Who are we?
I'm you, me. We together. We work together.
What am I?
I don't know. You tell us, Tim. You tell us.
What is there to tell? I'm here to give a little bit of knowledge.
Well,
what knowledge there is.
I think you've got a better idea of some of the drivers out here today, as we have got a few new teams and some rebrands of teams. Most importantly, I heard German Sim Racing. They have a new name, Bottler Power Motorsports, and they are running 2 cars. Oh, they're running 1 car today in the GTEs. A couple rebrands of the Core Motorsports as well, but still the same. We still have Blue Chews America still going as they are. A new team, BDE Racing, and something that Tim knows a bit more about, a Simsa Esports Endurance team, Tim, who don't have the right number.
Yeah, appears to have a little bit of miscommunication there. But I mean, they're still a pro team, so they might get a slight penalty for their wrong number. They have something to prove today, I guess.
Yeah, Michael Davis, Gustas Grimbergers, Tim Brisky. Grimbergers we know about, very well-known HPD driver, who we have seen in ILMS broadcast for us on a Friday night. We said goodbye to the HPD last night, and here we are again, Rob. Rob, we've got an HPD again. I thought we said goodbye to it.
Shh. It doesn't know. It doesn't know. we told it we bring it outside, we'd show it the world, and give it a cookie, and then bang.
So, in theory, though, this probably would be the last race that we see in the HPD, pending driver's approval when the new LMP2 comes out Wednesday, I believe.
It is Wednesday, yes. You are correct.
I'm correct for a change. Wow.
Whoa. Craig is correct. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm BMing you unintentionally.
Hey, I think I started it myself.
Yeah, you did. Anyways, we are just in the middle of qualifying. There's 20 minutes left to go. And as I said before in the intro, we have new blood. We have Tim helping us out, making sure that, well, myself and Craig stay sane, and also actually giving us proper advice on the cars, because we're not as good as Tim. Nowhere near.
I mean, you guys are not that bad. You guys know what an LMP1 is. You guys know what an HPD is. And you guys know what a GT car is. I think
that's probably enough.
The groundwork is there.
I'm just.
I will say that we have one Porsche. Just for people to know, there is one Porsche in the LMP1 field, and
Team
that's
Iridium.
Team Iridium. Yeah, Team Iridium. So doing well at the moment. 3rd place after I think their first 2 laps, a 3:21.005. About a tenth of a second away from Team Bushfink Yellow, who's in P2, but HCR Scuderia once again setting the pace with a 3:20.380.
Gustas is gushing over you, by the way. Oh my god, my iRacing hero, Tim!
I mean, we should be gushing over Gustas. He is a real-life ELMS driver.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'd be gushing over him. I am gushing over him. I'm going to do it right now. Oh my god, it's Gustas. I actually pronounced his name right yesterday, by the way. I pronounced it right. You can look back at the footage. I pronounced it right.
I think we need to clip that one. Hang it up on a wall.
So what you're saying is Robert managed to pronouncing name right is an award. You know, one of those like the certificates you get from participation, or you get for
Yes.
winning. Yeah, we should have one of those. We should doctor it and be like, wow, Robert pronounced something right. That's a
Correct name pronunciation, Robert
Correct.
O'Brien.
I mean, it's not like you'll get a certificate from iRacing saying you got a top 3 or something in a league this season. So,
well, We've done something right. I tell you who's done something wrong. Do you see it on your screens? Jake Browning, team ERO race control. He's still in the car. he can, participate by watching.
I think we might have a new safety car.
Oh, do we?
I mean, if Jake Browning is in a car, yes.
Oh, I mean, he can't go above 80. You know, that's the American way. You can't go above 80.
One team I do not see. Where is Van Gisbergen and Co? Am I missing something?
Where be Gisbergen? Where's my Bergen? I ordered it 5 minutes ago. I still haven't got it. Please, somebody tell me get the burger, the burger. Somebody please tell me they got that. The number 269 is not racing today. That is from Nathan MS.
Ah, he's busy. Well, to be fair, he does have a real world schedule to commit to as well. Yeah, uphold. That was the right word. Yeah, so you can't blame him. But we must give a shout out because they do sponsor the league. Not Gisbergen himself, but his team is the sponsors of the racing series. So we do have to give a shout out to, do you know what, at the top of my head I've just lost it, Apex Hunters. Apex Hunters United, they sponsor the league. Got to give a shout out to them. I think they've got some nice gear as well you can get on there to support them as well on their website, but yet they were thankful enough to step in, help the league with a sponsorship, and then also turn up and basically just dominate everything with Shane in the car. So, I mean, if you pay the money, I'm only joking, but you know, if it's good to see them, and it's also good to see as well as we've got a real racing driver in Gustas, we've also got another racer in Van Gisbergen, and then others as well. So it's good to see a nice mixture of all levels of sim racing talent on display.
I mean, looking through the list, there's a few other teams that I'm missing as well from the entry list. For instance, in the LMP2, I can't see the G-Drive Esports Exima car with Martin from Nozenort and Jordan Grekel.
Yes, you're right. They must also be having. They must also be busy as well. We do have a driver lineup in Carlis on the ERO website, enduranceраcingonline.com. Again, we must enduranceracing.online. Apologies for that. Enduranceracing.online. They are the league. I think there are still some slots left in the series. I have to double check that. I think there's a couple slots left, but literally a couple. Actually, yeah, 3 spots left overall. So if you do fancy it, there is still a couple races left after this. We've got the 8 hours of Sebring and the 6 hours of Spa yet to come, but we're halfway through qualifying. Anything that you see, Rob, that stands out? Yep. Okay. Thanks, Rob.
Very insightful view from Robert there. But from what I can see in the LMP1s, Scuderia and RaceFox are 0.003 of a second split apart. And qualifying.
Wow. That's good. Kevin Crosney racing for RaceFox. Now, one thing we must remember, that the driver that sets your qualifying lap will be the driver that you will start with. So Kevin Crosney with a 3:20.383, and then it's James Thomas who he sets his 4 laps, and his fastest was a 3:20.380, like you said. So just 0.003 of a second between the two of them. Don't know a lot about the two drivers per se, but Scuderia and RaceFox have been very successful in the first few races this season. So also we've got to look around. Element Sim Racing about 0.4 behind those two in a close battle with Team Bushfink Yellow, and then the only Porsche, Iridium, doing pretty well, really, when you think about it. A 3:21.005. I'm not sure because I can't remember from the 24 Hours of Le Mans, or iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans, what sort of pace difference were between the two cars. But gone are the days where it was a fuel battle. There is still a little bit of fuel element in the two cars, the Porsche versus Audi, but gone are those days. And I think there's a little bit of an advantage still to the Audi. Am I right?
The Audi definitely has a fuel advantage. It can probably do almost a lap longer with a little bit of fuel saving, and especially in the early stints when you're in like one big conga line. It definitely helps saving a little bit of fuel.
Yes, not to mention, of course, just with the slipstream, there's going to be a lot of slipstreaming going down the Mulsanne Straight as well. So it always used to be a case of the Audi would have to go 13 laps on fuel. So you would see these times come out, these fast times in quali, and then you would see them probably be a second slower than what they were doing in quali, not because of race fuel, but because of saving fuel. That's how I used to remember it. The good old days of the LMP1. That's how I remember it. But they are trying to come back. We will be saying during the race some of the updates that we have heard about the Season 4 patch for iRacing. One of them on the subject of LMP1s, apparently new tyres for the LMP1s.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things up in the build coming up in 2020 Season 4 for iRacing. So the LMP1s, both the Audi and the Porsche, will get a decent update to the tires, which hopefully will bring them up to liking to many more people.
Yeah, we also got to remember the LMP1s. They really don't like the cars locking up. They don't like the tires locking up. You would see a lot of sliding just because of that. So hopefully issues like that may get rectified with these new tires, and also the general feel. A lot of people, well, not a lot of people. There have been a few people that have expressed their feeling that they just don't enjoy the way the tires feel. A little bit floaty. But it was putting a new generation of tire model on the tires, and iRacing always do say they are updating their tires as much as all the time. So it would be interesting to see what comes on those. No idea if they'll be the same tires in the LMP2, but that new LMP2, I don't know if you've seen some videos of it from the last few days. It does look beautiful.
That Dallara is an absolute beauty. I mean, a closed cockpit LMP2. Whilst I see one of the GT teams spin on start-finish line. The videos that iRacing has been releasing the past week, maybe even 2 weeks now, are absolutely stunning. Absolutely amazing. That's a great addition to iRacing.
I'm gonna let you finish, but then the C8R exists for some reason out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, as we're there talking about this fantastic change to the prototype, the new LMP2. Yeah, out of nowhere, like Randy Orton RKOing you never see it coming. Corvette just come. Oh yeah, we've got a Corvette GTE coming. That was was probably a bigger shock than anything that was announced over the last week.
I think that in particular was quite. Well, it was a surprise to everybody. I think everybody was just like, wow, the frig. And it's just like, it does at least reaffirm that the GT cars are also getting some love. I mean, they do get love, but, apart from the point that the M8 doesn't race in WEC anymore, nor does the Ford GT race in IMSA. And, it's good that they're at least keeping up with the content. I think the current human malware is allowing them more opportunity to get stuff done like this, but it is good to see it nonetheless.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say about the LMP2, we were saying how it looked good overnight, late last night. A live stream from Jimmy Broadbent provided us with the first proper, in-depth, well, not in-depth, but the proper, look at the LMP1 and the LMP2 and the Corvette. And one of the things that I was really interested in was how this dashboard gives you temperatures on the dashboard. And apparently they are realistic temperatures. so tyre temperature and brake temperature. And in the long run, that is going to be very helpful and will be a step forward in terms of future cars in the sim. Just being able to see those stats, but it's.
I think everybody will be driving that car simply for the tire temperature. I mean,
Change the FOV so you can just see the tire temperature.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where you are on track.
Change the FOV so you only see the tire temperatures. You don't actually see where you're driving.
There'll be no more window lickers because they just want to see the dashboard.
I think there's going to be a few hosted sessions on Centripetal Circuit next week.
Oh dear. Oh no. What are they going to do during Centripetal Circuit? Unless they're going to, smash each other into bits with the CE8R and see how rampable it is. Rampable? Is that even a word? How effective it is at being a ramp. It's already going. It's already going down the toilet with me just saying. But yeah. I think I heard my name being called out and literally just, oh yeah, thanks, Rob. And just because I didn't respond, I was actually having to facilitate a call.
I had a feeling. Don't worry.
You see, I'm a busy man. Well, busy being I have a call from my mum, and I say I love her a lot. Yes, I do, man.
Well, love your mothers and your fathers and your siblings if you have any.
The way you said that it was pretty.
Sorry.
Pretty weird.
And don't forget the pets.
Oh, yeah, don't forget the pets.
Yeah, don't forget the pets. Yeah. I think there's only a few cars yet to set a lap. As
Simtards Red in car number 710. ERO race control. Yes, I will call you out, Jake, because you keep going into the damn car. It's spectate. There is a button for it. 372 Mass Devils Esports Amateur. Panthera Esports in the car number 247 and 111 of Medina's driving school. I think a few of them have bans though. I think the Simtards Red has a ban. And I think Medina's driving school has a ban as well from qualifying.
Yeah, not sure about Medina's because they are out at the moment on the track, but I know Simtards do have a qualifying ban. They've not done anything naughty. For those wondering, just that they've changed their car. That's literally the price you pay.
Which one? I thought. You mean Simtards, right? I thought you were thinking of. Oh, Medina's driving school changed their car, and it's just like the LMP2 hasn't come out yet.
yeah. Medina. So does that mean if we get an LMP2, we get rid of the HPD, all the LMP2s won't be allowed to qualify next race?
I think the HPDs would just be outclassed by the closed cockpit LMP2. I mean, it's over. Hang on, when was it put into the service? Like
9 years, I think.
9 years.
Tim would have it. It is 9 years, isn't it, Tim? That sounds about right.
It is about 9 years, I think, yeah. I'm not 100% sure because it was before my time on iRacing, but it is probably one of the oldest, still quite participation-heavy cars on service right now. Kind of helps with the LMP2 announcement. But,
It helps our poor wee LMP2.
Poor old HPD. It's gonna be covered up, put in a garage, never be looked at again.
It's like that intro in F1 2005, or 2004, where it's just like the old girl in the garage and the tires are crying. I don't know.
So I think Medina are the only ones. Now, are they just practicing, or are they setting a lap time? I'm not sure, but. We know Simtards and Panthera won't be setting a time, so yeah, I think Medina's are just really late with their qualifying. Not entirely sure why, but Pisani is out there at the moment.
Kawasaki status. Oh, and I do have something really, really funky to show if you would pay attention to the stream. Ba-ba-da-ba! Look at that. We've got the live and the replays all in one. Oh, it's so good. You can see our Twitter and our Discords in the description.
Description.
tried, okay? I tried to keep it together, but I couldn't.
But remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are a professional.
Oh yeah, we're extremely professional. Oh, so professional. I just, professional. Sorry.
So yeah, no, Medina's just setting a lap time. So they're the last cars that will be, and it's just one hit. So I think that's everybody.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll go start drilling down the qualifying results and see where we stand.
We will start then. Can we just start?
Yeah, we'll rock, paper, scissors for it.
Yeah, that's gonna
scissors. Okay, I'll do
scissors.
It. Yeah, I'll do it.
I'll pick rock.
We can't just pick it after we've done. That's like you're in the playground and you're cheating. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Rock, tornado.
Laser.
Oh dear. Anyways, I'll start off. As we are the pros of commentators, it will be in first position, HCR Scuderia, qualified by James Thomas with a 3:20.381. Team Race Fox, driven by Crosney with a 3:20.383. Valmers, qualified for Element Sim Racing in third position with a 3:20.791. Blankers, qualified with Team Bushwing Racing Yellow with a 3:20.847. Beswick did a 3:21.005 for the Team Iridium LMP1 in fifth position. In sixth position is Simtech Motorsport LMP1 with Standa Senel. Sorry, I was about to say Senna. It's not Senna. With a 3:21.056. Witt qualified for Greenleaf Gaming Green with a 3:21.834, and Smith qualified for Blue Chew America's Black with a 3:22.290. So he's getting the laxatives in early. Wilkins qualified for RSR Esports with a 3:33.677. Apologies. Randall qualified for Team Iridium LMP2. Pirard qualified for Valkyrie Esports in third position with a 3:34.404. Smith Herder qualified in fourth position for Ascari Autosport LMP2 with a 3:35.380E2. Smith and Patterson both qualified for Blue Chews Americas, Platinum and Blue respectively, in fifth and sixth position. And finally, Pisani qualified in seventh position for a Medina's driving school.
I'll let you have the GTEs, Tim.
In first position, or pole position actually, in the GTE Pro categories, Butler Pell Motorsport with Frank Schlothman doing a 3:50.564, followed by Core Motorsports and Antoine Peix doing a 3:51.029. And on third position, also Pro Cars, Vulcan Sim Racing doing a 3:51.527, followed by my actual team, Simsa Esports Endurance, doing a 3:52. After that is Masked Devils Esports, driven by Danny Sanchez, who did a 3:52.1 actually. Yes. After that, Core Motorsports Celio Mendes did a 3:52.3. CCTS Esports Gold by Leon Vosmeyer, a Dutch guy actually, did a 3:52.4, followed by Fury Sim Sport Paddock, doing a 3:52.5. Then the third Amcar actually, Stage 1 Racing, Red UGX, just under a 3:53. Kilometer Zero did a 3:55.3. RSR Esports M by Stacy Kyle Dunnigan did a 3:53.7. Another Core Motorsports car, 3:53.7 by Michael Mendes. Next Level Racing Endurance Team, a 3:54.2, which is a considerable gap. Maybe they can keep up in draft. Adequate Racing, a 3:54.7. Masked Devils Esports AM entry did a 3:55 flat, followed by Dynamics Racing Endurance a 355.6, driven by Steven de Wolf. And then Ascari Autosport, a 355.620 by Maxime Bailey. And the last GTE car to actually do a lap is Mark Gibson with a 4-minute 1. I don't think they actually had a qualifying set on them.
They went the wrong way around. I've just badmouthed. I was badmouthed the team for no reason. They're going the wrong way. Anyways. Apart from my bad mouthing, we're just lined up here. We have... How many cars do we have? Well, we have to discount one car in particular, the Euro Race Control.
So 35 cars by the looks of it. 35 cars. It would be 36 if Jake Browning decided that he would get in the car and just do what Jake Browning does.
Yeah, just do a one-lap screamer at the back.
Yeah, Jake Browning, a member of RLR Abruzzi Esports, or the High Vis Jackets, as Rob Christensen, races on a Friday night in the ILMS broadcast splits, which will be back in a couple weeks, of course. It's the fun week next week, so we get to let our hair down and just relax for a week, which would be great to see. But the cars are coming around to start the formation lap. Now, they will not be allowed to do any overtaking until they get past, I think it's literally just by the grandstand, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a prescribed green zone. Each of the cars or each of the classes has to obey that. They can't just go steaming ahead as they would wish, like you see in, when you have, let's say, for instance, the LMS series, when the GTEs would hang back and they would scream away as soon as the green flag dropped. They have to wait until they themselves get to that point.
As we wait, they are coming around now. They're coming around Corvette. The Corvette curves, or Virage Corvette. And now heading down. In a moment, I won't. My volume's down low. You will hear the French Air Force and the Tricolor flying by, as it does every time you start a race at Le Mans. Slowly, they come around the final part of the corner. Now they're going to hear it. I was a bit premature there, but we will be hearing it shortly. There is a gap between the three classes, but remember, there'll be no overtaking for the three classes until they get past that line. They will come down. Remember, the pace car now goes in later, but I think Rob will take you away for the start of this race. 12 hours of Le Mans starts now.
Well, it doesn't start now until they get to the racing line. That is TBR and the boys of HCR Scuderia probably going to be leading you off as they go beside Team Race Fox. And it is... Creed, come on! There we go! Yeah! Green Flag Racing, here we go! Green Flag Racing going down the main straight towards the Dunlop chicane. Nice and easy for these LMP1s. They're not going to be absolutely bombing each other. Ooh, very late move. I think that's from the car number 7 on the inside of Greenleaf Racing. Making sure the D doesn't get overtaken. The HBDs are going through now. Let's have a look at them on replay.
Yeah, the Bluetooth America Blue. Josh Patterson got a really good start. Maybe he might have timed that start better. He's all of a sudden into P4, started P6, taking over Smith Herter in the 146 and 127 Derek Smith there. That's his teammates, the Ascari and the Bluetooth America. But nothing happening at the moment. We get to the GTEs now.
The GTEs are just... they've started very late. I was wondering when these guys would start, and they finally have. They finally have started. I'm just looking at the car of Butterpal Motorsport Iron, driven by Schlothman. He's just taking the lead and he's storming away. There's no...
There's been a spin! Been a spin!
There has been a spin.
And that's the Fury Sim Sports team by the looks of it.
And the CCTS Esports Gold as well has spun. Let's just have a look at that.
Fury got caught by Midas.
And CCTS just had to avoid it. Yeah, they were they were very lucky to avoid it. Oh, we just have an LMP1 going through the chicane. I think that was HCR Scuderia having to go through the chicane just at the second Mustang. You can just see it there on the replay. Oh, you can just see what happened to these boys, but they're all fine. They're all fine.
They're all fine. Tim roughly the first getting a slowdown at Le Mans is never good, but how impactful?
Oh, sorry, we just had an accident coming into the Mulsanne 1. That is a three-way collision between the BD... No, that's not BDE. Sorry, apologies. That's Mass Devil Stage 1 and RSR. They've... Oh, it's all gone wrong for them. What's happened? What happened to these boys? Stacy coming in through... Oh! Just a collision ahead of them, and then they get rear-ended. Sorry to cut across you, Tim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just about to say with Tim, because the slowdowns are always bad at Le Mans. How impactful is it getting a slowdown right away? Even if it's a 12-hour race, how impactful that slowdown is at the start of any race?
I mean, Le Mans is incredibly punishing, the slowdowns. You've got to make sure that you stay in draft. You can feel safe so much in that first stint. Just keeping up with the guys in front, feel safe, don't get a slowdown. You'll be set for the second stint. You'll be literally 15 seconds ahead of most other guys in your class. I mean, getting the slowdown is not as bad as getting an incident in the first Mulsanne chicane.
Well, no, exactly. And I think as well, the RSR Esport and the HPD, they've also had to serve a slowdown. Yeah, they've served a slowdown from the first chicane, and then Valkyrie Esports took the lead, and they were forced to take a slowdown in the second chicane. And it is such a forgiving... It's an unforgiving section, and you get new drivers come here and go, why are we getting slowdowns? You know, and it's like, well, that's the slowdowns you get because it's a road. You're putting a racetrack on a road, so you don't have any runoff area. It's all tarmac, so you have to learn, and even the best of drivers get it wrong.
You know the sign live, is it live, learn, love? It's live, learn, love the slowdowns of Le Mans. You see, Tim is on my wavelength of puns. You see, there are two different reactions. Tim was laughing, you were sighing. I think Tim's my boy, you know, in this broadcast.
Right, see you later, guys. See you 12 hours.
As we see, yeah. Sorry, I was just about to say, it is first through fourth in the GTEs coming through the four chicanes, and they are. I think would have been, yeah, they are within 2 seconds of each other. That is a slowdown for Vulcan Sim Racing. They will let Core Motorsports 4 and Simsa Esports Endurance. You're allowed to cheer, Tim.
I mean, it's very early in the 12 hours, but yes, it is a position.
Yeah.
It's really early.
What is the best way to set yourself up in a 12-hour race at the start of the race? Now, for those that weren't here for the last round of the ERO, it was a very chaotic first hour with a lot of incidents going on with people trying to jostle for position. It's all different at Le Mans because you don't really get anywhere until you know where you are in the first few laps. So where do you position yourself in the first hour of a Le Mans endurance race?
It kind of depends on what class you are. Ideally, you want to be second, behind a car that's slightly faster, so you can feel safe, you can keep up, and you're slightly driving away from the guys behind you. And that's kind of the goal for the first hour or so, the first stint, maybe 2 stints if you can really keep up. But you have to follow the lines of somebody in front of you, and I've seen a lot of practice sessions, but there's always a question mark: who is really holding the same line? Everyone has a different racing line. Everyone is taking a corner slightly differently, so you really have to adjust and adapt to every situation, even in the first stint, just to set yourself up for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it's always important as well, especially with these first few laps, because in an hour you will get the GTEs at least once. You will definitely get the HPDs once. So it's not a case of finding yourself around traffic. It is just finding yourself around the cars. We see Eddie Bestwick in the Raidillon LMP1, the only Porsche, 2 seconds behind now the rest of the back of the field, as we've seen a lot of position changes during that. The Antoine Blancos there of Bushfink Yellow, and then also ACR Scuderia. They've overtaken Jacob Smith in the Blue Choose Black, and he's now sitting down in 7th. So those two cars having a bit of a slow start with the off-tracks.
Sorry, just to see, Core Motorsport has had a mistake. That is pushing Simza Esports Endurance GTE into second position, and actually, they've now fallen 2 places.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you said Core Motorsport, and I went to the wrong Core Motorsport. We got to
There's 4 of them. There's literally 4 of them. And by the way, just to let everybody know, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drive-throughs being handed out immediately.
Yep.
The car number 335, BDE Racing, registered with the wrong number. Simtires Red, registered with the wrong number. Team Iridium LMP1, registered with the wrong number. LMP2 of Team Iridium, registered with the wrong number. Kilometro Zero Team, registered with the wrong number. And Simza, oh no, they also registered with the wrong number. So, yeah, 6 drive-thrus have been served already.
Well, Tim did say it. Tim did predict that might happen, and it has happened. And slowly, the black flags are being handed out to the teams. I think they have now. Especially this early in the race, that will put you down. And they are drive-thrus. And Le Mans has probably one of the slowest pit lanes in the racing world. So it will be interesting to see what type of gap that these cars will have. And of course, 2 of them are LMP1s, but a couple of them are the GTEs. 4 of them, sorry, are GTEs. Be interesting to see exactly where that puts them in terms of the traffic. So they've got 3 laps to serve this black flag. I'm going to guess that'll put them, even though it's a drive-through, 40 seconds behind, I would have thought.
About that, yeah. It'll be essentially the longest pit stop for them. You know, it'll feel like a really long pit stop because they're just going through they'll have to go through the entry, which you're already going slower than if you're going through the Porsche cars. And oh, sorry, I think we have.
Do we really have already the wrong corner name, Mr. Robert?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry. It's 12 hours. I'm supposed to be making a mistake 11 hours in, not 10 minutes in.
What was it? Live, learn,
learn, love. Yeah, I'll live, learn, love the track map. How about that?
You have a man here who Le Mans is his favorite track in the world, and you've just got the corner name wrong. Don't take that very likely, Rob.
Yeah. I'll get murdered if I say the wrong corner names. not actually murdered, but just my soul will be murdered just for getting the corner names wrong.
We might have to socially distance ourselves.
Yeah, I'll well, we kind of are already. Are you saying even more social distancing is required? Look, I know I bring shame upon myself for getting the corner names wrong, but do I really bring that much shame?
Right, think about that for a moment while we just say 3 cars in the GTE went into the pits. Both Masked Devils were in the pits, and BD Racing, and this isn't Fuji 24 hours, that isn't a fire in the pit lane. That car is smoking to me. Now it's okay, but it was smoking to me for a moment there in the BD Racing car.
I think they were involved in part of the crash that took place in the first Mulsanne corner. Well, the first Mulsanne chicane, sorry. They were involved with the Masked Devils, one of the Masked Devils, and I think both of them actually got involved in some respect, but the Masked Devils Pro definitely had a few big incidents. So, well, not a few big incidents, but they had a few big touches with the cars, and then sometimes Red, or I think it was either sometimes Red or Masked Devils, whichever car Stacy is driving, which is not sometimes Red, is Esports. And that is the car number 3 coming in for its drive-through.
And that's Team Iridium LMP2 from the lead that has to come in. And this feels so long, just having to sit on the pit limiter. After being in front, it just feels an eternity. You're going to lose so many positions this way.
Now it's a drive. Oh, they forgot it was a drive-through, not a stop and go. And they almost went into their pit box there for a moment. Unless you get the black flag for too many incident points in iRacing, you don't see the drive-through. But that put them. They were at the front of the field. They are now 15 seconds behind the rest of the HPD field. So that gives you an idea of basically the gap they had, or the gap they basically have now after taking that pit stop. So I think that's all of them now taking their pit stops. I think.
They're drive-throughs. It's not a pit stop.
No, they're drive-throughs. Sorry, yeah, they're drive-through. But Simsa hasn't.
No, Simsa still has to do theirs. And they're coming in right now, as I can see.
Yeah, they were in second place, about 3 seconds ahead of P3, which is Vulcan. Let's have an idea. Now, this would be worse. Because the HPD, at least you've got the free air running through your body, your suit and everything. They're in a GTE. If this was the real world, they'd be absolutely cooking right now. But look at them. They're already into 5th position, 6th position. Looks like they'll be going to 7th shortly. And then 8th. They might not be too bad off with this one. We'll see. 333 of CCTS comes by them now. And then the free... They're coming out in P9. And they might come P10 if the 399 of Dynamics gets by them. Which they won't. So we're in P2, now in P9. So that gives you an idea. It's about 30 seconds. So yeah, that gives you an idea of the severity of a drive-through penalty, especially around LeMans. Then we wait for... Well, not much is happening, of course. It is just the early times.
The time before the beginning in the long ago.
The time before the beginning, the first hour. ACR Scuderia, though, as Eddie Bestwick there for Raidillon LMP1 goes in for their drive-through. HCR have managed to recover to P4 after, well, they didn't have an accident. They just had a slowdown on the first lap. So, nice little recovery. Not lapping too fast. They're about on the average pace at the moment. Race Fox currently setting the pace there. Kevin Crosney didn't go green, but his the lap prior was green, a 321.623. This was a 321.667 for Crosney. It's opened up a 2-second lead on Simtech, but of course, HCR, that one slowdown, amazing how it's affected them because they're already 12 seconds down from Race Fox at the moment. But you know, it's early days. There's another 210 laps to go, so. You know, they've got time. I think they've got time.
Have they got time? I think they've got time.
They have all the time in the world. At least until the time runs out.
Yeah, until the time runs out. Blue Chew Americas crossed the line. They are the new leaders in LMP2. Followed by RSR Esports. So it's all starting to... oh, sorry. Just had it in the background. I think that was Valkyrie Esports. Very quickly diving to the right to serve their... Serve their slowdown. It was very close. Let's have a look at that. Just coming back to it. They were coming through. They had a slowdown, I think, from when they exited the Porsche curves on Corvette. And yeah, very quick dive to the right to serve just to quickly serve their slowdown, get rid of it, and then back up speed.
You have been told in Twitch chat to get your corners right, Rob. That might have been an old message.
Yeah, that was an old message. Yeah, I knew I can see them as they come in. Yeah, I was told to get good, essentially.
We'll try and keep an eye out on anything that has been asked, either on YouTube or Twitch. Couple people asking about the temperatures that were on the dashboards of the new Corvette and the LMP2. We did address it earlier, but as I was saying, yes, they are. I'm not sure about the Corvette. I missed the Corvette, but I did see the LMP2 does have I think the tire and I think the brake temperatures on the dashboard. So we're thinking that looking forward, that would be a big change in some of the new cars that will get released in the later years once we can all go outside and dance together without the risk of a virus.
Yeah.
Do you not like dancing?
Well, I like dancing, but I wouldn't think that we'd be dancing this early.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, the 15 kilometer zero. They're now serving their drive-through, so that has to be everyone now served their drive-through, surely.
I'd imagine so. Well, I think they have. Let me see now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, all of them have served the drive-through. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, BD hasn't because they're in the pits repairing.
Yeah, they've been in the pits for well over 7 minutes right now, so I believe their suspension is up for some repairs, unfortunately.
Oh, the front is still absolutely damn. Oh, that front looks like someone's taken Gmod and tried to make a troll face.
Oh
like,
no.
Yeah, it just looks like that. That's how the front looks at that car at the moment, unfortunately. It does not look good for that Porsche.
I'm just trying
Core
to see.
Motorsports. Core Motorsports 1 had a bit of damage. Well, just Core Motorsports had a little bit of damage to the rear right of its car. No damage to the wing. And you can still see them advertising the Casa de Mos in the Algarve. That's all I will say, because Rob knows what I'm going to say next.
Yeah, I know. You're going to say next. God damn it.
Visit the Algarve. There
God
you
damn
go.
it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it.
But the LMP1s are now hitting lap traffic, as we were expecting. We are 20 minutes into the race, and Race Fox are already in the traffic. Always a tough part. Now, what's the golden rule, Tim, for slow cars? What is the golden rule?
I mean, I think it's holding your racing line. I think that's probably one of the most shouted things in official racing and iRacing, that slower classes just have to hold their racing line. Be as easy to pass as possible. Be as, what should I say it?
Predictable.
Predictable, yeah. Be as predictable as possible for the faster classes to pass.
I'm just trying to. It's a stream stuttering. Like the frame, the quality is fine, but I'm just trying to notice is it stuttering at all, or is that just my imagination?
I can't. Don't ask me, but it doesn't look bad to me.
Chat, tell us. How about that?
Chat, do tell us. I was going to say one thing when we say about be predictable. It's one of the things as well you have to remember about LeMans is with the way the track works on the sim, that the GTEs will take the center of the road when they come down the long straights. So the Mulsanne straight, the Gulf straight, I think even Busan, they can go down the middle just because it's a real world. It's a real road. Sorry, it's a real world road. So it's got that little curve, that little slope that goes from the middle to the sides. And I'm not being scientific, but it's to basically stop flooding. And because of that, you put the GT in the middle of the track, and well, it just gives them some. I can't remember if it's downforce or not, but it basically gets them a better top speed. So you will, when you're the faster classes, you will see the GTEs in the middle of the track, and hopefully they go to one side just a split second so you can get by them instead of forcing you around them, because they're in the middle of a track. They look pretty wide when they're in that middle.
Just looking at it now, I just saw HCR Scuderia pass Team Bushfink after Team Bushfink has had to serve a slowdown, and they are now battling for 4th position. They are currently 4 seconds behind Element Sim Racing, who are the gaps are starting to widen out in LMP1, so we will see how the strategies bring them back together at the end of the race. So let's have a look elsewhere.
I mean, looking at how Bushfink and HCR are driving through traffic, they're like a second faster than both cars in front of them. It's only RaceFox with Kevin Krusny that is flying past traffic at a much faster pace. So looking at that, like in a few laps, you might actually see both HCR and Team Bushfink Racing catching up to Element. And then we'll have a fight for 3rd position quite early on in the race again.
I'll be looking forward to that. The gap at the moment between Element and HCR is 3 seconds, and thankfully they're finally getting past the GTEs. HCR just getting past Pexi in the Core Motorsports 4 car there. They just got Schloffman Frank the Tank in the Butler Powell Motorsports car, who's 6 seconds up the road. So once they get past that, as it looks like, well, we're just saying that Bushfink decide they want to take a move.
Wait, Frank the Tank is here?
Frank Schloffman?
Oh, I keep forgetting that's Frank the Tank.
I'm there commentating on an overtake for P4. And you get excited that Frank the Tank is driving, and look at that livery for Butler Powell. It's the first time we've seen that livery, no longer German sim racing, and look at it. Doesn't it look good as he does a little bit of...
I mean, Frank the Tank, I will fangirl over Frank the Tank every day of the week. You can quote me on that.
Do the Germans know this? They know that there's some. They know that we created some sort of nickname for Frank. Do they know that you've got this obsession over Frank now?
Yes.
Tim might know. Tim might be able to answer that. How popular is Frank the Tank?
I'm not German, so I wouldn't actually know. But apparently, Robert knows quite a bit about Frank.
Yeah, he's Frank the Tank.
Who unfortunately had victory in the first race of the season at Silverstone, taken away from his network provider, as he had a disconnect, which was never fun to see. Which was a shame, but recovered. They recovered to a podium spot that race, which was a relief. Taking a 9-second lead so far. And we were talking about the faster cars getting around the slower cars of Le Mans. When you're the slower car, it's the same thing. We said, hold your line, be predictable, and you just basically have to not worry about well, realistically, you shouldn't have to worry about what the faster car's going to do behind you. If you're coming out of Corvette, you should know that they're going to wait for you. You're in the middle of the Porsche, they might come around you, but you just have to wait. But at the same time, just be predictable. And Frank really going aggressive into the Ford chicanes there, the Ford curves there. I thought he was actually going to overshoot there for a moment. Some really fast driving.
Sorry, I'm having to I'm having to laugh at myself. Robert is an idiot, actually. I know, okay, you have to be so serious about it. But yeah, I'm just restarting the other guy.
The replay guy.
Yeah, the other me. Yeah.
Rob has cloned himself.
Shh. No, nobody knows.
Oh no, Rob hasn't cloned himself.
Yeah, that's just a really weird rumor that's going around that I cloned myself. It can't be proven.
The world can't handle two Roberts.
The world can't handle one.
So there's already some gaps growing in the GTE field. Now, remember, we've got the pros who are technically in the car numbers 200, and the AMs in the car numbers 300. And then when you get a team like Simsa Esport who put 606 by accident, they're a pro team. Kilometer Zero, I'm pretty sure they are also a pro team. I might be wrong there, actually. No, they are a pro team. And then Simtars Red, who signed up with 710. Close enough, but they're an amateur team. Maximilian Bailey there in the 246. Ascari having a moment there, coming into Turt Rouge. Just losing the back of the car, and Simtars does take that position as Bailey having a bit of a moment there, just holding on. I think that's the only Ford in the field as well, doing the best they can. We actually have a field of every GTE, which, if this was ILMS, you wouldn't get. So, good going, everybody. That's all I can say. It's nice to see a diversity around the car classes.
Sometimes Red being driven currently by Louis Jordan Charles. I'm pretty sure I've got that wrong again. Because there's a discrepancy between if he's French or not, and if he's not French, then I apologize. I've just murdered his name. But he's currently being chased by Ascari Autosport for Ford that got flipped at the 8 hours of the Nürburgring. and managed to drive away. He flipped 360, did a barrel roll, landed on his wheels, and continued driving.
I just remember that just for the screaming of no by me.
No!
Just a lot of no's. And I think a highlight video just put in the no God no clip from The Office.
Yeah.
We are just looking at, as I was saying, the GTEs are kind of spread out at the moment. Cool Motorsports 2 are currently sitting P4 overall with Celio Mendez. They are leading the amateurs at the moment, and by quite a distance, by about 10 seconds from P2 in the amateurs, which is CCTS Esports, who are holding up. Well, they're not really holding off. Oh, that spin-off there for the 247 at Pantera Esports. They have damage coming out of Indianapolis. Oh, they've lost a car in Indianapolis.
Oh dear. I'm just seeing that some of the cars are actually picking up a lot of damage through the push S. If they see the net code, I will try and find that for you. Just one tick.
Keep an eye on that. We're half an hour into the race, and not a lot going on. A few trades of positions in the GTEs. The LMP1s are pretty much spread out at the moment, and this is where now you've got to keep focus. It's a long race. Tim, how do you keep focus in a long race? Because last time I did a long race, I had to race the last stint on my own with no one there, which was really weird. I don't know how I did it, but what is the best way to keep your concentration, especially now when everything's all settled down after the first half an hour?
I mean, everyone has their own way of handling driving on their own and keeping enough pace, that is. Myself, I like to be as distracted as possible, weirdly enough. I just bang out some tunes on YouTube on the long straights, and every single time on a long straight, I'll just skip to the next song. It keeps myself busy.
Wow!
I mean, the delta kind of helps. If you set it to the last lap, you kind of have focus points, making sure that every single sector is, you try to have the same kind of pace, don't make the same mistakes, have the same braking point, and just keeping yourself focused that way. Especially when you're driving on your own, you don't have anyone else to talk to you, give you information or feed you information, what happens in front or behind you in other classes, for instance. You really need to find something to hold on to make sure that you keep up to pace and not just doze off on a straight, because these straights are very long.
Yeah, I must admit, I was doing Daytona last week in the ovals, and I almost did fall asleep. Basically there was nothing happening, and the high whining of the engine reminded me of being inside a plane on a long haul flight. I could just feel myself finding myself bored, hearing an engine going, and just thinking, I'm gonna be sleepy in a minute. And then I just started singing Pearl Jam. I don't know why.
Pearl Jam?
All I remember is I fell asleep on a flight back from America listening to Pearl Jam 10. And for some reason I don't know why. I'm
gonna have to be like, are you okay?
I mean,
well, it's a good album.
Funny enough, there are stories about Nicky Team singing through the microphone and the radio during the real Le Mans 24.
Really?
Just
wow.
I'm moving up and down.
Singing.
I'm moving up and down, side to side, like a roller coaster.
Well, we have our first proper incident drive-through of the race after the number mix-ups, and Pantera Esports, the 247, have a drive-through for causing a collision with the 399, the Dynamics Sim Racing team. Just Dynamics Racing team, sorry. That would have been... Was that the start of the race, or was that something else? And as I say that, Stephen DeWolf in Dynamics has gone off, entering Indy, all the way onto the gravel, Thank God there's a lot of gravel there. And gone off and is now at the back of the GTE field by the look of it. As he's now letting the HPDs go by. But that was scary. And actually, that P2, Josh Patterson for Blue Choose Blue, they've gone off. It also missing their breaking point into Indy and using the runoff. So twice there in the space of a minute. Not even that. We've seen a GTE and an HPD go off at Indy. It's a horrible corner.
These cars are definitely not having the best of times, unfortunately. As we come back, I'm still trying to get the camera set up. It's being very naughty. It's a naughty camera today, but we're getting there.
Camera provided by trackcams22.com, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. They do provide the fantastic angles we get. And of course, at Le Mans, it's all about the angles, really. You just get those iconic shots.
Angles.
Well, you get those iconic shots of the camera right the way down the Mulsanne Straight, and you can see both chicanes. You know, and that start-finish line, you just basically see the whole straight on the start-finish line. So it is. It is. But I have to go back to Tim. Now, I need to know your music choice.
Tim is at the door.
Okay. Okay, I was going to say.
I was just like, hang on a minute. He's at the door. He can't take it.
I was like, he's at the door. He's coming to the door. He's knocking on. See, I wouldn't be playing music. I'd be singing. I'd just be crazy and singing to myself during a race. But I had to keep myself going.
I'm moving up and down, side to side, like a roller coaster.
I will admit, I have heard stories of people during like school exams listening to music in their head, but I think I'd be singing instead of listening to music when I was racing. You've won Le Mans. Now you've won Le Mans.
I have indeed won Le Mans. I actually was here back in 2019, the first time I ever raced Le Mans.
Yeah,
in an endurance race, and we won.
Yeah, what did you do to keep yourself active?
Not a lot. We the most egregious thing we did was I fell asleep and missed my stint, and we still somehow won.
You missed your. Oh wow, that's better than me. Well, we won't talk about my race. I got crashed out, unfortunately. That's the way Le Mans goes at the end of the day. Just seeing the HPDs. We were saying the HPDs are now going through the GTEs. Now they don't have the boost button. They don't have that big button that goes power like the LMP1. So they have to rely on getting up to speed and overtaking some of these cars because they have a little bit of slower acceleration around a couple corners around here. Mainly Arnage. You know, if you're in a race, you'll probably get a GTE flash you saying, "Why are you doing this?" Well, the GTEs are faster around slow corners than these prototypes. That's why. So doing their best they can, but this in theory will. Whereas we didn't get a lot of bunching up with the LMP1s when they went through the traffic, I think this will give us a better idea as that RSR Esports car is looking worse for wear. Is that more damage on that car?
More than likely.
Yeah, more than likely. Just slowly going down. And the Iridium car, the Iridium LMP2 car is parked out in the middle of the track.
The Iridium? Hang on, what?
The Iridium LMP2 car is in the middle of the track, parked up.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on a minute. This is not normal. By the way, if you like the replay system that we have, let us know. We've got the live traffic replay in the bottom right and the live feed on the top left. So what you're seeing is us saying, "Oh, they've got started again."
Hey,
are they getting there? Let's go in the cockpit. Let's see if we can hear anything. Uh-oh. That does not sound good. Uh-oh.
They had damage?
What's going on? What's going on?
I'm confused.
Yeah, so am I. Like, what's going on, Bill?
Oh, okay, so the lap previous, they lost the car at Turt Rouge.
Right.
I've never seen that before.
Like, they're just standing still. Like, what's going
no
on?
damage. Yeah.
Let me get into the gearbox. The engine's still running. What? No, they have fuel. They're running. Have they got no wheel?
I don't know.
This is drama. High drama, ladies and gentlemen. What we'll do is we will switch to the others and we will stick a replay on the boys.
Just have a parked car in the on the second camera.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is so weird. Not sure what that is. But there is a battle happening right now for P3 in the HPDs. And really even, second, third and fourth is Ascari Motorsport there, Blue Chew's America Blue and Valkyrie. Mainly the last two there, we're looking at the moment, Valkyrie Esports trying to catch on to Blue Chew, just using the slipstream, and Iridium's still there.
Yeah,
the
replay still shows them that they are still there.
You're just gonna keep it. You're gonna keep it.
I'm not gonna keep it forever, but I'm just gonna see if they can get back going again. I don't think they can even tow unless they have to hook up a keyboard. As the NP1s are just pitting right now.
It's lap 12, so a lot of them are taking the conservative route. I can't remember if you can do 12 laps now.
I don't. It's tight. It's tight. Let us know, by the way, guys, in the chat or on Twitch, on YouTube. Let us know what you think of this replay. Oh no, they've disappeared. They've disappeared. We've lost them on the replay.
We've lost them full stop.
Uh-oh.
They're not even in the pits.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they've completely disconnected. Or the main driver has. Samuel Randall is not on the server.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that was so odd. We'll try and get more information. Well, we can try and get more information as we go along. But yeah, that's completely weird. I've never seen that happen before.
I think Tim is back. Welcome back, Tim.
Yeah, thank you.
You haven't missed much, apart from a car that's just basically parked itself for no reason. But we'll get to the bottom of that. Still watching this battle between Ascari, Blue Chew, Blue, and Valkyrie. Just there's no, I wouldn't say there's no seriousness in trying to make a move right now. Just hope for the best. Having to go through the traffic. It's is that going around the inside there of Porsche? Yes. Probably the hardest corner to overtake a car is the Porsche curves. I will say. What I was going to say, Tim, you're on about the music. We were talking about it. We need to know the music choices, man. We need to know the music choices.
You need those bangers. You need the old school techno sounds. A bit of trance. That's what you need.
To be fair, if I was listening to music, it would probably be that. And I'd also sprinkle in a little bit of, like, Disturbed. You know the Most Wanted soundtrack? I'd sprinkle that in. Just all of the Most Wanted soundtrack. That is a banger.
I remember watching a documentary on lorry drivers in England, Eddie Stobart drivers, and one of them, she did night shifts, and she said the only way she kept herself alive, she had a cassette tape of rave tracks. It was hardcore and rave, and she basically just listened to that all the way through the night shift. It's not my stuff, but I can see why somebody would. I think if I put heavy metal on, I'd be too busy trying to sing along to it instead of racing.
I mean,
Go on.
It keeps you really awake. Having the bass thump your heart.
Yeah, Ryan G's got it.
I just dropped my keyboard. No!
I think that's for Robert's keyboard.
It wasn't my actual keyboard. It's just the Logitech, like, wireless one. I dropped it. It was in my lap. As you can see, Blue Chew's Blue and Ascari, Autosport, LMP2, and Valkyrie are all fighting for second, third, and fourth.
Oh, was that a GTE that just had to take the run off there? Yeah, that's Michael Mendes in the Core Motorsports, the number one Core Motorsports there. The 259, missing the chicane. all together, taking the runoff. That's something I'm used to. Is this a move here from Ascari to take it early? No. We had damage in our Le Mans race last year by a driver who overshot the corner in the second Mulsanne chicane, and he took so much speed he couldn't even get through the tight tyre wall. He smashed into the tyre wall. So I know all very well about those tyre walls, and they're designed so you can't take a high-speed excursion through them. And I think that just showed it as well.
We just had this happen to Greenleaf Racing. They just smashed into the wall and they've had to tow.
That thing is...
That'll do it to you. That'll do it to you. You can just see in the replay the tires are sticking on the opposite side.
Yeah! Meanwhile, side by side into Indianapolis goes Blue Chews and Ascari. Ascari hold on again. They took the inside line. They'll come around now, and Blue Chews just yields going into Arnage. Not really much they can do, but it looks like they're not trying. They're not forcing themselves around. Of course, we're still in the first hour of the race, but they're just putting themselves there. I think that would almost be. We would like the place, but we're happy enough to just hold back and not send it because we're happy with fuel.
Yeah, but, I mean, you could. Tim would know this as well, that fuel is something that you really do have to think about, and how much you save really kind of push you up the spots somewhat. In terms of, if you save enough fuel, you'll be able to leapfrog people and essentially not have to spend as much time in the pit stops. I think, Tim, you know a lot about that, and
we did 24 hours of fuel saving.
Yeah, well, yeah. As Ascari Autosport going into the pits, letting the other two cars by. Sorry, that's not. Yes, that was Ascari Autosport. Valkyrie Esports having to serve a penalty, or sorry, not a penalty, but they have to serve a slowdown. Technically, it is a penalty. You're losing time, and that's let Blue Choose America Blue back into second place, and now they are chasing down RSR Esports.
And there are a couple penalties we need to give out. Well, we're not give out, but have been given out. A warning for Simtar's Red. They had an accident that pushed the 399, the Dynamics Racing team, off the track. Deemed netcode, so it's a warning, half a penalty point, and a stop and hold for Dynamics because they then rejoined and hit BDE. So that would have been the first lap incident we saw. So that's one penalty point and a 30-second stop and hold for Dynamics. Now, to give an idea for those not aware of the penalties, you have 4 penalty points, I think it is, during the race. If you hit 4 points, you get a 60-second stop and go. And then if you get another penalty point, you're disqualified. So, at the moment, Reiter has 2 penalty points, as does Fury Simsport. Is that correct? Yes, it is. They had, because both teams had 4 penalty points at the end of last race, they are given that much to start with this race. I do remember that as well. So
wait, so are they disqualified?
No. They got 4 points last. Reiter and Fury both got 4 incident points last event. Because they both had to serve 60-second stop and goes. From what I remember, once you hit that, that means you have to start the next race on 2 incident points to start with. I can hear the cogs going around in your brain, Rob. Don't worry.
Is my car still alive? TBR Jills, your car is still alive. Let's see if we can get them on replay.
I think they were just overtaken by HGR Scuderia before the first Mulsanne chicane.
They were indeed
together since.
Yeah, they're just chasing down the. I think that's Red Race Fox ahead of them.
No, Element Sim Racing still in P3.
Oh yeah, sorry, my scoreboard just came up and said, "Oh yeah, you've got it right now." But yeah, they're chasing Element Sim Racing down towards the end of Mulsanne straight into the Mulsanne corner onto Gulf. Yeah, that's a bit of a... It's Mulsanne 1, Mulsanne 2, Mulsanne straight, and then Mulsanne corner. Why don't they just call it 1, 2, and 3?
Well,
I feel like Tim is meant to murder me for even suggesting heresy.
I mean, I would be on Tim's side right here. How dare you?
Look, it's fine, okay? It's fine.
Because the Mulsanne Straight is not called the Mulsanne Straight officially. It's what it's what it's been christened by the fans and by commentators.
Yeah, but that's all that matters, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the corner that is Mulsanne. So, but they call it the Mulsanne Straight. But yes, I know. But look, stick to what is there. There's no point changing it. It's how everyone knows it. So, you know, why change it?
Because it's fun.
Tim, if you want to beat him up, I'll hold him down.
I mean, we might have to do that after 12 hours.
This is gonna be the greatest 12 hours of my life.
Nathan West, Craig is correct. Yes, thank you. That was about the penalty system.
That's the second time actually he was correct.
Damn, yeah, he's 2 for 2 at this stage. Damn.
I'm checking outside to make sure it's not a storm. So, not much happening at the moment. Kobe Smith is now in the pit. A few cars in the pits as well. The rest of the HPDs are now in the pit. So that's the 177 Valkyrie, the 127 of Blue Shoes America, the 111 of Medinus as well. But I'm pretty sure that means now everybody in the HPD field, apart from Team Iridium, have pitted. And there's still... Yeah, can somebody, like, can we set a search party out for Team Iridium?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they haven't reconnected. I'm really concerned that something really horrible has gone wrong. Like, they were just sitting there just in the entryway to the Walk of Shame for Mulsanne 1, and they didn't turn. They could accelerate. They could brake. We know that much. And there was enough fuel to do that, and there was plenty of fuel in the car. I'm assuming anyway, because what's to stop them from trying to keep going? And it's just like, have they died? Has their hardware failed? All these things in my head are just like,
yeah.
Whew.
There's so many things we can see. I'll tell you one team that is finally back out. BDE Racing are back out on the track.
How broken is their car?
The wing is bent, and I think that's not repairable.
On my screen, they didn't even pit, but I also let's have a look at this car. See what it's looking. Oh dear, that does not look pretty. That's had a few scratches and embellishments in it. Yeah, that does not look good. I'm going to be honest.
Better days.
Yeah, it has seen better days. Yeah.
I mean, go on. At least they're still driving.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That
there's so many things that can still happen. And yes, they are 5 laps behind, 6 laps almost, on the next GTE car. But the suspension of one of those guys just might give up in an incident, and they'll be back racing for a new position.
And that's one good thing for BGE is they've got a straight steering wheel. So after all that repairing, they're still going, because a broken suspension, you've got crooked steering, that is not issue. Right. An update quickly. It's not Iridium. You know how we were talking about Greenleaf as they basically plummeted into the wall?
Yeah, their pedals went. Yeah, that's two. One confirmed hardware failure and one suspect hardware failure.
We have to keep a list and counts of everything.
Yeah,
now.
we have to make a list. We'll have to check it twice.
Oh no! Right then.
I can feel the hatred brewing for me making even that reference.
Tim's just there, like, what reference? Yeah, like, yeah, just no, we won't talk about it. So, I'm gonna be funny because I was saying about how driving into the tire wall, pedal failure. We had a league race, didn't we? The RSR World Series was decided by someone having a pedal failure in the exact same chicane.
Yeah.
Managing to get through the gap, losing control, and then spinning off and hitting the race leader in the back.
Yeah, Tim Matske was the unfortunate... Well, he was the unfortunate victim because... Oh, we just had another incident. Ascari Autosport rammed the wall. They've rammed the wall coming into the start-finish straight just from the exit of Fort Chicane. What happened? Oh, they touched the gravel and then just kicked it. Oh.
That's yeah, clear case of Thunderfoot on gravel.
Yeah. As you can see from the stands, people are not social distancing. I'm disappointed. They got headphones though.
You really don't have to.
Well, yeah. I just like making that joke. It's just like, oh yeah, look at all these fans. They're not social distancing.
I mean, luckily for Ascari, the front doesn't look that damaged at all. So
Yeah.
they might get away unscathed. So.
Yeah, they got away with it. That is very, very true.
A message from Twitch chat with the transitions apparently are, quote, poggers.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, thank you, Jake.
A shout out, yeah.
Yeah, you're joining in your race control car. Can't even finish the sentence. I'm not gonna roast him. But that's left Ascari down in 5th position. They are now having to chase Blue Chew America's Platinum, and they are 6 seconds down after that incident because they had to wait until they were passed to correct the car, turn 180, and get back going again. So, you know, as you said, Tim, it's not the end of the race for people who are having incidents. You know, like the BDEs of the world. Gibson is still driving. His car is very damaged, but it's still driving straight, and anything can happen. People can get knocked out. People can, you know, fall off. You know, things. You know, it's 11 hours left, so there is still plenty of time to make things work.
Just keeping an eye on what their lap time is until they cross the line. An invalid lap. The lap previous, they did a 4 minute, just under a 4 minute one, which is about 4 seconds behind.
CCTS battling Core Motorsports, the main car. Michael Mendes. Oh my god. Almost pushing off a HPD onto the side of the road. Be careful where you're going. He's going side by side with Fury. Ooh, he was. Sorry, that's Adequate Sim Racing who's going side by side. CCTS and Adequate Sim Racing going side by side. And the flashing of the lights from Core Motorsport looking like he wants to get past. And CCTS stays ahead. The amateur staying ahead of the professional.
And you got Gil Pirard there behind. Just waiting, just waiting and just praying, please, no one take each other out. And that's got to be the worst feeling ever, though. It's just, you know, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. All you wanted to do is just take your race, and they do lose a little bit of time on the 126 there of Blue Shoes America. The blue car does lose a bit of time there. The gap is now 3 seconds, which is not handy. You know, you want to be close up there. You want to be in the slipstream. You want to save some fuel. Well, you save some fuel by practically going snail's pace as you've had to let those 3 cars go around in the Anarge, but at the same time you are losing time to the car in front of you, but still sitting comfortable in 3rd place, as those 3 GTEs have all just gone into the pits at the same time.
Say again. Oh, they have.
Yes.
All them 5
all
GTEs. Yeah, every single one of them is just diving into like, come back, get your fuel, get it.
Get your fuel.
And this is where you can make the difference. Like, if you pit in the same group and if you feel safe, you'll be one of the first ones out. And if you're lucky, you can have the slight gap you need, like the 1.5 seconds you need to break away.
Now, what about tyres? by the looks of it, some of these guys haven't taken tires. 42 Celsius is the track temperature, 107 Fahrenheit. I'm guessing that these cars should be able to double stint tires.
With enough practice and a good setup, yes, you should be able to double stint these tires. Although I do see CCTS take tires, whilst the rest of the group doesn't.
Yeah, no one else is taking tires out of everybody here.
They might
go on.
They might feel it might be safer for them. They might feel like they want to, take tires just to be safe, because they might not feel comfortable running on used tires after a while, because they are the CCTS guys that were taking the tires. They are amateurs, so they might feel more comfortable taking,
Yeah, it's possible, and that will help them, possibly in the race, or in this next stint for the race. But at the same time, you've just got to be careful, because if you take too many tires, you're going to be suffering. You'll be spending more time in the pits. One thing I can't wait to see is tire limits. That would be something great to see in road racing, something that's coming to the oval racing side. No noise about that. No noise coming from iRacing about that. But tire limits for road racing would be amazing. We do have the softer mediums and the hards.
That would make me a very nervous man.
But yeah, tire limits would be fantastic on road racing. It might be a controversial opinion, but I would love that.
Really, though?
It would be interesting to see how that would be implemented in endurance racing, and how that will change the dynamics of strategy in these races. Because in these hot conditions, you might want to take, like CCTS does, a different set of tires for these hot conditions. Whilst some other teams might be like, yeah, we want to save those fresh tires for when it's cold, and we want to just absolutely shred the rubber off the tires and off the rims and go really fast.
You just have two battles going on right now. We have the battle that we're currently watching. It is for 5th position. And then there's another battle at the back of the GTE field. The battle between car 305 and car 372, RSR Esports Amateur versus Mans Devils Esports Amateur, are battling for 14th position.
One thing I've just noticed was Butler Pow. I think they took tires. Oh no, they did a driver swap. Sorry, they did a driver swap. I think that's what it was. Ciso is in the car right now for them. They had a 20-second lead as they crossed the start-finish line in the pit box, and they're now 5 seconds behind what is now the leader, Core Motorsports 4. So they've done a early driver swap. And in a 12-hour race, it's different strategies. Personally, I think I would prefer to do a double stint for my rating, but at the same time, that is, Frank is the driver that started for them. So technically, he's already done 30 minutes in the car with qualifying, then another hour. So you can understand why they would go for a driver swap right away. But the others, holding on to their drivers at the moment.
The driver swap would only really make sense, though, if there was a tire change, would it not? Because even if you drain the fuel tank and you fill back up, I'm pretty sure that takes less time than a driver swap takes. So, driver swap, you'll be hindered by the driver swap getting out of your pit box. So it'll only make sense if you take tires as well.
Yeah, from what I can see, Butler Powell also took tires during the driver swap.
Okay. I'll tell you who has taken a driver swap. Team Raidillon is back.
They finally come back.
And Bart Horston is in the car. So no idea what has gone on there. But they are back on the field. 5 laps down in the HPDs. But nevertheless, they are back racing. That I breathe a sigh of relief. I breathe a sigh of relief for that, I must be honest.
Yeah, the fact that they are still alive even is great to see. But it is unfortunate that essentially that they are Down,
Very
down,
far.
down. They are 7 laps behind. Well, no, anything can happen.
Mark seen the wick. I missed that. He said they said about Max DeWitt, sorry, said about the pedal failure, and said I bet my crash looked very good on stream.
Yes.
Yeah, it did.
It did look good. The problem was your tires went all the way through what should have been a tire wall, and the tire wall didn't disintegrate, and well, it's a very sad front end. What is Core Motorsports doing? They're swerving.
They're serving a slowdown.
I don't know, but I mean I don't think that's how you serve it.
I mean, it does help a little bit, but
I mean, if we were to shake like a tenth or 2/10 off, yeah, but you know, if you have a slowdown coming out of Terre Rouge, if you went too far into the roll-off area, that's like 2 seconds.
And also, if you had to slow down at Terre Rouge, personally, I would be serving the penalty before you hit the first chicane. Take a slower entry into the chicane instead of scrubbing off any type of speed you would want going down the straight. That's a personal standpoint. Others may have different, but sometimes that's the best option, is to, even if it means gaining a second. At the start of the race, you've got no choice, you've got to serve it, but later in the race, if you get a slow down there, just keep going.
Keep calm and carry on.
Yeah, take a really early braking point for the first chicane, and basically serve it there, because you're going to be going slow through the chicane anyway, and hopefully you basically get rid of most of that slowdown as you're braking.
I mean, it is possible that they had a very, very quick sector there, which kind of made it easier for them to...
Just had an incident looking at the Blue Cheese America Blue, squirming under braking coming into the Dunlop chicane, and missed it entirely. And they have been overtaken by Valkyrie Esports, so the battle begins again in HPDs. We've got a battle.
All the work they've done, saving fuel on the first stint, and leapfrogging ahead in P2, completely nullified. At least we have a battle there.
I thought you just said at least we have a battle royale. And I'm just like, oh no. He said the BR word.
I mean, you never know what's going to happen the last
yeah, that's fair.
10 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh dear. I just have to laugh at that. It's just like
35 started, only one will survive. This is iRacing Royale.
Imagine if iRacing made a battle royale on the new damage model and you just bits flying everywhere. Nobody would. It'll just be luck of the draw who survives.
That would be an excellent week 13, well 14 in this time. Week challenge.
Yeah, I'd sign up for that. Who would sign up for that? If week 13/14 happened and it was just a demolition derby or a battle royale, see who would survive the longest on the new damage model. Would you participate in it?
I mean, you have that with the figure of 8. Not that it gets used a lot, or a lot of people race it.
Yeah, but it's always Rallycross or something like that.
It is Rallycross again.
For God's sake.
The first time it came out with figure 8 was with the GTO and the GTP cars. Well, that was and the GT1s the season after. That was ridiculously good fun.
And I remember when the GT1s had the new damage model, yeah, they put them in. That was great fun. And I do recall one season they put the LMP1s in.
Yeah, they can't make that corner.
Yeah, they did that. But I'll tell you one thing I'd like to see. Let's get some Formula cars with the new damage model and put them through the figure of 8. Because once you get damaged with one of those cars, you can't race again. So let's get a Skippy. Let's get an Indy Pro. Let's get a Formula 3, and let's put them all together in a figure of 8.
Why doesn't Valkyrie have the racing livery on their car? It is because they signed. I think you're talking about the number 3. Oh no, the number 177. They didn't have the updated paints, and we were unable to facilitate them because we rely on ERO giving us the paints for the broadcast. But rest assured, it'll all be fixed in the next race. But how are you doing, Crazy Dax? And hello, Sven Colbert.
Yeah, hello to everybody going on there. Valkyrie, yeah, and Sven Calvert. A quick chat. Oh, there's been a little bit of a touch in the LMP1s. That's Volmers and Senhal. That's the Simtech and the Element Sim Racing coming through Mulsanne 2. They went side by side into the corner. Oh, Element just lost it on the curb going in and really had nowhere to go and just almost went into the side there. But at the same time, I think Simtech might have turned in as well. Let's have another look. No, it was all.
Oh, yeah,
it was all Element.
Yeah, just seeing on the replay there. You see on a really good replay. But they did definitely make it out without too much incident. There's not a lot of damage on either car, I don't think. Yeah, there's no damage on either car, actually. So they survived without a scratch. It was just a bit of netcode, I think, that pushed them out.
Yeah, slightly overcommitted in that corner, thinking he could outbrake everyone else. Small little mistakes do add up in the end.
Yeah, especially with damage. Especially with damage on.
And not forgetting floor damage. We have seen cars get this floor damage, which iRacing's unable to fix for them or detect as damage, and will put them down a couple kilometers an hour down on their race pace, which does affect them. And just a couple, 2 to 5 kilometers an hour difference can be the difference of doing a 322, and it could be like a 322.5. It's one of those things. So that's one thing these drivers will try and prevent, is as much as they can, is going over those bumps that will cause some sort of floor damage. But Element Sim Racing catching up to Simtech again, really kept the pace up after that little excursion off the road on Mulsanne 2. Just got one car between them, which is Celio Mendes in the lead amateur. Gone past. Gap is now 1 second, so coming back strong after that little excursion.
Sims are having issues. Tim's PC was having issues, so they had to put Gustas Grimbergus into the car.
I hope everyone has sunglasses with them, because I know Gustas likes flashing his lights. Give us a flash. If you can hear us, give us a flash.
You'll just see down the camera just a lot of flashing as you see them coming down.
Oh, sorry, just straight. another LMP1. I think that was the. Yeah, there he is. He's flashing the lights. That is the Porsche of Team Iridium going off at. Let's have a look. See. Let's see what issues they had coming into Indianapolis. They were fine. I think it is just as they were exiting onto Arnage. Let's see. Oh, there goes the front. Yeah, the front wheels have just decided. Nope. They completely locked up.
And that's what we were talking about earlier with these new tyre models coming in for the LMP1s. Hopefully, it will stop most of that happening. Obviously, you do get tyres locking up. That is the nature of road racing. But some of the characteristics of the LMP1s, where I think Sam Wilson might have done a video. Someone did a video where they proved using the stats and video and slow-mos that when the tyres in the LMP1s lock, the wheels...
sorry, the car of Sisu just going off there at the end of Mulsanne. That is the new boys going off, chasing down car number 213. So that's a surprise there. That was team... I think that was team Butter Pals having an incident. Sorry, that's not Sisu. Sisu is still driving. It is... No, it was Sisu. I was correct. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. The LMP1s, they found that when the tyres lock up, the wheels are going forward. And hence why you get the issues with the car skating onwards in LMP1. They found that the tyres don't lock up. They keep moving for some reason. So hopefully that all gets fixed with the next patch.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Wednesday is the update.
Wednesday is the update, yes.
One of the first things to test, actually.
You'll be loading it up right away and just trying to send an LMP1.
Yeah, you're trying to break the sim, being like, I want this damage model to, or not damage model, I want these tires to be right. It will be abused to the extreme.
Exactly. You have to, push the limits. It's the same what these guys do for an entire stint.
Yeah.
Just push the boundaries, push the limits, and try to keep that pace going. And tires do help.
Ooh, sorry, I'm just looking at. I feel like being a GTE around here, you're basically praying that no big boy hits you. And I imagine with the way that the new Dalaris sounds, I'm feeling that the GTEs will definitely be very scared.
Well, I have driven a GTE around here a few times. I can confirm it's never a nice feeling.
Why do I hear boss music?
Yeah. You know they're coming up behind you. You know they're going to be flashing their lights to let you know they're going by you. But at the same time, you're not prepared. You are not prepared for that car to zoom right by. And it's the same in the HPDs. When I started in ILMS, I started in HPD. And you think that you're fast, and then an LMP1 comes by you. And then you don't know what fast is.
You underestimate my grip.
Exactly. Exactly. It's scary.
By the way, guys, the live timings are at livetiming.raidillon.tv. For those that are interested, we got a few requests to do that, and we did. Well, we did that last time as well, but you know, people wanted live timing, so we gave the people what they desired. As we see Vulcan Sim Racing being driven by Luke McKeown, being chased by the Butterpal Motorsport Iron team, currently being driven by Dominic Sisu. See, I got it right. I got it right this time. It's Sisu. Not what I said last time, which was like, I think I either said Saiso or Kiku or whatever. You can add that to the list of like horrible mispronunciations.
See, this is why we've got Tim today. We can't pronounce things.
What? Just because he's from mainland Europe doesn't mean he's got the well, I mean, he probably does have the credentials. He'll pronounce it much better than we do.
If it's Dutch, it's fine.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, yeah. Well, he's qualified in one very specific way. Dutch names are a-okay to him, whereas with us it'd be, yeah, it'd just be a disaster. Luke McCone. Oh no. It's Luke McKeown. Like I know that much. It's McKeown. The Mucks are of Irish descent, I think. So the Macs and the Mucks are we know them. We know them. I can at least attest to that. It's McKeown, not McCone. If it was McCone, I think a lot of people would just be like, "Can I have a McCone on my ice cream?" Or can I have a ice cream with McCone?
You should just do what it's like in England. You don't say a cone. Can I have a 99, please, with a flake?
Yeah, that's the greatest invention ever to come to man, by the way.
What,
the
a 99?
Yeah, a 99 with a flake. Yeah.
See, this is why I live on mainland Europe and not on that city island.
How can you not like an ice cream that costs £1? Well, 99 pence. It's fantastic.
It doesn't even cost that anymore. It costs more for us. It costs like £2. We pay double price for no reason.
I mean, the ice cream. You know how the joke is the Cadbury's Fritos, the Frito bar.
It's Fredo bar.
Yeah,
it's
Fredo bar.
Fritos. Who pronounces it Fritos?
Well, they used to be used as a sign of inflation in the UK, but can we just use the 99? It's just a general inflation rate.
So what you're saying is they're making economists out of people using 99s. Okay.
Yeah.
Just looking. We're still looking at the battle for second place between Vulcan Sim Racing and Butterpals. They are on the same number of laps per their stint, 5 as they cross the line now. The gap between the two of them is 0.7 of a second. It'll update now, and it's just said 0.69 of a second, but. Let me slide, iRacing, goddammit. Butterpal. Butler Pal. Sorry, it's not Butterpal. I keep calling him Butterpal. Okay, so I've gotten something else wrong. The car being currently driven by Dominic Sisu is currently 0.7 of a second faster than McKeown. So it looks like they'll be doing battle here probably within the next lap or two.
Yeah, Butler Powell going faster last lap, as you were saying. Just having some good times as well. They are now in the slipstream range as well. They're finally in that 1 second range, or the DRS range if you're used to Formula racing. Holding on. Doesn't need to be so aggressive at this moment. Just wait for the opportunity. Doing some good. Let's be honest though, they are both doing decent lap times. It's just that Butler just have a bit more consistency the last few laps. They've taken the I'd say almost the ring rust. They had their final practices yesterday. For some of these guys, especially being that they wouldn't have been qualifying, they wouldn't have had much racing beforehand. So just get a little bit of the ring rust off, and then get themselves dialed in. Which is always a tough part in any endurance race. I think both of you can vouch for that as well. That you will go and do a 2 hour or 3 hour stint. You'll go away for a few hours and you'll be watching, but then you'll get back in the car after about 6 hours and you have to remind yourself how to drive. And I think you can both vouch for that.
I can vouch for that as well, because I drove the car early on. Oh, sorry,
You okay there, Rob?
Yeah, sorry. I'm getting flustered. But yeah, I can essentially vouch for that. Yeah.
Yeah, the first lap or two back in the car after having that little break. It's getting used to braking points again. How the car accelerates. Getting used to, I mean, with the dynamic weather. And day and night transitions, you have to take that into account as well. There's so much that comes into play after having that break, that adapting really quick to the new conditions, it helps you gain that little bit of time compared to everyone else.
Just want you guys to feast your eyes on the replay. That was the replay between Element Sim Racing and HCR Scuderia. HCR Scuderia went way too fast into the pits, and it cost itself quite a bit of time to do the repairs. It spent an extra 30 seconds getting repairs done.
They were going nicely side by side though into the pits. That was something you don't see a lot of nowadays. I don't think
HCR Scuderia actually wanted to do that, and that was just a byproduct of them going too fast.
Right, more incidents as well. No action taken on the CTTS Esports overtake onto Core Motorsports. That was down at Mulsanne. But it's actually been, touch wood, knock on wood, a pretty quiet start to the race. A couple accidents, but everyone keeping it quite clean. Such is the nature of LeMans. And we do see that Butler Powell did take P2 back from the Vulcan Sim Racing there, and is now slowly pulling away. Now the question will be, will they catch up to Core Motorsports, the number 4 Core Motorsports, during the stint? The gap is 6.5 seconds, so you would think so with the pace they're going, but they're matching pace at the moment. Butler Powell can have been faster, but there's no need to be. Ciso is in there. They've done their driver swap. Core Motorsport have not done a driver swap. Antonio has been in that car for the first 2 stints, or the first stint and a half so far. So shouldn't be seeing any changes in Butler Powell, but we'll definitely be seeing changes in the Core Motorsport and the Vulcan Sim Racing as well.
Just seeing the pass made by the new boys of Butler Powell Motorsports in just past on the second, you call it the second corner of Gulf. Is it a corner even? It's just a bend in the road. But on Gulf, they definitely made the move.
Yeah, no, it's a bend. There's no corner there, Rob. It's a straight. It's called a straight for a reason. Because it's straight and there's a bend in it. Oh, God.
You see, we do have your skin, but not on the replay. The replay is a new thing. I only implemented it this morning, so apologies if you don't see your skin on the replay, but you see it on the live stream.
It's still a work in progress.
Yeah.
You know, let's
Very
nice work in progress.
Yeah. after having to wake up at 10 and then get it all sorted out for 1. That was a bit of a yikes from me. But yeah, your skin is there. If it's incorrect, you'll have to blame Nathan, essentially.
Well, I mean, let's just all laugh at the 999 car in the pits.
Why? Why is he still there? He needs to spectate. Apparently, there's a gap of 23 laps, but apparently the interval is only 13 laps. Oh dear. Oh dear. But anyway, we know where we are in terms of what lap it is. It's on lap 24. There are 10 hours, 36 minutes remaining. The current situation is if the current places are kept as they are, this will be. Oh, do I have the class leaders? I do not. But I'll bring up the top 7s. If this is as it is, car 28 of Team Racefox will win. ORSR Esports by FHN will win for LMP2. For GTE Pro, it'd be Core Motorsports 4. And for Amateur, it'd be Core Motorsports 2. Would be your race winners for each of the classes. If the order were to stay the same as they are for the next 10 hours and 36 minutes. But I severely doubt that will remain the same. So in 10 hours and 35 minutes time, somebody can come back to me and quote me if I was wrong or very wrong. I'll just give you a hint, by the way, of what I think. I'm very wrong.
I mean, it's gonna get dark. There's gonna be people that miss their braking points. Traffic is gonna go slightly the wrong way up when it's when new drivers see the track at night. That's when people get flustered. There's not a lot of recognizable points you have once it's really dark at Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot better than it was when the iRacing headlights were essentially glow sticks.
So
I remember driving it. I remember driving with those glow sticks. That was a terrifying prospect, even at Le Mans, where it's like there are some lights, but when you know going up Gulf, and there's like one light for when you're exiting Gulf, coming into the corner just before Indianapolis corner, and you're essentially bricking it because you're guessing where the road is.
I remember at one stage of Le Mans last year, I had a crash at the bottom of Mulsanne as an HPD lost control behind me, came back on and smashed my nose. I had to do half of the lap without any headlights. Can you now? Okay, granted, it was only, the Gulf Strait, but can you imagine how scary that is? No lights. You have to rely on the cars coming by to give you an idea of where you are.
Yeah, I can, because the glow sticks essentially were as that.
So I've been looking. Now the sim isn't like, Microsoft Flight Simulator, who's got pretty accurate qualities, but it does go close enough. Now sunset around this time at Le Mans would be at this time of the year about 8:30. So around that time we should be seeing it getting pitch black. So we'll probably be seeing the sun starting to set around 6 sim time, and then 7 will get darker and darker, and by 8 there won't be a lot of natural light in the sky. It's currently 2:40 sim time, so that will give us 4 more hours.
Yeah, between 4 and 6 hours before it really gets
Spicy.
spicy.
Why did I say that? I was just like, in my head, I was just like, don't say spicy, don't say spicy. Me. Spicy.
Well, that battle, I've been keeping an eye on that battle in the GTEs, by the way, the Vulcan Sim Racing and the Butler Pow. Been fantastic to watch. Really keeping their concentration. Vulcan starting to fall off a little bit of lost their momentum, lost their rhythm, coming off the pace a bit, but just watching them for the last couple laps just literally go together in synchronicity, and then having faster cars come by them and hold their lines was just great to watch. And yeah, the Butler Power now losing that, well, pulling away by the looks of it, but it's also Vulcan just losing their rhythm a little bit. But it is pretty much probably the closest battle we've got on the field at the moment. But we've been talking about the amateurs, Core Motorsports number 2. Let's talk about Simtards, because of the drive-through for CCTS, Simtards are P2 in the amateurs once again.
We actually got 2 battles at the moment. We have Gustas Grimbergus. Sorry, I noticed him out of the corner of my eye. He's actually going. He went 3 seconds a lap. He went 3 seconds faster than Orosor Esports Amateur. So Stacy is now under threat if the pace continues as such. But what we also have is Ascari. I think that's that's not an Ascari. That is. Oh, I had it prepared in my head so well, but nope. That's just a lonely car. They were not fighting for position. So well.
But get bonus points for the attempt.
Yeah. Oh, I tried. Okay.
You definitely tried.
But it is also worth actually putting up the NLP2s, because I think they're actually starting to intermingle with some more GTEs at this stage. Let's see, as that is Blue Chew America's Blue on screen, going through Corvette on towards the Ford Chicanes. Sorry, I'm actually a bit behind, but yeah, they were at the Ford Chicanes when I said they were at Porsche Curves, so there you go.
Meanwhile, Race Fox, I'm surprised that Scuderia had such a strong, started pole, had that slowdown at the start of the race, hasn't really caught up with everybody. They're currently 50 seconds behind Race Fox.
Yeah, but they also had the damage to deal with coming into the pits as well. They hit the pit wall.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. And that might also have some long-term damage. They got it all fixed out thanks to iRacing's fantastic
bendy boys.
And they just almost had a moment there coming out of Indianapolis. One thing I did notice about the LMP2 last night, no bendy. It was pretty solid when it hit a wall at Spa. Not that anyone was intending to deliberately kill the LMP2 at Spa, but didn't look like there was a lot of bendable carbon.
Oh, I was incorrect, actually. James Brown has corrected me. HCR had a penalty. He went into the pit stall too fast. Or went into the pits too fast and got a stop and hold. I hear that.
That's a sign of, yes.
I thought that on the replay it looked like they had actually hit each other. That might have just been netcode in the end, but they definitely did have to spend longer in the pits as a result. So they're down in 5th position, having to chase Team Bushfink, but Bushfink is actually faster than them on that last lap. They were faster. Let's see what they do. Yeah, they're still faster. 6/10 of a second faster than ACR Scuderia is Team Bushfink Racing in 4th position. They are currently the 2nd fastest LMP1 out there. Team Racefox is doing 322s comparative to 324 of Simtech Motorsport, the 323.930 of Element Sim Racing, and of course the aforementioned TBR and HCR Scuderia lap times.
Augustus Grunberger finally gets past Stacey Donegan going into Mulsanne 2. Also had Race Fox going by them at the same time, and just a nervous free wide just before the braking zone of Mulsanne 2. but got the move done. That RSR Esports car is still looking very sad at the back of it, but no wing damage. Stacey can keep onto the back of that Porsche or Grimbergus. So doing the best she can with a damaged car, but I don't think that would cause too much aero damage. Looks like the wheels are all okay. The Ferraris always stance like that as well, which I don't like stance cars. But the back of the car does look safe.
I remember when the Simtard's red car had basically just a big hole shaped into the back of it when when they had damage at the 8 hours. Apparently, it did not suffer. They didn't suffer top speed or any other particulars due to that, but like a little wing clip, yeah, that ended it for him.
Oh yeah, no, we would just basically just spent 5 of the 8 hours going, how is that car still
running?
Up?
Yeah. I'm still amazed how that car was still drivable with that amount of rear end damage. Like, I would have imagined that, you know, there would have been like a tiny bit, even just a little bit of issues with actually getting the car to go straight.
Well, Justin Smith-Herter has pitted for Ascari Esports. Ascari Autosports, sorry, not Esports. Should be Esports. We're all Esports, but pitting early again. I'm pretty sure that is a scheduled pit stop. They pitted lap 12, and they will be doing a driver swap. Garrett Maines now in the car for Ascari. I think that's the first driver swap we've seen in the LMP1s, apart from Team Raidillon. Also, speaking
that is Dynamics going wide, coming through Ascari and having to yield the position to the Mass Devils Esports Amateur. So they're now into 14th position, and they're going to be a second behind them at this rate, and that is not looking good for Dynamics. A plethora of issues already, and it seems to be going from bad to worse for them.
Speaking of damage, Greenleaf have their car working again, and it's straight. So
How?
there you go.
Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. A R18 can hit the wall, and the steering rack can be extremely broken. They rammed a tire wall at full speed. How are they still driving? How? iRacing, what is this? Let's get... Where's the damage?
Tim, Rob's broken. Yeah, Rob's broken.
Like what?
I mean, the car definitely isn't broken, and I think it's a very capable crew member that fixed the car or went to a shop nearby.
Went to a shop nearby.
R18 front and give it me now without damage.
Hello, Audi repair shop. Yeah, I wonder if you've got a front for an Audi R18 2016. Pardon, an Audi R18 LMP1. We have the hood for the Audi R18 GT. No, I need an LMP1. LMP1.
Why did
LMP1. Yes.
Why did he have to sound Italian?
I don't know.
Are you saying all Italians just sit in repair shops all day long?
I never meant it to be Italian.
Probably the conversation was in French, but
yeah. As we're looking at Adequate Racing and Core Motorsports. Core Motorsports currently battling for 6th position. They're just 7/10 of a second behind them. I'm just scanning to see if there is... We do have a battle for 2nd position again. Pull it up on the side view. Let you guys have a look at both battles as they go by. Right now, the main drama is coming from the GTEs. The LMP1s are pretty well spaced out. It'll be strategy that'll bring them back together, hopefully, as well as the LMP2s. Not as spread out, but there will be, I think, plans and strategies hatched as the LMP2s are coming in for their scheduled pit stops. Right now, it is these two and these two.
I'm just thinking because it was Ascari had taken a different pit strategy. Now I'm pretty sure they would not have burned up that much fuel, that they'd be going a lap less. So what do they? What's Tim is an HPD driver, I think. What do they gain from pitting a lap early? I mean, there's no undercut you can take in this race.
I mean, there is kind of an undercut you can take when you look further into the future when it comes to traffic. If you notice that you might hit traffic through the Porsche curves, through multiple chicanes, you might actually benefit from pitting a lap earlier to avoid that traffic. Which might be a very smart strategy call made by the team. It's also possible that they really burned the fuel a considerable amount.
Ascari did have a lot of racing as well, so it also could be a case. They were quite up there early on in the race, but as they come across the right, and it does look like there are also other driver swaps coming in. Waka Jangela coming in for Blue Choose Blue, Jason Lundy for the Platinum team, Nathan Block for RSR Esports, and for Valkyrie, Bastian De Silva coming in, and Julian Brewer is in for Medinas as well. So we are seeing a complete change of drivers in all the HPDs at the moment. So it almost feels like it's just another race inside the race, because everyone's just done their first stints and they've come out in these positions, and now let's go again with 6 different drivers in the top 7, in 6 of the top 7 teams. So that's what it feels like at the moment. But it also then comes by who's got the better driver. Not the better driver.
Blue Cheese America are not coming out of their pit stall.
Danny Sanchez at Tetra Rouge.
Danny Sanchez.
Yeah, number 372 of Mass Devils Esports. He just he left up the brakes there. Oh, touched the grass. Looks like.
Oh, the 272. Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm watching it back right now, and yeah, caught the grass, and he finds a hole in the track, and he tries to Austin Powers it, and then just realizes there's too much damage. The back of that car the front doesn't look too bad, but there's definitely damage to their side, and definitely damage to the back of that car with that wing. Pretty much unfixable, I would think.
Yeah, that doesn't look right, and that doesn't look good for that team. They towed it back to the garage, so that's at least 5 minutes that they have to wait before they can see how much repairs have to be done. Yeah,
especially being that they were almost at the start of the lap as well. So that would be, as you said, the 5 minutes. A pretty good estimate there of the tow time they will have. They were down at the back of the field in the GTEs. So there'll only be one car that'll be able to gain from them, which is BDE Racing. And they've had at the 5-minute 4, that would have been a pit stop by the looks of it. They just did. So BDE still going with that absolutely destroyed wing on that Porsche, doing the best they can. But fair play to them. They had an incident at the start of the race, and there's 10 hours and 20 minutes remaining. Kept going, just kept going through this as much as they can, because anything can happen. As
the Mass Devils just proves that anything can happen, and BDE is they keep on trucking, not in a truck but in their own little car.
Keep on Porsching,
and they have a good chance to gaining a position there, even though it means that Mass Devils will spend quite a considerable amount of time in the pits.
We just see we have a battle in terms of, I think that is the car number of the Core Motorsport versus which one is it? I think it's Adequate Sim. Yeah, it's Adequate Sim Racing versus Core Motorsports on your replays, and they're currently battling. And we also have the Butter Pals, or the Butler Pals.
Butler.
The Butler Pals. I keep saying butter. I just keep missing the L because I take the W. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But they're definitely making a step in two situations at the moment. So we've got on the live screens Butler Powell Motorsport Iron being driven by Sisu, being chased by Vulcan Sim Racing Luke McKeown. Then on your replays, it is currently the car of Core Motorsport being driven by Michael Mendes, chasing Adequate Sim Racing of Neil Middleton.
A lot of battles happening in this GTE field. Late braking there from Mendes in the Core Motorsports. Now, I gotta just check. There are two Mendeses driving for Core Motorsports today. We've got Marco M. Mendes, who we have seen before for Core. Very reliable driver. And this is Michael Mendes driving right now. I think this is the first time we've seen Michael in the series. And quite aggressive. But he's pretty quick, and it's kind of forcing the issue. Just a close moment there. Maybe gets to position there on the exit of Mulsanne. He does. Was there any touching there? That looked very late on the braking. I don't think they touched, but it was very close. No touching.
No toucherinos. Nope.
Yeah.
No touchy.
No touchy. What a start for me. The first stint was a nightmare for the car number 177. Valkyrie Esports doing very well.
And Neil Middleton has regained that position. Mendes wants to fight back, though, going into Indianapolis. Does not make it. Can't make it happen. So that will be... Well, they've got to hold off because they got Nathan Block behind them in the lead HPD. Oh, a bit of a slide from Mendes coming out of Arnage. I've never seen that before. And then, ooh, he wanted to go right because he saw the HPD. Didn't realise there was an LMP1 that wanted to go right. So, a little bit of avoidance there by everybody. That was a weird moment. That's the one corner on this track I feel that you can't really go for an overtake on a slower class, is Arnage.
Yeah, I think you'd be taking too much of a liberty doing that. I would imagine now.
I mean, I've done it before in a sprint race and been flashed out. So
yeah.
And that was a well-deserved flash as well.
Yeah.
Was that by 10?
Yeah, I just saw there was a car. I did not see, but I saw a car that was, I think, crashed out. Panthera. Did they have a moment? Or yeah, Panthera Esports had a moment at Indianapolis. I think they went a bit wide. They've already got some damage because that wing, if I put a straight rule to it, it's not straight.
A straight rule? You mean a straight ruler?
No, it's a straight rule.
What? Why do you call it a straight rule though? It seems like such a weird one. It's a weird. But I'll let it. I knew what you meant, but it's just like, huh?
Yeah, it is. You literally have things called a straight rule instead of a straight ruler, because their main purpose is
I just made the cogs in your brain go, what? What did he just say? But we had got Butler Powell Motorsport Iron overtaking once again Vulcan Sim Racing. So I think these two are going to be consistently going at it for the next little while. It's ticking down towards 10 hours, so 2 hours have gone by. Lewin McKeown. It's McKeown. Like it's got the MC and then the K, McKeown.
Are you okay there, Rob?
Yeah. Tom is making me cry 'cause, if I'm mispronouncing his name again, then we'll have to sit with our hands in our hands in our faces, being like, Rob, what are you doing? Essentially.
He'll come in later for an interview and just basically just bash you.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. That will be essentially what will happen.
Okay, so remember that pit lane incident with HCR Scuderia? It was contact, and it's been a warning for Scuderia. Just a warning for causing contact on the entry to the pit lane, as well as contact in the pit lane. Just a warning, nothing else.
So,
and half a penalty point.
So that is currently the The penalty points currently for all classes is in LMP1. The only penalty point awarded is to HCR Scuderia, half a penalty point. The LMP2s have no penalty points if you're keeping it clean. GTE Pro, Writer Engineering has 2 penalty points. They've carried it forward. Fiore Simsport 4040 carried forward 2 penalty points, but I don't think either of them are racing today. Car 278 is not racing. Neither is the car 293. 247 is racing, and it carries forward 1 penalty point. Then Simtires Red gain half a penalty point as a warning, and Dynamics Racing Team had a stop and go, and 1 penalty point awarded to them.
Everyone knows where they stand at the moment with penalty points. Yes. So we'll have to check with that. They get 2 penalty points for this race, but then they don't race.
Yeah, it's just like, hang on a minute, that's illegal. No, so we've got, I think, 2 prospective battles coming in the next little while. If Team Bushfink can gain a Steppen, they are only 2.7 seconds behind Element Sim Racing. And they can just see them there. They can just see them in the front of their eyes. Oh, please don't tell me that was a slowdown. I've just cursed them. But they are chasing down Element Sim Racing, and they'll be able to hopefully get past the battle for second place that the Butlers and the Vulcans are doing right now. Just hashing it out. You know, they're doing their thing, and they'll. Ooh, they won't make a move now, but I'm hoping they will in the next little while. If Team Bushfink can continue gaining traction against Element Sim Racing, catch on to the rear end, as they're just looking like they might be able to do. This will be a battle for LMP1 on-track overtakes only on this sim racing channel. The issue will be if Team Bushfink can clear traffic better than Element Sim Racing can, and currently they've gotten the Element Sim Racing car has gotten the shorter end of the stick.
Yep, gap is now down to 2 seconds. The question is, do you push? Do you push for this early on in the race? Well, you want
not in an endurance race unless you're getting slipstream, because that's just free fuel essentially. I think like with the strategies that are going down at the moment, the idea is that if you have slipstream, perfect. If you don't push the car. We need to maintain a fuel window. We need to maintain tires. We need to do all this kind of thing, and it's for 12 hours. It's half the length of 24. Big brain maths. But the idea is that even at 12 hours, the strategy that you start and keep to at the start of the race, it'll benefit you most in kind by the end, compared to if you're doing it ad hoc, where you're just thinking, okay, in the next 3 laps I need to pit. After that, I don't give a damn. You know, that kind of strategy won't work if for some reason you need to make an addition or change. You know, due to some outside source or some source that's within the sim itself. You know, if a teammate loses power, you know, if something else happens, you've got some damage, you've got drag, you're gonna lose some fuel. You know, the people that plan ahead and plan well usually end up higher on the grid as a result.
I mean, just the gap that's small between Element and Team Bushfink. I mean, it mainly comes down to how comfortable are you to push that car that little tenth more, just to close the gap during the stint. And it's very, yeah. The excitement creeps up on you when you see somebody for position just in front of you. You can smell the draft. You can just literally touch it.
You can almost taste it.
You can almost lick the exhaust fumes on the car ahead.
Oh no, this is rated M for mature.
If you've got your own little I'm not gonna kink shame. Not gonna kink shame.
They're diesel engines. You can literally taste.
By the way, the hypothesis I had that Element Sim Racing would have the shorter end of the stick in traffic, yes, they absolutely did, because Team Bushfink is now on the rear end of them as they come into Mulsanne 1. Though I don't think Team Bushfink is necessarily too worried about overtaking them. It didn't seem like they wanted to overtake. They're kind of sitting still. I think they are just trying to fuel save, which is probably the best option to have when you're suddenly presented with this option. Look at the pit entry first. Vulcan Sim Racing. Let's have a look. Oh, I think they might have damage. Ooh. We'll get to that in just a second. Just keeping our eyes peeled on this battle. Tim, myself and yourself, we've done this rodeo before. My personal opinion is that TBR will be better off staying behind Element Sim Racing as long as Element Sim Racing isn't slowing them down too much. Would you agree with that, or would you say go for it?
Looking how far they are in the stint, it's better to fuel save at this point. Every little bit of fuel you save right now behind Element Sim Racing, because the pace is quite comparable, is the time you gain in pit lane. And after the pit stop, you can sail away whilst Team Bushfink overtakes Element Sim Racing. So there goes my hypothesis. Right out of the window. Thank you, Team Bushfink.
It always happens.
Sorry, Element Sim Racing really is having an issue. They just locked up their front wheels coming into a Scary. So, well, that's kind of just gives the issue away, doesn't it?
What on earth happened there? It's a weird situation to be in, but I'm not sure if that was definitely tyre lockup, wasn't it?
Yeah, the front right locked up. We just have a replay here, by the way, of the pit entry for Vulcan Sim Racing. We've been told it is interesting, so let's have a look. Oh, they almost rear-ended the Butler's car. Oh, that was close. You just see the actually we do see the LMP1s making their pit stop as well, so it's a dual pit stop.
So, we have our pit stops. While we see these pit stops, let's talk to someone that has just come out the car after doing a double stint and a qualifying. Antonio Pexi, apologies for the pronunciation there, just coming out the car for Cool Motorsports number 4, the lead car at the moment. Well, first of all, congratulations on a clean start to the race, Antonio.
Thank you very much.
I get it's looks pretty good for your team at the moment, Cool Motorsports, at the front of the pack.
Yeah, first of all, hi everyone in the chat. It's been quite a good start, to be honest. Like the quali, I didn't really put my optimal lap, but it was still like quite good to make the P2. Then on the first stint, a couple of issues on the first 2 or 3 laps, but then just got into my pace and getting into that rhythm. Frank was a bit too fast, but then we decided to double stint the tires because the car was feeling really stable still. I think that now the Butler Paul they didn't change tires and we did, so we are in a bit of a different strategy, but going really well.
Yeah, I know Butler Powell. I think they did a early driver swap, like you were saying. They had a very strong start with Frank, but I think the tyres as well. It's something we were talking about earlier on as well, is how these tyres going to be feeling. It's 40 Celsius on the track at the moment, and that's going to play into the consideration for the tyres. You were saying it was quite easy. You didn't have to make any serious adjustments to your braking zones?
I did. No, I was braking a bit earlier, and then I had to shift my bias a bit so that the car wouldn't lock as easily. But other than that, I play a bit with the TCs. But like tire wear was quite good, so that's why we went for the double.
And obviously you've done the first stint, so that's 2 hours out the way for you. You probably got a few more stints yet to come. But are you happy to get the? Are you happy? Well, is it nerve-wracking to do the start of any endurance race, of course, but especially at Le Mans, where an off-track can cost you a lot of time. We've seen that in other classes. So, was it as straightforward of a start in terms of the traffic?
I think, given the rule that we only start in the line and not on the green flag, it makes it quite a bit easier, especially if you start from the front. So yeah, I mean, I was just there was no problem on the chicanes because you are still just pacing and not racing. So yeah, the start was fine. You were always trying to go fast, but at the same time, don't get the slowdown in the first lap or two, because it's way more punishing in iRacing the first 2 laps because you haven't set a lap. But yeah, after that you just settle in and you do what you're used to and trying your best, honestly, just to catch Frank and run away from Vulcan.
Catch Frank the Tank. Rob, Tim, I don't know if you have anything
I would say it's looking like it's gonna take 3 to tango, I think, for the lead. Frank the Tank is a big boy and he'll come get you, but he's definitely raceable, if you get what I mean. You're definitely able to keep up with him and
I think I made a mistake and then I lost the draft and he just ran away a bit. But that now I was keeping up with the same gap for the other driver, Dominic. So yeah, and Vulcan is doing pretty well as well. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, Butler Powell and Vulcan having a bit of a battle while you were enjoying it at the front of the field. So that helped you a little bit with those two, just not throwing it in the corners, but just having a little trade of positions as well. Does help you at the moment. I think you're sitting after the pit stop and the driver changes. You're only sitting about 20-30 seconds behind. So it's 20 seconds behind. So I was looking at Vulcan. So it's not looking too bad in the early aspects. I won't ask stints, because don't want to give away your strategy, but you will be in the car later on, of course. I'm guessing a night. Well, the darkness shift will be for you in the sim.
Not sure exactly. I think we'll do, because we are doing 3 drivers, so it's probably going to do me now, Thiago, then João, and we'll probably do the same order again. So I'll probably be in the middle of the race somewhere. Not exactly. I don't know if it will be night already. We'll have to wait and see. But night is always nice at Le Mans.
Definitely, I agree. I don't know if anybody else has got anything to add, but
not from my side anyway.
Tim, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, the night shift is very interesting. As you guys were saying, you guys are 2 drivers. You have the 3rd driver lined up as well that might drive. Did you guys practice night stints at Le Mans?
There were a couple of those that we did at night, especially because of the temperature can be quite different from what it is right now, because it can drop to the 20s, and the level of grip and how the car feels is a bit different. So the setup had to be adjusted accordingly to fit good enough for both types of tracks. So yeah, we did definitely practice night as well a bit.
Well, I think for the moment we'll let you get back to supporting your team, supporting Thiago in the car. A good start to the race there. We wish you the best of luck. Hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of the car in the top 3. Hopefully for yourself, maybe in the lead. But we will wish you the best of the luck and go well and enjoy the rest of the 10 hours left in the race.
Thank you guys. Good luck with the casting as well.
Of course,
hopefully we don't
Thanks
make it too hard.
No, not at all.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So that was
Antonio Peixer, yeah.
Peixer from Cool Motorsports, and Yeah, the night shift is always well, it's not a night shift today, but the night driving is always a tough one, as Tim alluded to, because one of the things is, well, when it comes to 24 practice for any 24-hour race at Le Mans, practice sessions that provided by iRacing will always be early sim times, and you have to host a nighttime session, and not many people want to do that. So it is always the challenge to get some nighttime racing.
Oh, just seeing a really odd boost strategy from RaceFox. They took like an age to actually get up to speed, and when they did get up to speed, it was like through Antares, just coming up towards the first Mulsanne chicane. By the way, just to let you guys know, on the replay that was played during Pikes' interview, I didn't want to interrupt the interview, but the replay was of Core Motorsports and their accident. They went off coming into Indianapolis, and they got sucked into the what will be called when you go through the floor, the hole of doom. How about that? Yeah, their car was just perfectly slotted in there, and
What was that noise?
it was me going.
Right, well, remember how we were saying Greenleaf were...
Oh, please don't tell me they're dead.
Yeah.
No! Oh, RaceFox as well. Oh no, they've had an issue as well. Issues all over the track. What's going on?
Wow. Where was that they've gone off? That's at
Mulsanne. That's at Mulsanne chicane. Oh, not Mulsanne chicane. That's Mulsanne hairpin. And let's just see. Oh, it hit the wall. Well, they kind of hit the wall. They tapped it at least. Let's have a look inside the car. Let's see what this man was doing. The current race driver, or the current crafter, is Martin Schmidt. You can just hear him. Let's see what happens. Bottom my tires. God damn it. But yeah, his front brakes locked up, and you can just see it in the steering wheel. It's just not going anywhere. But he managed to rejoin and safely rejoin the track.
Oh. Wow, I love that. I love that camera view, by the way.
The one looking at the drivers. Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, you don't get that at Le Mans in real life. So
yeah, where you at Le Mans? Yeah, I'm better than you, Le Mans. But yeah, RaceFox have recovered. They're still leading this race. They're still their gap is massively reduced now to the gap behind them. They were quite a bit ahead comparative to the last lap, and you can just see SimTech Motorsport LMP1 is now seeing them ahead of them, seeing Team RaceFox ahead of them. So it's probably giving them a little bit of hope, and yes, I think it is giving them a little bit of hope. I also want to see if there is any damage on RaceFox, because I know they did hit the wall. They weren't able to turn any more than they were able to. Like, they were just hard locked to the right. Are they going to take it to the pits? No, they're not. And I don't see any damage, actually. I don't think.
No, Schmidt's happy coming down Mulsanne right now. Doesn't really see any issues, so he's happy. Now trying to rebuild that gap. It was like 15 seconds, and
yeah, they lost 10 seconds with the mistake that they had.
They lost 10 seconds, so just compose yourself. Put another track on the music, like Tim would do. Just compose yourself, and everything will be fine. I think, really, just one of those moments.
Put on some Bob Marley, everything's gonna be all right. That's the kind of music that that's actually a jam that I would listen to as well. Just coming back to when we were talking about music, I would listen to Bob Marley constantly. I actually did listen to, what was his album? Oh, I'm gonna kick myself now for not remembering it. But it had. I listened to Buffalo Soldier, No Woman No Cry, and Don't Worry About a Thing. Those were the 3 songs that I had that I distinctly remember, because Don't Worry actually played when our teammate slid into the wall at Mulsanne 1. So it was like, don't worry, your teammate has died.
Oh, what's happened? He's gone off again. Same corner.
Oh, wait, what?
Same corner, different lap. Schmidt's gone off again, and Simtek have the lead.
Oh, geez, they have. And that's Simtek Motorsport just there, going by them. We were accidentally stuck on replay. And there you go. That is RaceFox. Same mistake on consecutive laps. Look at it. This is Simtek going by, and there is RaceFox.
He spun it Indy. He spun it Indy.
No.
He's in the wall. He's in the wall. He's in the wall, and he is bumping. He is bumping, and he had damage to the back of the car. Smith had put the car in the wall. He's lost control of the car. And if we were making the joke, bottom my tires, well, maybe that was his tires.
Yeah, that's a full slide. Yeah. Well, it's not like completely insane damage, but yeah, that's a chassis injury. Good evening, Cilio Mendes. Yeah, we heard the phone going off. By the way, I think we have Edward Mays looking to come in and share his story. And Bushfink, sorry, just to say before we talk to Edward May, Bushfink Racing Yellow is looking to hound poor Team RaceFox after their 3rd consecutive incident in 2 laps. And they're going into the pit. No, they're not.
Well,
anyways, let's chat with the man himself.
Say hello.
Yeah, chat with the man himself. Edward May, how are you?
Hello there, doing all right. Yeah, not been in the car yet, but the race is going surprisingly well based on what happened throughout the first sort of lap for us. But we've clawed back, and Sam's done a great job.
Yeah, it was quite an eventful first lap in the middle of the field for the GTEs. I can't remember who else was there having a few issues as well. I know BGE, RSR had some issues, but able to keep it going and currently sitting in a very nice 4th position overall. Just letting the 3 cars in front have their little fight. I mean, the issue then comes: are you going to be the poor soul that's basically going to bubble all by yourself all race?
That's partly the reason why I'm in here, because we're in a bubble all by ourselves, and I want someone to keep you entertained. I was having a chat with ourselves. You know, I'll go chat to the boys, because we're kind of 30 seconds in front of us, and then 30 seconds behind us. We're there sitting all in our comfy little spot, but we're doing good. We're basically just racing the stopwatch at the moment, and Sam's putting in great times, currently on a triple stint, and just seeing what the cars around us are able to do.
Yeah, one thing Tim mentioned as well was that when he would do Le Mans, he's not here at the moment. When he would do Le Mans, he would basically just try and keep himself active and not lose concentration. Would be put the relative up, try and aim for that delta. So that is one way of doing it as well as also music. So are you looking forward to a music choice later in the race to try and keep everybody going?
I mean, it's weird. A lot of people judge me for this, but when I'm in the car, I tend to drive better when I have some music going on, which is something that I've always talked to my teammates about. Like, you're just a freak, Ed. And I mean, I'm a freak and I own it. It works out for me, and yeah, like you said, it keeps me sharp.
I'm a freak and I know it.
Yeah, you can just go own it.
I mean, to be fair, I'm happy for you if you can just own it like that. You're just like, I'm listening to music. I'm happy. What are you gonna do about it?
It's gotta be you're just in the car vibing, going, I don't know, however many 260, nearly 300 kilometers an hour coming into some of these corners. Just vibing.
The Lando Norris vibing when he was on the grid, just banging his head up and down. I can imagine that was you.
Yeah, that's me. I'm not got in the car yet, so you can't see it as Sam picked up a slowdown, but yeah.
I was just watching that. I thought that was a slowdown. Yes, you just clicked the inside. Are you doing next?
I'm due in next. Yeah, it's going to be actually me and Sam throughout the entirety of the race. Actually, we're going to be splitting 12 hours between the two of us.
So you've left him on his own.
I've not left him on his own. He's got the company of the LMP2 that's just passing, and he's all happy and he's doing all right. He's all by himself, and I know that he's going to do me the favour back when he has to get out of the car and give himself a little bit of a comfort break. So we can manage it. We don't tend to need everyone spotting for us. We've had plenty of experience in endurance racing throughout various series, and it's going well so far. Hopefully, we can keep the pace up. Tell you what, if you told me at the start of this race that we'd be sitting in 4th place with 30 seconds to the cars behind, I would have absolutely snapped your hand off for it.
Well, I think I'd be wanting that as well, especially started 8th in 4th position. Looking forward to the night time. One thing we did ask before: have you done any nighttime practice, or is it mainly just from previous experience?
Oh, sorry, just to interrupt. Nuno Macedo has been pitted by Adequate Racing just coming through Ascari there. So that's another incident.
Oh yeah, Nuno Macedo. That was one of the cars we were actually racing from what I can remember, and it had good pace, but I don't know what the issue is, because I think they had damage, or at least one of the other core cars picked up damage at one other stage of the race.
Yeah, that is the core car with a little bit of damage on the back of it. That was early on. It's only a small little dent on the rear of the car for Macedo, but of course, you can say that you're just sitting here having an interview, hearing this and thinking, well, that's a competition gone.
I'm thinking a little bit like that, but we're just sort of having a look at all the competition around us, and we just know that we need to hit our marks. And realistically, I think based on pace, especially towards the end of the race, our setup comes more into its own when the track temperature is coming down, which it's starting to do now, just drip down to 39 degrees. Maybe when you sort of drop past the 36-degree mark is when our setup starts coming back to us. We've seen it in practice. We sort of tend to focus more on the end of the race, get through the start of the race without any damage, and then towards the end of the race we can start attacking and really going for those lap times. So at the moment, just managing, and it's working out brilliantly.
Swimmingly. The question I had for you is, just pulling it out of the hat. It's mostly to do. It's mostly to do with.
Is this one of those weird would you rather's?
Yeah, which would you rather do? No, it's more so. If you had the choice between racing, it's more of a hypothetical because it's never done today. What if you had the entire straight of Mulsanne open to you, no chicanes, apart from having to do the Mulsanne corner at the end of the straight, of course. Would you like to do that just as a one-off for something like a Le Mans 24, or would you be like, no, that's pretty dangerous, everybody's gonna die?
In terms of this race being sim racing, I'd be all for it because you don't have the threat of death upon you. But maybe in real life, I do think those corners are there for a reason. They do shake up a lot of racing. I think as well with how we're going, I think we do seem to be quite strong compared to the competition on a straight line. But I think that's partly just down to how we're able to get exits out of the corners and get the drive through them. As well, you've got to think that if it is that long of a straight, you'll pass someone in the slipstream, get in front of them, and then as they come towards the Mulsanne corner, they'll get the slipstream and pass you. So you don't know if you'd be ever actually to properly make overtakes with that sort of layout. But it would definitely be interesting to see. It may be a sort of, I don't know how you describe it, a fantasy scenario, I suppose.
A fantasy, yeah. Well, that's all the questions I had anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if you got anything, Tim, or if that's it for what we've got.
I would just like to say good luck for the remainder of the race, because I already see the sun going down in a few corners and traffic picking up. So
that'd be nice for us if the sun can start going down, get the track temps down, because that's, like I mentioned, that's when the cars and I perform better in this set when it comes down the temperatures. When it's at this point, if I got in the car now, I don't think I'd be able to match Sam's pace. He seems to have a really good handle of the car in these temperatures, but then towards the sort of the lower temperatures, that's when I sort of get the upper hand in the car and start putting in the lap times. But yeah,
well,
thank you.
Thank you very much. We wish you the best of luck in the rest of the race. Look forward to seeing you on track after Sam's completed his triple stint. And yeah, all I can say really is keep going and don't be too worried about the bubble racing.
I'll try not to. And actually, just before I go, you've asked me questions. Can I ask you guys a little bit of a question?
Go ahead.
Oh no.
Which is, how on earth are you guys going to be able to do 12 hours? Honestly, I cannot fathom how you were able to
on a hope and a
do
prayer.
all of this.
Yeah, on a hope and a prayer and a Hail Mary.
No vodka cokes there, nothing like that going on.
No,
in the background.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. Just having a replay of Panthera Esports having a incident with the Core Motorsports 259 car. That was at Mulsanne 2. Thank you very much, Tim.
That's all right.
for
Thank you
letting us
very
do
much.
that. But yeah, thank you very much, Edward. Pleasure
yeah,
to
thank you
talk
very
to you once
much.
again. Hopefully your race with Sam goes well, and we'll leave you to it.
I certainly will hope so. And thank you very much. I don't bin it when I'm in the car.
I'll promise I won't meme on him too much if it does, you know.
Right, so there was a incident outcome, no further action taken from a move from Raidillon on Butler Power Motorsports. No idea what move that was, must have been a late move. Can't really see anything there at the moment. Core Motorsports 4 now in 25 seconds behind Butler Power as Ciso is starting to tighten the screw in the lead of that GTE category. Just extending the lead again, a 3:54.4 with his last lap, almost a second faster than the rest of the field.
The Lotus 49 is apparently 215 miles an hour without the chicanes. Oh dear.
I mean, you don't want to see that in front of you. Oh dear.
Yeah. Oh dear. It's just literally written on the back of a Lotus 49 the words "Oh dear."
Can it fit on the back of a Lotus 49? Can those words fit?
Yeah.
Does anyone know?
I mean, they strapped like a piece of metal as a wing onto the top of it. They could strap anything on the back of it.
I'll take your word for it. I will take your word for it. I want to talk about Sims at Esports, not just because Tim's here, of course. Had their drive-through early on in the race. Somewhat sitting comfortably. P9 at the moment. Have we not seen the best of them yet? Because it looks like they're just taking their time and just waiting for a moment. And of course, the drive-through would have affected them, but they're just they're 2 minutes behind the leaders. Just taking their time patiently, by the looks of it.
I mean, from what we've seen is that they've not only had a drive-through, but they also had a involuntary driver change due to technical issues. So yeah, I mean, they're on their way back. They show that they have a very good pace, like top 3 pace. As we also see Simcards doing a 54 together with Butler Powell. I mean, there's so much to do, and there's so much time that until the end of the race, it's hard to predict where they will end. But pace-wise, if they can keep this up, I mean, they can catch up pretty quick to the top 3 guys. Hopefully.
I think that is the Medina's driving school guys going off again. God damn it. They just went off at the Mulsanne corner. I think that is now becoming a common spot for people to make mistakes, as the second car in about the last 10 laps that has made that mistake.
I think everyone wants to build sandcastles in that corner, if it's that popular.
Yeah, damn right I would.
It's a nice corner. You got to understand as well, it's probably one of the hardest corners, because whereas the Mulsanne Straight has those chicanes, but you can keep a lot of the speed, the amount of speed you have to scrub off to get around Mulsanne itself is quite a lot, and we do see a lot of people just struggling with the brakes, a little bit of bump because of the undulations of the ground. You know, you're going downhill a little bit. It's a tough corner. It doesn't look it, but it can be one you can completely get wrong. And it is you would think the chicanes are a hot spot here for accidents, but funny enough, they're not. It is more that Mulsanne corner instead of the chicanes.
Just have on the replay, by the way, the battle between the Stage 1 Racing Red and Adequate Racing in 5th and 6th position. We're just going to go continuously through the rest of the field and see what's what. I think, who else is battling? I think that's actually the only battle.
It seems the closest battle on track right now, yes. Everything is already spread out due to traffic and pit strategies and fuel strategies, driver swaps.
I'm a pit strategy. Why did I even say that? I've lost my mind already. But it is 9 hours and 37 minutes left of the race. Tim, are you feeling it now?
I mean, the suggestion that Mr. May just proposed to have a bit of vodka.
Yes.
It sounds very tempting already.
Yeah, I know. I have to keep sober because I'm controlling the cats. As you can see on the replay, the gap between the two of them has extended just a little bit. The current gap between the two of them is about a second coming through Mustang 1. Now we have Bushfink in second position, Simtek in first, and after their incident, RaceFox has gone all the way down to 7th. They are the last running LMP1. They're in 7th position comparative to the rest of the field, which is currently sitting around... Ooh, they are just 24 seconds behind Raidillon, but they are essentially over 2 minutes. There's over 2 minutes between the two of them.
I mean, they did spend 2 minutes in pit lane compared to the 55 seconds of everyone else. So they definitely had well over a minute of damage that they had to repair on their car.
Yeah, I think the fact that the car is actually buffed out is a miracle in of itself, because that back end was pretty crunched.
I mean, we saw the car of Greenleaf that just slammed into a tire wall, was completely gone. And that was replaced as well with a nice, shiny and debuffed front.
Yeah, like, there's not even a bend in that. Like, I can't even... I thought I saw a bend. It's like a tiny smidgen of a bend in that car. Like, the rest of it just looks like they just got, like, a toilet plunger. Just bent out the bends and the carbon fiber. Thank you, Iverson.
I think it's one of the traits of the LMP1 car that a lot of the bodywork can be fixed and completely buffed out. Whilst the floor, which is not easily accessible, is something that might be unrepairable.
Yeah. That always annoyed me, though. It's just like... I know that in reality floor damage would be very hard to actually get completely fixed, but the fact that you can get floor damage just from a pebble, it seems in iRacing, it's annoying, especially for an LMP1 driver. You're just going fine, then very suddenly, oh, I'm 10 kilometers down now.
I mean, it's not so much the pebble. There's 2 places on Le Mans where you can actually damage the floor to the extent that it might become unrepairable, which, you know, the Fort Chicanes is one of those, and then before Michelin, the first chicane is also another spot where the floor can get damaged as well. So it's just 2 places on track where you have to watch out with those prototypes to drive over those curbs. It's better to avoid than to yeet it.
Especially when you hear that noise of the car hitting the bump, that massive ting. It is like the worst feeling you can have when you're in a car. You just hear the sound of that car going over and you just think to yourself, oh no. And I remember doing a Le Mans where that happened to us, and literally everybody was right on the telemetry as fast as they could to see, right, what's happened? Is that okay? Is that okay? Everybody was just having a panic moment just because of one sound, because they know what it could mean to the floor. So it is probably the most precious part of the car, because everything else can practically be fixed on a prototype apart from that floor.
What about the steering?
Yeah, all right. Okay.
People that drive oval are used to driving with a non-straight wheel, so
Yeah, it's true.
learn.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying you should love oval.
you're not wrong, but it's by design, not by accident.
Yes, and if you then try to turn the other way, your car does have issues.
Yeah. The cars are set up to only turn left.
Hold on. They can do more than just turn left.
Yeah, they can crash.
I mean, they can turn right very slowly.
So, quick report: a drive-through penalty for the 259 Core Motorsports, the main Core Motorsports team. They've been given a drive-through for causing contact with Pantera Esports. No news on any penalty points for that, but a drive-through for the core team. And I think
that was the situation that I replayed on the stream already. They had a contact, and that was the incident that Tim actually alerted us to. So thank you very much, Tim.
And the worst thing is they're in the middle of a stint, so they're gonna have to take a drive-through, come back out, and then in a few laps' time take another pit stop because they'll have to go for a fuel stop. So that is really going to affect them. Well, in the long run, because they're already an extra lap down compared to everybody else in the GTEs, and that will put them another lap down. That
you don't want to. I mean, it'd be much less so for normal, Le Mans 24 around iRacing, where it's just driven by incident limit rather than analysis of the incident itself. But you don't want to rack up more than zero, really. You don't want to rack up any drive-throughs or any penalties to take into the bits, because it does throw your entire strategy out of the window. I remember when the penalty points or the penalties first came in, and people were just like, they were racking up incident points, and then just went through them, and it's just like, wait, I have to pit for a drive-through? Hello? And then they just didn't learn, and I just kept racking up drive-throughs.
Well, I remember when they first introduced it, it was a stop-go and not a drive-through. So you could almost get a penalty when you were getting ready to take your pit stop, because then you wouldn't have to worry about pitting again. And then they made it a drive-through, which, in my opinion, was made all the better. Just watching this battle in the HPDs, the lead HPDs, RSR and Valkyrie, the gap's gone down to half a second between the two of them. Last lap, RSR was 4 seconds slower. That had to be due to an outlap, and it was not an outlap, so not sure what... Oh, yeah, it was an outlap, sorry. But 4 seconds slower in the pit compared to Valkyrie Esports, so wait and see what that was for. But Valkyrie are catching, and would not surprise me if they probably get the lead coming, I would have said, out of the first chicane, and that might actually be a slowdown for RSR.
If they don't blink.
If they don't blink, yes.
I just realized RSR don't have a skin. Oh no. Oh no. They're as default as the day they were born. Oh no. I just realized that. Oh dear. Well, we'll gloss over that. They are battling quite heavily though. They're getting stuck in. As is Simtard's Red. They're getting stuck in. I think they're about to overtake. They are overtaking the Adequate Sim Racing. Yep, they have. They've made it through. Perfect.
Valkyrie have not taken past RSR. Holds on to it. And again, this is the situation. They've just come out the pit. So in some respects, as we've been alluding to, it would be probably best to just hold back and just save a bit more fuel. That to me would seem a good idea, especially right now.
I mean, the idea would be that your strategy should end you up in a position, regardless of what others are doing around you. If you're able to make it work, and as others are starting to fall off, you're essentially able to, gain positions just from being consistent and not crashing, keeping to your lap times, sticking to your lap times, sticking to your fuel strategy and your tire strategy, and picking up as little damage as possible on the track. And as you can see, the sim tires are just blasting away. Even after the qualifying ban, because they switched cars, not due to them doing anything nefarious, just switched cars, so you can't qualify for the next race. They are blasting away and in 6th position overall, and they're fighting for the lead. They are chasing down car 304, stage 1, racing red. And this is going to be shaping up to be something a little bit peculiar.
Shall we just mention that Simtar's Red also doesn't have the right livery, as we've mentioned before?
Yeah, I know.
And that's not your fault.
I'm just trying my best, man.
Sometimes we don't have to blame Rob. Sometimes, you know, these things just happen. Rascal saying, I love that this Porsche is letting us compete for the battle. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
It was the adequate racing. They kind of fought it, but then they just let them by because I think adequate is sticking very strictly to their strategy at the moment. I think Sim Tires are just trying to.
Simtech Motorsport missed their pit box in the pits. They're 20 seconds ahead of Bushfink, but yeah, you know, you missed your pit box. That's not exactly what you want to see. I mean, if it was a closer race, that would be a big issue. But no issues here. That they're on the jacks. They're getting tires. They're getting fuel. Getting a fresh drink. Probably a towel down. Probably told. Get on with it.
Yeah, probably trying to not sweat the ever living hell out of them, because wait, did the LMP ones have AC?
I don't know.
I wonder. Well, the one thing that I did assume was that like every car ever had never had AC, and then I read somewhere that they did. Well, some cars do have AC, but my assumption is they're either sweating the ever-living hell out of themselves in the cars, or they're in sweet bliss, but their bottoms are a bit sore because, you know, the racing seats.
A sore bottom. Well, yeah.
A saw bottom.
we have seen that before. Let's be brutally honest, especially with racing.
Oh, sorry. Just wanted to cut across. Valkyrie Esports 117 or 177 going into the lead for the HPDs. They're not holding back. RSR Esports is still going side by side, going into Mulsanne 2. That is the car. They've just yielded Valkyrie Esports. They're going to try and come back at them. That is the car currently being driven by Sam Baxter of Fury Simsport. I think he's screaming at the HPDs behind him, "Don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me." I think he will be...
He's literally just got in the car as well.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't, sorry.
No, but you're thinking of our boy Edward.
Yeah, Edward. Yeah. No, but Sam, he's near the end of that stint, I would think.
He's lap 10, so he's on his 11th lap of his current stint. So he'll be coming in within the next lap or two.
But the Silver having a very slow moment there. All of a sudden was side by side with Nathan Block there, and then now, well, he's a second and a half behind. A very slow middle section, or well, like third, eighth of a section for Valkyrie there. Would you call that the middle section, guys? I'm guessing once you get to Mulsanne, it is technically the middle.
It's probably the middle. Well, I mean, the middle section. I would say at the end of Mulsanne, going up through Gulf, would be the middle section.
Yeah, after Mulsanne corner, that's where halfway the track is.
Yeah.
So whenever you get to pole that you still have an X amount of laps left, yeah, that's around the place that you want to get it, so you're good on fuel.
You got about 4 laps of fuel.
Yeah, if the crew member says like you have 2 laps left of fuel, you can still do 2 laps.
Yeah.
You finish line.
You have to panic when it says on the line.
Yeah, because one of the things as well is that the iRacing system, when it says you've got 5 laps of fuel, well, technically you've got 5.5 laps of fuel.
Yes, exactly.
So, but you know, you still don't want to you still want to just take it easy and not be too aggressive with the fuel. We have seen from a couple drivers today, but it's just the way it goes in racing.
You don't want to pull in an Alonso.
Hey.
Yeah, but at least iRacing can let you tow back to the pits.
That is true. That is true. It's a shit, but I don't even know what to say about that. That's a controversial moment. That was, but
Oof. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think the entire world was watching when the car just ground very slowly to a halt, and everybody was just thinking the same thing. GP2 engine.
Probably the most known meme.
Yeah. I still find that hilarious as well, that whole saga of the, like, you know, it's like, you know, when it's, I compared it to like how Ferrari is feeling right now, where it's like Vettel is essentially becoming their engineer, and, you know, he's leaving at the end of the season. If the current situation is anything to go by, and looking at what Carlos Sainz has to go into, they really do need to shape up. But I mean, Vettel's doing it in a lot better way than I thought Alonso did. Alonso was basically screaming down the microphone. And I think Vettel he's having his moments, but he's at least, you know, being honest and saying, you know, where's my information? You need to give me this information. We need to do this. He's essentially doing his race engineer's job for him. I don't know if you agree with that, or
he's pretty much a complete sim racer at this point.
yeah.
He's also a crew member. He's also the guy that does the setup. So
yeah, he probably does make his own setup. He probably just goes there after one qualifying lap. How is that, Seb? You've got it all wrong. Here, let me show you how it's done. And just I'd love to think that's what the F1 drivers do. Speaking of F1 drivers, we were talking about these updates. The F1 car, which Lando Norris once described to Carlos Sainz as "don't touch it, abort," is getting an upgrade. New tyres, we mentioned before, but a complete overhaul by the sounds of it, including the energy. Is it the KERS on that, or the It's not KERS, sorry, it is the ERS system on that thing. But yeah, getting a complete makeover, which might promote F1 racing again in the sim.
From what I've seen from the Jimmy Broadbent stream earlier this week, was it yesterday?
Yes.
Yes, it was yesterday. I mean, Jimmy Broadbent did a few laps on the hard tires. He did a few laps on the soft tires, and the difference is incredible. There's so much more grip on the soft tires, at the cost of a lot of wear and tear on those rubbery shoes.
Well, I mean, that is something that I think people have been calling out for a while, and if it goes without a hitch on the F1, we might see it on other races. You know, we might be seeing GT3s and GTEs. I think it might be a way away that we see the LMP1s. I think they're all like one type of tire, but in terms of also IndyCar, the red walls and the yellow walls on IndyCar. So it is something that if it does go well and is well liked by the community, and on paper everyone is loving the idea, especially trying to get some life back into the F1 series, it will be very helpful, and it would be nice to see the F1 car, the McLaren, get some popularity again. I must be honest, because that is the one series that everyone always says, "Oh, I've got an A license on road." Well, the only thing I've got an A license on road for is a series that no one races. So, will be interesting to see, and it's looking like a really good schedule as well. The original schedule.
There's just a bunch of good GP tracks that iRacing offers that are on the schedule next season, and that really helps with participation for sure. And with the tire update, as you mentioned, it is the big test for iRacing and their tire model to see what the comments and criticism will be. it's one step further into the development of the tire, which is kind of a prelude of what road racing is going to be, and especially towards endurance racing.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think I think having a tire like that for endurance racing would really throw up new strategies. We always know it is a fuel and tire strategy in these endurance races, but you throw something like a different tire compounding, that could really change up the game. And it's going to change up the game as well with the F1 because you have to use a tire you qualify with. So you've got the question: do you want to start on the softs, or do you want to stick? Do you want to play it safe or mediums? So you've got to ask yourself those questions, and yeah, it will really change up how everything will be during the season. I mean, as well, you just look at it as well. What's the A series? Silverstone, Monza, Spa, Nürburgring, Kota, Barcelona, Imola, Canada, Road America, Watkins. The only two tracks that they haven't been to for years is they've never been to Road America in an F1 car, and they haven't done Watkins Glen since the 70s. So it's tracks that, like you were saying, iRacing has all of them. Really good at Grade 1 tracks. So it should really be a really good, especially with the length of the races as well, a really good series. And we're not doing it because we're being paid by iRacing to hype it. It's literally, I think we're all very intrigued and interested in what it's going to bring, especially for the future of the sim. Especially now we've got these this Corvette and this LMP2 providing us with tire temperatures on the dashboard.
It should definitely be an encouragement for people to at least try the car. Like, the car is there. Yes, it's not the newest spec F1 car with the halo, but let's be honest, you can't really see the halo be a benefit in sim racing. It more if it hinders you.
It's more of the experience.
Peripheral vision.
Yeah, it's more of the experience because it's on the IndyCar, isn't it? Remember doing the Indy 500, and it's on the IndyCar.
Yeah, the first week that the IndyCar came out and the halo was added to that car, people were asking like, "Oh, can't I remove that thing?" It's like, yeah, I mean, it's part of the experience. It's being in that car and seeing what real race car drivers see out of their cockpit and their seating position in that car. It's simulating the real world in every single aspect. And the tires for the F1 car are the big test for iRacing to see if they are on the right track. And once that is complete and done, has been accepted and tested by the community, it's gonna be a good step forward towards multiple tire stacks for endurance racing. For instance, the Aero series, where certain cars might have a limited amount of tires of a certain compound. So that could be very interesting to see what teams will do strategy-wise.
Yeah, I know as well. Oval racing time limits were brought in, and we were talking about that earlier, and it really does throw nice little strategies into the racing now. It's no longer a case of, oh, let's just all go in and, you can't even afford to take 2 tires now unless you're at the end of a race. So it really does help the racing in oval, and it's something that I'd like to see in road racing, like you said. So with the F1 this season, hopefully I might get the car. I might try it out because if I've got some free time. I know a lot of people will be wanting to try it as well. The race, of course, 40 laps around a track is a bit of a length for some people, but it's a good length. Really looking forward to it, and if you do get the chance, please check it out. But another thing, when we think about it, while we're talking about these changes, the GTEs are getting a aero upgrade, or not an aero upgrade, they're getting an aero update, which not been told anything about, but it might help in terms of, well, for one, it might help with BOP, and for two, it just might help with stability, with handling.
I mean, I dug a bit deeper in that information and got a few sources to give you some intel on what is about to change. From what I know is that the tires will be updated, so that little floaty feeling in the GTE cars should be gone. So you should be way more connected to the road and the car itself, way more feedback. On top of a massive overhaul when it comes to the actual aerodynamics of the GTE cars. So setups you have right now with the GTE cars will be rendered almost useless after the build.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well from setup makers. It will be a massive overhaul, just for GTEs, from what I understand. But I think it might go the lengthways. But it will be interesting to see what does happen between all those cars, because it's one of those things that changes a lot. So we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, we're keeping eyes on the racing. The HPDs, the RSR Esports, and the Valkyrie still keeping close together. They pitted lap 45, and the RSR blinking. Please don't blink. Keeping together.
Oh, did you say blink?
I said blink.
You were back in a blink of an eye, Robert.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to make them.
Yeah. Anyways, Tim, you can go for your things, and I just saw that as well. You need to go for dinner, yeah?
Yeah, he's gone. That's why I was adding and stalling. I was waiting for you, my friend.
Oh,
The top three in the GTE. Top three in the GTEs are in the pits, by the way.
In the pits, does whatever a pit can.
Are you okay? Have you been drinking while you were gone?
No, I just have an energy drink. I'm a monster.
Yeah, exactly. You've been drinking.
I've been drinking energy drinks.
And now Sam Baxter comes into the pits, and we were talking about this. He ends his triple stint.
Oh, he had a triple stint, did he?
I mean, that's what he was. That's what Edward was saying to us in the.
No, I thought. Sorry, I didn't actually had. I just remember now. He did actually mention that. Did he do it on the same tires, or did he take a tire change?
Unknown, but I know who else has now joined. He has. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Timo.
Who?
I know you can't say anything.
Oh, who?
Timo Rapian.
Oh, Timo! Hey, Timo!
Timo Rapian has entered the car for Butler Pow. So now Timo is the butler.
Oh, sorry. We just have a battle between Valkyrie and RSR. Valkyrie has taken the lead going into into Mulsanne 2. But that will not stand for RSR Esports. They're going down side by side, down towards the Mulsanne corner. The RSR is blinking. Don't blink. Please don't blink any more than you need to. Oh, and they do pip them to the post.
It looks like it's Valkyrie just holding off again. Just knowing that there's no need to be so aggressive. Pull back, allow them to get the position. Save some more fuel. Get back in the slipstream. You know, that's all they have to do. And they've been doing this for the last few laps I've been watching. In the last few laps, just hold it. Be kind. You know, don't be too aggressive. It's obvious that they're matching pace. You see, look, they go side by side right now into Indy. Surely one of them's got to blink. Surely one of them's got to stop. And it is Valkyrie, yeah.
Probably not the best term to use blink in this situation.
I realise, but Valkyrie again could have made the move, just decided against it, and they're not really losing time doing this. If anything, they're playing it safe. There's half a minute between them and P2, P3, Ascari, who's like, yeah, quite a way back. So it's not a case of they can afford to do this. It's a case of they don't need to fight. We're 9 hours left in the race, coming up to 9 hours left in the race. So there's no need to be aggressive so early.
No, and as I said before, you just need to take their time at it, and then, you know, keep the slipstream out of them, fuel save, and just keep. All they need to do is to keep within the range of the slipstream. As that is RSR Esports. They were trying to bookmark coming into the Fort Chicanes. Excuse me, and they were looking like they wanted to try and get them bookmarked for the Fort Chicanes, so they have a little bit of a gap, but that didn't work out. And now they have the Element Esports coming by. Oh, that is another blink. Oh, we have a new leader in the AMS.
In the AM, sorry, yes, you caught me off guard there. Stage 1 are leading at the moment. No, they just pitted.
No,
They, so.
no. Hang on a minute. You were about to commit treason there. No, the next level race, or no, not next level. It's stage 1 have pitted.
Yeah. So that means Simtards are in the lead. Am I right?
Yes, you now are correct. Yes.
And yeah, we're finally leading the AM class, Simtards Red. As I always joke, make sure the fuel's in the car. They'll beat me up for that after the race. But they start at the back of the field. In all due fairness, they start at the back because of qualifying. So really good going when you think about it. So doing well. I'm also looking, Iridium is still out there doing the best they can. Something tells me Horston is on his own. Something just tells me that. I'm not sure. I hope.
Are you using your telekinesis?
When don't I use my telekinesis? You know,
When it needs to happen.
oh, God. So we've got 3 cars in the pits at the moment. Kilometer Zero, CCTS, and Dynamics Racing. So a bunch of amateurs, amateur cars. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
A bunch of amateurs, eh?
A bunch of amateurs are in the pits. But holding on as well. It looks like CCTS a little bit longer in the pits. That a driver swap? It is. It's a driver swap. And a bit of damage. Literally, I watch it just go pop.
What? It just went.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for added effect. Just going.
Oh, god damn.
By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, do give us a follow on Twitch and on YouTube. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. Be sure to check us out on our Discord. Links are in the descriptions. Live timings are livetimings.raidillon.tv. You'll be able to keep up to date with where your team is and where they are in relation to your rivals. So,
and we haven't kept an eye on the leaders or the rivals because RSR Esports has lost the lead, and now we've got Valkyrie in the lead and pulling away. Should I say?
Well, I had the cameras on them. The RSR Esports had a slowdown coming out of Tetra Rouge, so they had to yield the position. So it was pretty eventful how that transpired.
Fair enough. It's again, the slowdowns are still.
Oh no! Sorry, just to say, Team Bushvink, what's going on? No! We've got a situation. That is the Core Motorsport. No!
The Core Motorsport out of nowhere locks the car, drives in. He's got nowhere to go. Right into the wall he goes. Thankfully, he's there in the pit lane. He decides to go into the pit lane. Not sure what happened now. What damage had done that? No nose. That's the damage. The nose is gone from that.
Just see Team Bushvink going through nice and easy. You can just see the car ahead of him. That's the Core Motorsport. No. Dead. That is one sick car.
That was Core Motorsports 2, who were one of the top amateur cars, and a lot of damage to the side of that car. Oof, a lot of damage. Did he lose the car or did he just keep driving? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, he went on the grass. Should have held the brakes and not turned back into the track. And that was who was in the car at the time?
That was Nuno Macedo. I've never.
No, in the Team Bushvink.
Oh, Stephen Kimmins.
And
yeah, Stephen Kimmins.
That's a broken car. It's a very broken car. You can even see the inside of like the wheels and the suspension. So it's a very sad car.
Well, I'll let you know. Did they have the brakes on? A tap of the brakes and then untap the brakes. So they did have brakes on, then they didn't have brakes on. But there was nowhere for Bushfinks to go. Nowhere. Especially, that's the race. Yeah. And the worst thing is, the commitment that Kimmins has made is going right. And the car keeps going right. And once you make that commitment, that's it. But I don't even think if he went left, if he went left, he would have clipped it as well.
You got a slow car on the left. Car stopped on the left. Go right. And then it's just like, hit.
Yeah. So that's a shame.
I still miss old Spotter, old Spotter, where he was actually a lot more lively. Where it's just like, you got a slow car on the left. Car stopped on the left. Go right.
Do they change the pitch of that, or they just get the bloke to redo it?
He redid it. They actually redid it twice. On the first redo, it sounded a lot more depressed. It was like, you got a slow car on the left. Car stopped on the left. Go right. And now it's a little more. He's actually a little more lively. He's like, you got a slow car on the left. Car stopped on the left. Go right. But it was actually such a meme that they nicknamed the poor bloke like that his wife Karen had left him, and they were starting making memes about him.
You got a slow car on the left. Who cares?
Yeah, my wife left me. She took all the kids. She took the money. Now, Fury Simsport currently being driven by Edward May. We called him Edward May.
You did, not me.
No, we both did. I said it first, and then you copied. The footage will attest to that.
Hey, number one rule of commentary: you keep the same pronunciation.
You commit to your oopsie. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Just looking at it now, he's being chased by Simtards Red. Simtards Red doing an absolute screamer. Oh, these are not amateurs. They're 5th overall.
They're still amateurs. It's the Porsche. It is the Porsche. Now, you could argue that this was a good move by Simtards. Porsche a little bit faster at Le Mans. Maybe they took the Porsche just to get the advantage this race. You don't know. That there might be a reason. We're only speculating, but doing a really good job. But still at the front of the field is a BMW. Now, why is that interesting, Rob?
Because the Beamer will be going away from the iRacing Le Mans series come next week. Oh, sorry, we got another car off the track. Just at Mulsanne 2. Who was that? That was a Porsche of some sort. No, it wasn't. It was probably a Beamer. No, it wasn't a Beamer.
Mars Devil Esports has lost the car. Is that Indy?
Oh,
yeah, that's
they
Indy.
have. They have. Let's see now. Here is just a quick glance at that. Oh, there goes the rear end. Don't rejoin when there's traffic coming. Oh, well, they kept it off the racing line at the very least, so.
Yeah, they held on. They held.
Yeah. Yeah. So, 3 hours have just ticked over. 9 hours are left to go, and to be honest, I'm feeling really relaxed this time. You know, at the Nürburgring, it was constant action all over the place, and we were essentially hilter to the fence consistently. Now it's like we can take things piecemeal at our own time and see things as they go. I don't know if you agree with that, but
I definitely agree. I'm just watching Bushfink. I'm just hoping they can get a new nose and
buff it out.
Yeah, well, we saw Greenleaf Racing. They were fine, and then they weren't. But we'll wait and see. There's another car just that's Mars Devils that went down the order there. They lost a couple spots because of that spin. Edward May in the Fury Sim Sports doing a good job. He does have Simtards Red behind, but you got to remember, I don't think they did a driver swap. Yeah,
No, they didn't take tires
Oh.
either. What?
So Louis Jordan Charles is quad stinting for Simtards. Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds like he's going to be sweating in that car. Quite literally, because he'd be sweating in his sim rig.
Oh, I don't even know what to say. Can I do 4 hours in the seat at one time? Yes, I have done 4 hours in the rig at one time, doing the Coke 600, and so it's doable. But I wouldn't want to do it all the time, and especially when you go around Le Mans. I don't think so.
The crazy Dax. I'm gonna have to say, which team are you referring to? Because I understand. Are they in? I understand the question. Are they in first? But I'm not sure which team you're referring to. Mick and Mac. Ils sont une heure. Sorry, I said 1 hour because I just saw the letter 1, and it's just like 1. No, it's une heure.
Son première.
Son première. Ah, oui.
That's the French.
Well, you've missed everything, Tim.
I missed everything. Oh.
Well, unfortunately, just to recap, as we're now 9 hours under 9 hours to go, Team Bushfink is waiting for a nose cone as they plowed into the side of Core Motorsports, and that was Core Motorsports 2, wasn't it? Yes, who are actually still going. Really? With that much damage?
Well, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
No, apart from that, that is literally the only thing that's happened in the last 20 minutes, apart from the ongoing battle between Valkyrie and RSR. And one thing I always like to say when we come to these endurance races is...
Oh, sorry. Just one of that. That's not a Team Iridium, but it's another team altogether that have had a bump. Who was that? Was that Blue? It was Blue. The Blue to America's Blue having a bit of a bump coming through on the exit of Mulsanne 2, and that is side-by-side action between Sometimes Red and Fury Motorsports. And Fury Motorsports, are they fighting it? They are.
Well, Simtards is an amateur team. Fury are the pros in P4. I mean, yeah, this doesn't look like an amateur team with the way Fury's been going at the moment, but a little bit of a battle. Now, of course, they're not told they can't fight, and they can do whatever they want. As, you know, Simtards just goes really wide, so there, they can do whatever they want. Keeping the battle
Valentino
going.
Geniletti asks, what sim is this? This is iRacing.
Yeah. How do I promote iRacing? The best sim? No, it's not the best sim, but it's one of the top sims on the PC. Just a quick stop and hold. We were talking about that issue, that incident between Bushfink and Core Motorsports. Core Motorsports have a 30-second stop and hold, deemed a unsafe rejoin, and they will get 1 penalty point and a 30-second stop hold for the number 367. That's Core Motorsports 2.
I'm just letting the sounds roll by. Girafro 88. Oh, TBR. What happened to them? Did they? Oh no! Did they die? No, they didn't die again. They're still dead. But yeah, we did have a replay. Same as round 2. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there was anything they could have done. It was
They've got a nose cone.
They've got a nose, and I just saw a bit of the bodywork getting popped out, so that's happened. But yeah, it's honestly through no fault of their own, and it's really unlucky that this has happened.
Well, it's the same thing like I was saying, is they had a chance They went to look right. And even if they went left, they still would have caught them. And they're finally out of the pits. They're actually behind P3 in the HPDs. Now, what's the steering wheel like? That's the next question. Just testing it right now. And if it's crooked, they're in trouble. But I think they've got away. They've got away with it.
Let's have a look going into the cockpit.
Looks to be straight.
Yeah, I would call that straight.
Let's. I forgot that the roll bar. Let's see if this wheel is straight. How is this wheel straight? They got murdered. How is it straight? How? What's going on?
Rob, you're not allowed to drink energy drinks anymore.
Rob, I have a theory. I have
Go ahead.
a theory to explain why the steering wheel is straight. They drove straight into the incident.
Oh,
no. We're gonna get flagged for that. We're gonna get murdered. We're gonna be angry. They're gonna say, "Why did you do that?"
Yeah, this is my last performance.
Welcome to the full fledges of Raidillon TV because you're fitting right.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's puns a minute here.
Yeah, it's not laps a minute. It's not laps a minute. It's puns a minute.
But in all due fairness, all right, they're 3 laps down. It's great to see that Bushfink are able to continue after that.
Yeah, and that car looks pretty stock, to be honest.
Well, it was only the front. You know, it wasn't like anything else got hit.
Yeah. I wonder if they got floor damage, though. I wonder if that would be a thing, seeing as how hard they hit the car. The Core Motorsports.
Sorry, I was about to say, Simtech went purple last lap, by the way. Stenhall is flying right now. 3:21.4. 2 seconds faster than anybody else that last lap.
And they've come out of nowhere, essentially. Like, it was Race Fox that were leading the pack, and then they had that
Oopsie.
by the way, when you said it was a quad stint, it's a 6-hour stint. I've just been given that information.
What?
Louis in Simtards Red is going to do a 6-hour stint. You heard that correctly.
Tim, would you ever do a 6-hour stint? Because I wouldn't.
I mean, I have to confess something. I did that 2 years ago at Spa 24. I did 6 hours, the first 6 hours in the car. But after 4 hours, I couldn't even remember what I was doing.
Yeah,
And that is Spa. You have a few corners that you have to focus on, and you have some things to do on track. This is Le Mans. 6 hours driving on a corner, and then red side finish. That is tough. That is mental strain right there.
I'll tell you what would be worse. 6 hours around Daytona.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That would just literally be you going, "Oh no, I have to turn in turn 1 again." Oh, turn 1 again. Turn 1 again.
I always say my greatest moment from this year's Daytona 24 was coming around NASCAR 2 and seeing this amazing sight of all these cars weaving through the bus stop and then getting on the banking. And it was just a trail of red lights, and it was like, this is really cool. And then I stopped, realized I was driving, and I had to get by them. And then my whole team stopped and realized I had to get by them. So it looked great until you realize this was a race and you're that car looking in. So it wasn't fun.
Team Race Fox going through the Simtards Red, bookmarking between himself and Fury Sim Sports. They're trying to get back up to speed, doing 325s, just a bit faster than the Blue Chew America's black car, but they have a gap of 19 seconds to essentially clear.
This battle here, yeah, the Simtards and the Fury. doubt there's any like real battle here. Just holding on. It's an amateur and a pro. Fury doing really well actually. I mean, we joked that they had no company. So Stan must be really kicking himself right now because he had no one to race against for that triple stint, and now Edward May is just literally in the middle of a battle with an amateur car, an amateur class car, which really must be infuriating if you're Baxter because you've had no fun, and now your teammate gets all the fun.
At Daytona. But the thing about having a two-man crew, it's good if you're doing like a 6 hours because you can share the load a bit more evenly. But at a 12-hour event, like it's a bit crazy. You're crazy, you know. I wouldn't repeat exactly what Quirk said, but I remember when he had his race the other day, and it was just like, and I'm quoting him here. Are you mentally ill?
I mean, there's people that can actually focus for 6 hours in the car. There's people that can even do that for way longer.
Yeah, there's a few people that did it for 24. I know.
Rents Defense.
Yeah, Rents Defense did it for 24. I know a few road people did it for 24. I'm not saying anything, but are you guys mad? Are you okay? How can you go for 24? Like it's easy for us. We're just sitting here memeing on all of you going for 12 hours, and we can take a break whenever we want. You know, we can just stand up and go, yeah, I'm taking a break. How are you guys? What? How are you okay?
I mean, you know, 2 years ago at Spa, I had to do my fair share, or at least I wanted to do my fair share before I actually had to leave for Paris.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of forced myself to do my 8 hours in the first 10. So, you know, some people, you know, they're kind of forced. Some people, they like it, and some people are just crazy, I guess.
Yeah, they're just like, life is too easy. Let's go for 24 hours. But yeah, I mean, a lot of them do it for charity, though. Like, there are a few. He quickly went to the toilet or grab a bite or drink something during pit stops. I mean, yeah, I mean, with the minute-long pit stops, that's just without tires, but like the minute and a half pit stops you get with tires, I mean, you can afford to do something like that, but even so, that's a minute and a half, and if we times that by like 24, that's still only essentially a 25 minutes of not driving, and the other, you know, 23 hours and 35 minutes you're spent driving. That's still, it still takes big cojones to do that.
Well, two teams that don't have drivers with big cojones, that they've done their driver swaps. The two lead HPDs, Valkyrie Esports and RSR, now a 7-second gap between the two of them, but they have both taken driver swaps. So Quentin Kudinot is in the car for Valkyrie, and it looks like it's Declan Eady in the car for RSR. But 8 seconds gap between the two of them, and that was just from the pit stop. So no idea what's happened there. Did one of them have damage or something to repair?
Ooh, sorry, just to say the Simtech Motorsport having to go on the very outside of the middle section between Mulsanne 1 and 2, because the Simtards Red and the Fury Simsport have gotten themselves into a little joust. The Fury Simsport staying behind the Simtards. You know, it's a pro and amateur. They're keeping up with each other at the moment. Oh, I think one of them is letting. I think the Simtards are letting. Are they letting the? No, they're not. They were going onto the inside line, very inside. I thought they were going to let the Fury Simsport by, but the Fury Simsport didn't. Oh no, they took them up on the offer. Yeah, they did. And I was way behind on the cameras. Again. God damn it.
I mean, when you have an AM and a pro car driving against each other, I mean, it's not that much of a battle. And I think those guys will know, and the people in their discords and TeamSpeak will be shouting at their drivers like, don't fight, it's just time loss. It's not actually for position. It's just smart racing. Just whoever is faster can just lead.
Yeah. They'll also give a tow to the guy behind, no matter who it is, and give them some extra fuel for the troubles. So I think Simtards are kind of going pedal to the metal. And I think Fury Sim Sports will gladly take up some of the tow and get some sweet fuel in return. But I think you kind of have to choose between either or, you know. You go pedal to the metal.
Well, at the same time, you got to remember that Simtards are six. What is six? Not triple, double, triple, quad, quintuple, septuple. Is it septuple?
Septuple, yeah.
Yeah, septuple stinting.
Oh, sorry, that is the Series Sim Sports doing a power slide going into the chicane, the Dunlop chicane. Here's a replay of that. Very. Oh, he held it. That was a very good hold.
No, he didn't drift the second part of it. He's going to be knocked down by the judges. Great hold.
This isn't Formula D.
I'm glad you got the reference.
I mean, we could turn it into Formula D.
That's very true.
Yeah, you've seen all the clips of like oval racers celebrating by just drifting the corners, so it's doable.
I'll take a piece of paper. I'll just write a few numbers on there. I'll give corners a number.
Just watch out all the cars going. Edie is now 11 seconds behind the Valkyrie Esports Kunenot. So not having a good outlap.
Yeah, I think at the moment the lap time is stabilizing. They're both doing 3:36s. There's about a tenth in between the difference, but it's over a lap at LeMans that isn't too bad. But I think RSR will definitely want to try and close the gap as best they can. They'll have to do it, I think, in the pit stops. They're following the same pit timings, so they pitted at the same time. They pitted at the same time for their last pit stop, just over a lap ago. So there will have to be some speeding up by Declan Eady in the car currently, who is going to try and battle with Quentin Coutinho, yeah. Say it. Yeah, I think I got it right. Coutinho. No, it's probably French. So
yeah,
Coutinho.
Yeah, Coutinho.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why we have your answer.
How many broadcasters did it take to pronounce one name?
3.
Yeah, 3.
Well, one of you have the correct one.
Well,
one to get it wrong.
one to get it wrong, one to get it even more wrong, and one to get it right and tell the others that they're doing it wrong. By the way, from Stephen DeWolf, he said, a Frenchman once did the real-life Le Mans 24 on his own sometime in the 70s, he thinks. I think, yeah, there was a precedent. Somebody has... I definitely remember that somebody did do it in real life. If I remember, he commented that it was pain and suffering. Because I'd imagine so. It's hard enough doing it in the sim, but to do it for real life for 24 hours, you gotta have some exceptional endurance. You basically have to be the Iron Man to drive a real life racing car, especially in the 70s, for 24 hours almost consecutively. Just being able to even keep it up. Oh, that's another slip from Edward Romain. I think he might have a slowdown. I don't think he might not have, but there was a slip from the rear end when he was coming out onto Corvette. Had a big smooch of the rumble strip on the exit there, but he seems to be continuing on nonetheless. I don't think he might have. He might have slowed down. I'm not sure.
No slowdown. If there is, he served it because he did record an official time, so no slowdown. What's up? Oh,
Timo is blinking a lot, a hell of a lot. I can't even get a camera on him. There we go.
yeah. Just as you say that, now he's fine.
Yeah. Hey, Timo, have good internet. Yeah. Good pep talk.
I think in a slowdown there as well.
He did cut a lot of the inside.
I mean, his connection is stabilizing, so
Yeah.
it's a momentary lapse of connection.
Lapse of packets, yeah.
And they're just celebrating, the motorsport results today. So there might be a lot of people online in Germany. You never know.
Oh, and by the way, the greatest thing ever, Carlos Sainz qualified in 3rd position for the Formula 1. Yeah, boy!
Hey, some people haven't even seen the qualification. Thanks for spoiling that.
Oh, sorry. I got carried away. Oh, no. Don't kill me.
Well done. Well done. Welcome to the only stream that spoils every other result in the world. If you would like to know the result of the Porsche Esports Series, please listen. No, I don't know the result.
I'll leave it there then. I'm just looking at it now. Core Motorsports 2, that was the car that was involved in the incident with TBR. They are down in 16th position. They're chasing the Ascari Autosport car, but I do think they are carrying quite a lot of damage. Well, they are. I mean, it's evident that the front of the car is not correct. The side of the car is definitely not correct.
And the back of the car is
very correct.
If this was real world racing, they would be told to put that car in the pits right now because the lights won't be working. The strict rules you've got for nighttime racing, that car would not be safe to drive at the moment at nighttime. That's how much damage is on the back, I think.
They're both working, but yeah, I can see that the right rear is very broken. Yeah, it's completely bent up. Actually, that's another thing as well. Will we see the ILMS cars, so the GTEs, the LMP2s and the LMP1s, will they get damage models? The new damage model?
No.
Well, I mean, ever.
Well, it's a hard thing because the LMP2 is not getting a damage model yet because the cars they're racing with don't have it. But at the same time, the LMP1s are unable to get a damage model, I think due to 3D rendering. From what I understand, they could not scan everything because they couldn't touch the car. Because when they scanned the Porsche, they scanned the winning Porsche. That never left Porsche's eyes. So they weren't allowed to touch it to check a free. They weren't able to get these points of interest that allowed them to get a new damage model put in. So, from what I remember hearing, they will not be able to get a new damage model of the LMP1s. The LMP2, if you get all the GTEs and GT3s on new damage model, by all means, IMSA would have a new damage model in a while. Which brings me on to what I was about to say. Ascari Motorsport in the GTE is driving a Ford, which will be going from IMSA, but staying in ILMS.
I mean, is there still a Ford driving in real life?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think privateers mainly. The factory team is gone, as far as I'm aware. I didn't even know that the Ford didn't drive in IMSA. I thought they were still driving in IMSA. But I thought...
I think Ford pulled out a while ago, a couple of years ago. And it's a shame because it's such a lovely car. It's such a unique looking car. Based on the epic legendary Ford GT40, a modern version of it, which I think is better than the GT40 because the only thing the GT40 has, as the Americans say, the only car to beat Ferrari in the World Championship. Well, no, because the World Championship with Le Mans is not a World Championship. But yeah, it's the claim to fame Ford have in sports car racing.
It's essentially, you could theoretically say, it's essentially a faux pas on the part of Ford. You know, it's French track. They got it wrong on the French track.
I think that's a bit too far fetched for.
Yeah. I tried. Okay, I tried. Is that the wind that's blowing because it's just crickets outside? Good evening, Dominic. How are you?
A good drive from Dominic, I must say. A very nice drive, and Timo's now in the car for you. Extending the lead on Core Motorsports at the moment. The gap is now, well, it's going to be almost 13 seconds when they crossed the line. A 3:53, 3:53 there for Butler Power, and Core Motorsports will cross with a 3:54.2. So a bit of time there, almost half a second gained on that last lap there for Butler Power.
I mean, at this point, it comes to the point in the race where you have to find your pace that you're comfortable at. And for some people that, you know, it's a bit slower than usual, but they don't make mistakes. They don't get slowdowns, and they work with the flow of traffic, and that gains them a bit of time. And the whole point after the first stint or stint and a half in most cars and being in that train and fuel saving, this is the point where you can actually extend your lead or just screw it up.
Yeah, this is where you want the most stable driver. You don't want the driver, as you said, you don't want the guy to just go in there and go, right, hot lap. This is not the time for hot lapping right now. It's a time for just staying there. You've got yourself in the position. Like I always say with these endurance races, you don't know where you're going to be until the final hour of the race when everyone's taking that last pit stop. So at the moment, it's a case of let's just keep going. And once we've done our driver changes, once we've done all our pit stops, see where we are with that last hour, and then we can go for it. And that's really how you've got to set yourself up for it at the moment. And that's really, I think, what a couple of these guys are doing. RSR, definitely. They've had their little tussles with Valkyrie. Now they're just going to sit back and wait a bit. They're 12 seconds down. All can change. All can change. And it's the same with the LMP ones and at the GT with Butler Power and Core Motorsport.
Consistency is key in these endurance races.
Who coined the phrase, by the way, consistency? Like, who said that? I know it was somebody famous. I can't remember who said it. And I've just thrown a curveball to everybody in the boxes because I can't.
I actually, man, I don't know what it was.
I have no idea. I have no idea. You sure someone said consistency?
I thought.
Can't remember.
We need to Google. We need to Google. The Google will tell us.
Yeah, I have done the Google, and it didn't come back with anything.
Okay, so then I'm probably wrong. That's the third time I'm wrong.
You're not doing good.
I'm keeping the track, by the way. Things that Craig has done right. 2. Things that Robert has done wrong. 3. So we are 3 for 2 on the scales. We need to get something right. Well, Craig needs to get something right. I can balance it out.
What?
Yeah, you're the antithesis to my hypothesis. You're the antithesis, the opposite of my hypothesis, that I get everything wrong.
Oh, I gotta get something right then, have I?
Yeah, you gotta get something right. Yeah.
Okay, I predict that Valkyrie Esport is going to turn right in a minute.
You see that?
Yeah, they turn right! They turn right! I'm right!
I'm gonna have to chalk that up as a. He's got me there, folks. I mean, it's a bit cheating because he literally just had a look at what Valkyrie Esports were doing. It's like, they're coming up the right corner. I know, they're gonna turn right.
Well, they're at on Arch. Of course they're gonna turn right. They're not gonna go straight on, are they?
They could. They could have locked the brakes up. You never know.
I don't think you lock the brakes up on an HPD.
Yeah, you can. Just slam the brakes.
You definitely can.
Yeah, you can just slap the brakes. The HPD.
You said you drove the HPD, Craig. I am very disappointed that you don't know that the brakes.
Oh, Tim, he didn't drive it fast enough.
Oh, I was in top split of IELMS once in an HPD.
Who carried you? Did 9K iRacing drivers carry you?
No, it was Daytona the same weekend as the Bathurst 12 hours.
Oh. So then you cheated.
No! No.
But the question is, where did you finish? Or did you finish?
We finished. Yeah, we finished. Yeah.
When did your race end? Did it end 6 hours in? 12 hours in?
No, it did end 6 hours in. No, we had a couple we had a couple accidents. I think we might have finished P6 overall. It was so long ago. I can't remember.
Just to say, we do have an emerging battle between RaceFox and Iridium LMP1 after we're done roasting ourselves.
RaceFox and Iridium, get that right?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Do we?
Yeah, we do. Iridium is 1.45 seconds behind RaceFox. Remember, RaceFox had that damage. They had to go in for repairs.
And of course, yes, because RaceFox, they have pitted. They've on a different pit strategy now, or rotation, because of that. So they've now come out into P5 with Busan in the Iridium car right behind them. In the little, well, it's not little, but in the Porsche that could, because it's the only Porsche going around. And credit where credit's due, it's doing really good for itself. As we all know, the Audi... Go on.
It's Dieselgate versus petrol. The single petrol engined LMP1.
Did you get that yourself, did you? Oh, hello, good evening, Kevin Bellens.
That might be a slowdown. I wonder if that is a slowdown, because he went very... Yeah, that is a slowdown. That's going to bring Iridium LMP1 right into the mix. And because they took the corner without having a WL slowdown.
No, it counted.
Did it?
Yeah.
I honestly thought they went like completely wide.
No. Everything's fine.
Don't worry.
We had Scuderia, who had a massive hit on the side at Daytona earlier in the race, sitting in P4. Smith, who also had their own little issues as well, now sitting P5. I might have got those two wrong, but they both had their issues. Doing the best they can, 4th and 5th at the moment. The gap is, well, because the guys in front haven't pitted, you're looking at like a minute and a half gap between them. In RaceFox's case, a 3-minute gap. They're almost about to be lapped. So doing what they can to keep fighting, and Smith is slowly pulling away from Busan. And that pace of the RaceFox car is showing itself now, even with all that damage before. How have they still got all the top speed after all that damage?
How's Bushfink still able to put in competitive laps? You tell me. They lost the entire front end.
Sheer determination.
And also, they literally just lifted up a new nose and put it on.
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of want that in iRacing though. That kind of being able to replace, like, if it's a clean breakaway, like if the nose just falls apart, you should be able to, you know, not have these like 40-minute. Like, I would understand if like the suspension was damaged or whatever, and like there were severe issues, but like a complete front end change, like these guys have spare bits for the front end. I would imagine they would have not taken, you know, 40 minutes to just tape on a new front end. Well, not tape on, but put on a new front end.
And you know, that's the thing with the new damage model. We noticed it when NASCAR had the new damage model for all of a week before they realized there were issues. The one thing that we found was getting damage with a new damage model. When they fixed it, they fixed it. There was no... it may have taken a bit longer, but there was no issue of, well, there's a little dent we couldn't get rid of, or a little crinkle in the wing. No, if you got smashed in the back, you spend a minute in the pits, they will repair it all, and you get your wing straight back. So there are the flaws and there are the pros and cons for the damage models. But that is the one thing is with this damage model, as we were seeing with Bushfink, you don't know what you're going to get with that nose gone. But with the new damage model, that nose would be put back on, everything would be straightened up, and you would get back out there with little to no issues.
I'm just looking at the Simsa Esports Endurance. They are chasing down the Simtards red car. They were just a little bit quicker over that last lap. They were 0.2 of a second quicker. It won't be for position in the amateurs now. It'll just be for overall position, as the big boys going around stage 1 overtook the lead because they are 12 laps into their stint and are looking probably to pit this coming lap.
From what I can see, Simsa was actually in front of Simtards Red a few laps ago. It just seems that Peter made a small mistake coming into the Fort Chicanes a few laps ago, which lost him a little bit of time.
How much time?
It looks to be about like 16 seconds that he lost, unfortunately.
That is a shame. Sims have had it all to do really since the start of the race. A couple technical issues. Kawita in... Have I said that right? Kawita. I had that. Yeah, Kawita. Yeah. A few issues. He's in the car at the moment, sitting in P8 overall. Not a lot of amateurs at the front of the field. Well, not that we expect a lot of amateurs at the front of the field, but the last race, everything was so spread out, and you were having the top 2 in the amateurs, like sitting in the top 10 of the GTEs, and we haven't got that today. We've got a couple of the we've got 3 of the amateurs in the top 10, but then everything else just fills at the back of it. It's just all amateurs. That's not an issue. It's just a point that it's gone like that today, just mainly just due to the chaos at the start of the race.
I mean, there's always, at Lamar, you always want that nice position. You don't want to be first. You don't want to be the last in the train because you don't know what the guy in front of you is able to keep up and draft. So you gotta slow down, make a mistake. So you want to be in front, not all the way in the front. So
that is Blue Cheese America. Sorry, it's the cut across. Blue Cheese America having issues. They lost the car going into the second Mulsanne, taking a wide line. Oh, recover. No, they got onto the sand, and oops. That is a place lost for them. I think that is going... Oh, no, they didn't lose a place. Oh, no, they did lose a place, actually. They did. Because Team Iridium is now in 5th position.
Doing what they can as well. I'm always amazed at seeing the one Porsche. I just want more Porsches. Despite I wouldn't drive it, I want more Porsches.
More variety.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see a few more Porsches. after the build on Wednesday. There's a lot of changes coming to the LMP1 when it comes to tires. So we'll have to see what it brings.
Have to put on our glasses to make sure that it's all tip-top shape as well, because it'll be that critical week just to make sure that it's as expected, and the bop is good bop instead of a one or the other kind of situation. Like I remember when it was a Porsche Fest, and then it became an Audi Fest, and then it became a Porsche Fest, and now it's an Audi Fest again, and it's like kind of want something in the middle. I think everybody would want something in the middle where it's just nice and even, over the season now. Not you won't be able to get it from race to race; it'll just be impossible. But mostly over a season, that some sort of variety can be achieved, because there is 2 Porsches or 2 cars in LMP1 class, so
And you have to be a really good driver to do well in a Porsche, especially in like a sprint race, because you usually see, when it comes to qualifying, you will see Porsches being really fast because they've got all that boost and they can hot lap easy. But then when it comes to the race, they just fall off. I wouldn't say they fall off a cliff, but they just slowly fall down. And there's not much you can do unless you've got that speed. And we saw it a couple of weeks ago at Sebring, of all places. Sebring, seeing the Porsches do really, one Porsche do really well. And even at Road Atlanta last night in ILMS, it was a situation where the Porsche did well, just because, the only place that you had to worry about was one straight, and that was about it. So, Butler Powell in the pits, as is Core Motorsports. Will Vulcan respond? Vulcan responds. Top 3 in the pit. Timo will be going again, of course. He's only done 1 stint so far, so keep an eye on that. With Core Motorsports, they keep with Hugo Mendes as well. And I won't be surprised if we see... where are they? Where is Vulcan? Oh, they haven't even got into their pit box yet. Wow. When you say it like that, it's amazing how slow this pit lane is. We have talked about it before with the drive-through. It just really hits you fast. Well, slow. It's a slow pit box, if you see what I mean.
I mean, 55 seconds and Timo is already on his way out of pit lane. We just have to see... minute 5 total time in pit lane. Let's see if Core is actually faster, or if they're gonna take some timers.
Well, the gap as they crossed that line was 19 seconds as they were entering the pit lane. Looking like it might be a similar gap now. We'll wait and see.
They appear to have lost 2 seconds at pit lane, so took a little bit more time to add some more fuel. Possibly, maybe get some slight nose repairs done.
I suppose that is also one good thing, is especially when you're in an endurance race, if you do have like a minute of damage, you can afford to just chip away at that damage every now and then. It's not affecting you. So you could do like a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, and it's not too bad. It looks like Vulcan have also gone with a driver change. Mohamed Janko is in the car now. So that's the end of a double stint for Callum Brandt. So that will be looking like they've lost a bit of time. But where is Fury? Fury's just coming to the pits, so they're not going to lose any positions on the track doing that. Those top 3 have put such a lead on the rest of the field that they're able, with Vulcan, to just sit in the pits, take a driver swap, and just hope for the best, and just not lose any spots. So we are, where are we? 8 minutes 14 remaining. Still looking around the field. We've got
8 minutes 14 remaining.
8 hours 14 remaining.
I was gonna say, really fast 8 hours.
8 minutes remaining in the race.
Final sprint. Let's go. All the boost.
All the boost.
The LMP1 strat, all the boost immediately.
All the boost. Yes. Just keep pressing the button. I mean, it must be tempting for LMP1 drivers to just boost a little bit more just to pass the car, and then boost a bit more to pass the other car as well.
As an LMP1 driver, yes, indeed, it is very tempting. Especially when you're on manual and you control all of it. And I've been told that it's heresy to go on manual.
Is it?
Yeah,
What?
because I don't know.
I mean, you're the LMP1 driver. You should know.
Yeah, well,
I mean-
Blue Chew had issue in Sector 1. Not sure which Blue Chew that is.
The one that we were discussing that hit the wall going into Mulsanne 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
They also
I
had a
checked
wobbly
out for a moment.
moment.
I apologise.
I mean, it's Jacob Smith in the car right now. Who already did the first 2 stints, I believe. 2 or 3 stints in the beginning. So after a very short double stint by Patrick, it's Jacob Smith back in the car for Blue Chew Black.
Yeah, when you say a small double stint there, it does sound small, but when you realise it's 2 whole pit cycles around this track, it doesn't feel like a short double stint, but it is a scary thing. But that boosting, like you were saying, you have that urge to hit the boost where you don't want to. Like most drivers aim for a delta, you aim for a number with the boosting, with manual boosting, and I've lost a sprint race because of Overstell's boosting, trying to defend the lead. Especially, coming out of, instead of using the last of my boost exiting the Ford chicane, I was using my last amount of boost exiting the Corvette chicane, and it cost me because I got ahead, but I was unable to then do anything once I got around that chicane, and one bad look on that chicane and on the Ford chicane, and that's it. So you've got to be careful with the boosting. I've always joked that when you're not in the top split of LMP1, when you're like a second split, you get these guys that feel like they need to boost right away at Le Mans, super fast, and they'll boost off the start-finish line. They'll boost out of Dunlop for some unknown reason. And then you find yourself after 2 laps catching them because they've spent all their energy because they wanted to go fast at the start of the race. So you have to be careful. Just because you have the power doesn't mean you have to use it.
What is actually more intensive when it comes to mental strain? Is it driving a double stint in LMP1, which is 1 hour and 20 minutes, I believe, if I'm correct? Or is it 2 full stints in a GTE, which is up to 2 hours? Because there's a lot of manual boosting involved with LMP1, isn't it?
For me, it goes back to that whole issue, that whole thing of a GT is probably easier, but it's less stressful because, in theory, you should know what the LMP1's going to do, as long as you hold your line. With an LMP1, each time you go around a corner, you have to think to yourself, where's that car going to go? You know he's meant to be predictable, but you know he's not going to be predictable because some people have different ways to come out of a corner. Take Daytona, for example. You enter the banking of the oval. Now, in theory, you should be thinking, we'll go around the GTEs. But then you get the GTEs that go, no, you go under us, we'll go high. And it's like, well, you just can't do it. So, in that respect, I would say 2 stints of a GTE is probably easier than an LMP1, just because I just feel that there's less stress and less pressure on you. Not to make a mistake, because if there's going to be an accident, I'm not going to say 9 times out of 10 it's the LMP1 because both parties have to have faults, but I think you've got more of a control of the incident if you're the slower car, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because it just reminded me about my time when I was driving LMP1. Like, it was exhausting to do an ILMS race just to keep up with all the numbers, and not even the numbers themselves, but also the guy in front or behind you, making sure you can attack and defend, have boost left over or just enough to finish the race. And then at a certain point, you also have traffic in front of you, so it becomes a lot that those guys have to watch out for whilst driving along.
Yeah, exactly. And that is the thing that has put a lot of people off LMP1 driving. Is the numbers game. Is you have to be careful with the numbers. You're constantly managing that. You're constantly saying that. Just watching Simtek just having a wide moment there in Mulsanne, just cooked themselves with the brakes a little bit. That brings Element Sim Racing back into the fight a bit, but I think they did do some driver swaps, so that would explain that. But this is the battle for the lead of the race. Keep an eye on that as we're just going down. I think it's also those numbers games with the LMP1. It's also the same thing why people didn't like the McLaren F1 car. Apologies, mainly due to you've got to manage the numbers and negotiate it. There's too many buttons you've got to press to basically do what you want to do. And I think that's why a lot of people will say, "Oh, the LMP2, it's not going to be easier, but it's going to be more fun. It's more, it's a modern day prototype. But it is a modern day LMP1 without that hybrid boosting."
I think that's, for a lot of people, it's going to be a relief driving a prototype car, having the downforce, being able to, throw the car into corners without having to worry about losing traction or the rear of the car. And also not having to, keep up with all the numbers of the boost. And you have traffic from both sides as well in the LMP2, so it has enough action going on in that class itself to make it interesting enough for a lot of people to drive, whilst Element Sim Racing is taking it to the pit.
Yeah, they were just behind the Simtek Motorsport, but I had to do a double take because they were actually out of sync in terms of pit stops. This is the first lap of the stint for Simtek Motorsport.
Yeah.
So they're just about coming to essentially end to end with each other in terms of pit stop. Once one car comes out, the other car goes in, and vice versa. And I think that will put Simtek at a better... I think now that will be better for Simtek unless this race does go on for a little bit longer. And I think both will have to do a splash and dash, but I think it'll fit nicer with a pit stop strategy that Simtek might be able to pull off.
And also, Element are, for the first time in this race, it looks like, are they doubles? No, it's a triple stint now for the first time in this race. And Volmers has already done 2 stints by the look of it. He's been in the car for 23 laps. Now he's going out again, so a triple stint there for Element, which will be a little bit handy as opposed to Simtek, who, well, they've done double stintings and did a swap again with Sarank in the car. So it looks like that might help Element. But again, like I said, until the final hour, we're not going to know exactly what that does to it, or what that will do. Because if it was a driver swap, Element, I think, would be looking at quite a bit of a gap right now. But at the moment, they're sitting pretty comfortable where they are.
I mean, Element has the benefit of having quite a bit of experience in LMP1 and in endurance racings. Last season they did SEO as well. They won the Clean X Challenge there, so they kind of had a look-see at what strategy applications the top guys have in LMP1 and in endurance racing. And I think, seeing them go a lap longer, I think they figured out something when it comes to total amount of laps that might give them the edge near the end of the race. Just thinking ahead, I think.
Always looking ahead, as well as, not on the track, but ahead in the race. You've got to be a couple steps forward. The game of chess is one thing why I love endurance racing. It's a strategy game, and even this in sim racing, it's strategy, and it's all going to come to fruition at the end of the race. Just having a look down again, the HPDs still doing fine. Valkyrie 17 seconds on RSR, but when you look at it, Edie doing good. You know, they're keeping steady times. It's not Valkyrie blasting it away or RSR being slow. Although for some reason, Valkyrie just had a weaving car in front of them coming down the Gulf Strait. I'm not sure what that was all about. That was Sintard. Louis Jordan Charles there, sitting in the lead of the amateurs. He's P4 overall in the GTE category, but leading the amateurs, which I don't think we've said that for a while since I would have thought Core Motorsport at the start of the season, where they had their driver almost battling for the podiums in the GTEs when they were the amateur.
I can see why Louis Jordan Charles is doing a 6 stints in total on his own. He's proving it right here. He's fast. He knows the track. He's comfortable in the car, it looks like. And he just cruises ahead.
Yeah, in all due fairness, it's some great drive. I would be absolutely fatigued right now.
I think most people would.
Yeah, I can do a session with little intervals of like just doing races on a night. You know, like probably spend 4 hours doing races. But that's with intervals between them. But this is like 4 hours plus some, just going straight on, and he's not let off at all. The track's gotten cooler, and he's doing 54s. You know, he started doing 56s, 55s. So, you know, his pace is showing the same. It's showing the same trend as the temperature dropping, and it's consistent. Another 54 there, 54.088. It's his fastest lap so far. So he's really putting in the consistency. I wouldn't say it's a name to watch. You know, you don't want to like say, "Oh, watch this guy in sim racing," but definitely like keep your ears perked up, because if he keeps this consistency and if he can string it together in sprint races as well, he might go some places. Just keeping this consistency.
I mean, it comes down to, you know, consistency is key again, and it's an actual representation of what consistency can give you. I mean, he might be an amateur car, but he is driving the pace of, you know, the top guys in the Pro Series or in the Pro category.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's a certain requirement for iRating that you need to be classed a pro over an amateur. I think it's 2K iRating, or might be a little bit more. I forget. So many different leagues with so many different amateur and pro requirements. You lose track every now and then. I think that's the case, but you can argue that, you know, he's where he is because he's not made a driver swap. But then if he's doing 6 stints, and what is he now? Into the 4th hour, so he would have done 4. So technically he only would have had 2 driver swaps, which a driver swap is what? An extra 20 seconds? 15 seconds or something. So he'd only just be behind the stage 1 team in the amateurs. So, you know, his pace is showing that even if he wasn't doing driver swaps, he'd be up there right now in the battle for the lead of the amateurs. So doing a really good job.
He's doing an excellent job as well, whilst he's overtaking BDE, who are still doing the laps. That car is still driving.
Still driving. They're starting to get some laps in. Mark Gibson himself is doing 4 stints at the moment, and now the temperatures have got down. He's got a bit of clean air. He's got a slipstream at the moment, but he's doing 358. It's not the fastest. He's got wing damage. He's not going to be doing the fastest, but he's putting in some consistent laps. And he keeps going. Like we said before, it just takes one car to make a mistake, and they're going to be out. So stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
Is that a reference to the series?
No, I've never watched Stranger Things at all. So I wish I knew. I've never watched it. No, it's not big, but we have had it at Nürburgring. We had a hardware failure and a VR failure.
Oof.
Yeah. And the hardware failure was not the spectacular one. It was the VR, because the VR was just it went in a blaze of glory.
Well, you did have a proper hardware failure. One of the drivers, the wheel failed, and it just jerked him to the right and just smashed him to the wall.
Yeah, I've never seen a wheel fail and go to the right. It's always to the left. Oh, hello. Was that? That was.
Oh,
That's yeah. Go on, say it.
There we go. Simsa Esports spun. Oh. It's Peter as well in the car. You don't see many team managers actually in the car, so credits goes in to drive the car, but yeah, a little bit too eager on the throttle.
And that's his outlap as well. So I'm guessing also, well, his tyres would be heated up already, but if he did take heat tyres, but yeah, just a weird one on an outlap, really.
Just taking it a bit too hard through the Milsan corner. He keeps it nice and clean. Watches out for the rejoin.
And LMP1, that was the LMP1 of Syntech, joined him as well. And another car joined him as well. Another GTE, so everybody is going off in that corner.
Would it be oil? I don't think it's oil.
Yeah, we're throwing the caution for debris. We're getting a code 60 for debris.
Ooh! Sorry, that was Butler Pals. Timo Ripon spinning at the same corner as two other cars did. So that's 3 cars in as many minutes, really, doing a spin.
He's doing all right, though. He's doing all right as he comes down the straight into coming down into Porsche very shortly. The gap is still 13 seconds. He's lost a bit of time after that, though. Was 26 seconds to the Core Motorsport, so lost a bit of time, but it's nothing to panic about. Timo won't be worrying. They'll probably be almost laughing at him there. A bit of friendly banter, I would have thought, as you would do. At least I know that's what I would probably be doing. I don't know about you, Rob. Let the tension drop, and then just when you get back on, just have a bit of banter.
I mean, the advantage that Butler Pal has is that they have the pace. They've been consistently almost a second faster than everyone else in the field. So it gives them a little bit of leeway to make mistakes and not worry too much about it, to be honest.
So
I think the main thing about having accidents is that if you do let yourself get too heated, you essentially just become irrational, and you start making even more mistakes, and that just snowballs into a really bad situation where you just lose the plot altogether.
It's momentum. It's the momentum. It's the rhythm. You make a mistake, you lose your rhythm, and then you lose your momentum. So you've just got to. You've got to find a way to shake it off as quick as you can. That's what I was saying about a bit of banter. You get by and have a laugh. Just clear the air. Just get rid of the tension, because we're all at the end of the day. If we have a spin, we're all going to be swearing at ourselves, being mad at ourselves for doing such a thing. When we know it's our own fault, it's not no one else causing us to spin. So you just need to clear the air there, and remove the tension. And then get the rhythm back, and then get the momentum, and keep the momentum. It's pretty simple at the end. Well, it's simple when you look at it like that.
What if you're a team manager and one of your drivers is having a heated moment, starts making mistakes, starts complaining in voice chats like, "Oh, this car is just under oversteering." What's the best call? Is just to calm him down, or just say like, "Oh, just come in. We'll do a driver stop so you can cool down."
That's a good one. Depends where they are. We had an issue in LeMans last year with that situation where the guy was just really frustrated, and we had to just calm him down, and we were just saying, "Look, just relax. Don't worry about the times. Just relax. Keep going, and just hold on. Just stick the car on the track. Don't worry about anybody else. Just do your lap times." And at the end of it, we had to pull him out because he was just so heated. But You get those that can't calm down. You get those that will calm down, and just keeping yourself focused, just telling them, just you've got to say it. You've got to be kind, and you've got to be forceful, and you've got to stay focused. You've got to keep your head down, but at the same time, you don't want to make a mistake and then make them feel like that they want the whole world to swallow them open, to swallow them whole. Sorry, because then you're never going to put them in a good way. You've got to get them back in that with some encouragement, some don't worry about it. But saying don't worry about it all the time, as I've learned, is never helpful, because you make a mistake and all you hear is don't worry about it. You're just gonna be annoyed.
Worry about it. Yeah, you're gonna worry about it.
So you go, but if you just tell them to just take a couple seconds, take a couple breaths. Don't worry about any speed or anything. Just focus on what you're doing. You don't need to race anybody. You just need to keep all four wheels on the track.
Well, on that bit of advice, let's see who else, because we have Gustas who's ready for an interview.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, we do.
So, a man that me and myself and Rob know from ILMS driving a GTE today is Gustav Grunbergus. Well done on a very quick emergency stint early on. Doing well, apart from Peter having that little spin which Tim caught up there, Gustas.
Yeah, we had some issues in the beginning, and now we're trying to adjust to the car. Seems fine, pace seems good, and it's Le Mans. We're still in the top 10. We're still on the lead lap, so we're pretty happy with our performance so far.
Yeah, something Tim was saying. Tim, did you have something to say?
Yeah, you guys had an eventful start. You had a emergency, Michael Davies had a drive-through penalty for the wrong number. Tim Breska had a technical issues, and Peter had a spin just now. Yeah, it kind of slows you down, doesn't it, when it comes to the pace?
You've had a long race when you can't even recognize your own teammates, Tim. Good job.
I need a drink.
We all need a stiff one here, but it is one as well. We were just talking about, keeping composure and making sure. Any words of encouragement there after the spin?
No words really. Peter's adjusting to it. We're doing a lot of stuff with Neo Pre-Q at the same time coming tomorrow as well. So jumping between cars, jumping between tracks, and it's not easy for any of us. But this is just like real life endurance racing. We gotta wait it out, stay in it, and you never know what's gonna happen at the end. Maybe the 7 cars ahead will go off at turn 1, crash, and then we finish in P1.
We can always hope. I mean, we wouldn't want to see everybody crash, but I know what you're saying. It's a race that anything can happen. We've seen it already. A couple incidents as well for some of the team. Keeping it, in all due fairness though, having a few spins, but keeping it away from other cars, so there's no real damage, and you're keeping it safe. So that is one positive as compared to some of the other cars, I would say. But you have, of course, everything is a bit out of shape really after the emergency stop and doing other things. So Peter's in a double by the looks of it. I'm guessing you'll be jumping in shortly. Am I right?
No, that's gonna be Tim back in the car with hopefully all his issues fixed, and then it's gonna be either me or Mike for a double.
Okay, but you will be, of course, you'll be back in, but probably definitely be during nighttime, which I'm guessing you've got a lot of experience with the nighttime racing.
In iRacing, a bit of experience. In real life racing, just came back from Paul Ricard, where we were racing in the night and in quite a lot of fog. So this should be a bit easier. The lights work a little better here, and you don't gotta look out for wet spots or other things around the track. So nighttime should be fun. It always throws in some differences for everyone. So who adjusts the night quickest will definitely come out with a big gap.
You say the lights are working. Are you sure that your flash button still works?
I tried it out, and it still works. It's not as fun as in the HPD because you don't catch up to so many slower cars. But I know it still works. I can still flash some LMP1s that make optimistic maneuvers. And in the night, I know the disco lights will for sure be still on the 606.
Not that the 606 should be your number in this race, but yes, it's the 606 today. Rob, I don't know if you've got anything to ask Rob?
No, I don't have any further questions. Tim got my questions in.
I've got one question though for Gustas. Can you get through to Tim when he's busy listening to music during one of his long stints that he has confessed to doing?
I didn't know that Tim listens to music.
Now you do.
Now I understand everything.
I don't know if you've got anything to add to your teammate here, Tim.
I have nothing to add.
I put you in the hot water,
I'm
but
sure I'll be beat up by him once the new LMP2 comes out. For sure, it'll be quicker, and he'll laugh at me.
I'm sure you'll be fast and competitive in the LMP2. I can't wait to see you in the ILMS broadcast as well. That'd be fantastic to see. But for the moment, enjoying the time in the Porsche. You still got just 7 hours and 47 minutes to go in the race. But like we said, anything can happen. And I wish you all the best. And hopefully we see you making some moves at the top of the field later. Hopefully.
I think if we don't have any more issues, we'll for sure gain back some of that time and challenge for maybe a top 3.
I look forward to it. I'd love to see you carve through the field and get your way back up. But until then, all the best. And hopefully we get to see you do some, not just disco moves on the track with the lights, but hopefully some moves around some cars. So all the best for you and the team, Gustas, and we look forward to seeing some more.
Alright, hopefully see you at the end, guys.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Hopefully see you at the end. Bye-bye.
I put Tim in the doghouse now with the music.
Yeah,
but,
you've literally ousted him, and it's like, I listen to music. Wait, have you heard our team warning for like the last 7 hours? No.
It just reminds me of the Bathurst a few years ago, where they couldn't hear him on the radio saying you have to say fuel, you're gonna run out of fuel, and he couldn't hear them. And it went 3 laps around the mountain before he finally responded to them saying, "Oh yeah, you're telling me I need to say fuel." I was like, it's a bit too late for that now.
I mean, how can... I'm pretty sure they have ear protection when they actually drive the real cars, so they can actually hear the radios. What tunes was he blasting?
I don't know. Also, just a small moment, we missed it. Blue Chews America Black have some issues. Which may explain some of the incidents we saw earlier. Their PCs went from triple to single monitor while driving.
Oh,
nice.
That's not very optimal.
No. So that explains that one.
I mean, there's already a very small window that you can look through in the Audi. And going from triples to a single monitor, I mean, about decreasing peripheral vision.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason why a lot of LMP1 drivers get called window lickers, because they put the cameras as far forward as they can. But they're sitting in P6. They are a lap down, but that's just the way the pace is. 10 seconds behind Team Raidillon, who's in P5, doing what they can at the moment. What they can is enough, and if he is going around in single monitor, then he will have a bit of a struggle. We'll have to rely on that spotter.
I mean, in most cases, these guys have done enough practice to figure out braking markers. And even though the screen is slightly smaller now on a single monitor, you still see quite a few of those brake markers. So, pace-wise, I don't expect it to, impact that much. It's just gonna be a bit more carefulness through traffic. That has been requested, I guess.
Yeah, I'd be the one that'd be also looking for a bit of patience as well. But just keep the car going, and we have seen, RaceFox, Scuderia, they've made mistakes. Bushfink got caught up in an accident. We're not even halfway through the race yet, so anything can happen.
I feel like we've said anything can happen at least a dozen times.
It's the new drinking game.
Anything can happen, yes. And then we jinx something, and something goes horribly wrong.
No, we don't curse anybody here. No jinxing, no cursing. That's never happened.
It's never happened in the history of Raidillon TV. We've never cursed a driver, and they've never gone off the track.
No.
It's all a myth. It's all a myth.
It's all a myth. Seven hours, 42 minutes remaining. Everybody going around pretty safely at the moment. The RSR is still, the back of that RSR is still looking pretty bad, but doing 357s, 356s, so doing the best they can with Vanderbedge there in the car. If you want to look at other damages as well, stage 1 still has the back of that car pushed in, which almost reminds me of that Simtard's car. It's completely pushed in. I think the splitter is popped up as well, and it's still doing 55s with no problem. So that just, thanks iRacing.
Thank you, iRacing. Very cool.
Wow, so cool. And Simtar's red, by the way. He has come in, taken another pit stop. So still sitting, he'll be coming out in P6. But Jordan Childs is still in the car. Pretty sure he's got one more stint, maybe two more stints to go in that. But he keeps getting faster. He did a 3:53.275 last lap. So he is getting faster as the race goes. Well, as we'd expect, because the temperature is dropping.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the time where you can actually see the sun going down and the temperature drop. Like, we started with well over 40 degrees, 46 degrees actually during the start. It's already 35 degrees. That's 10 degrees cooler than it was before. So at this point, you can expect, the race laps to be about a second faster than they were in the beginning of the race. The track gets rubbered in. People are getting used to their braking points. There's a lot of grip on track with, the rubber being smeared on the track. So it all adds up to faster lap times.
Yeah, it's a dynamic, as I always call it, dynamic. The dynamic track that they try to make in the oval racing, where the rubber and the track with you get the rubber laid down on the track. It's kind of fallen off with the new tire models and stuff, but it's something that they try to make on ovals and also help as well. So get that rubbering down, get a bit more of a smoother time out there. Should help. Few cars have driver swaps now with new drivers that haven't started yet. Noticeably Dan Neese in the Blue Chews blue car. For Medina's Daniel Nolte is in the car now, and Tom Gibson has got in for BDE. Apart from that, that is it. Apart from Cool Motorsport 2. What has happened to Cool Motorsport 2? I did not realise that they are... Have they pitted? Have they called it?
What, Blue Chews?
No, Cool Motorsport 2.
Yeah, I think they've called it.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just watching their last lap a while ago, and would not surprise me. Yeah. Just parked it. That's a shame. That is a shame. Is that a steering wheel issue? No? steering wheel straight. They've just called it. That's a shame. So we have 2 retirements then. Greenleaf Racing and Core Motorsports number 2 are only 2 retirements of this race so far.
I think, unfortunately, I think at the moment the retirements will start to trickle in due to damage or due to accidents that happen on the track itself. Especially given it's 12 hours and we're only coming up to the halfway point in an hour and 38 minutes time. Some of the
God, wow. Makes you think, doesn't it? Yeah, we're not even halfway yet. An hour and 38 minutes and then we're halfway.
Yeah. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa. Audi on a
prayer.
Also, I don't get why the French roads love the like the arrows. I don't get it. Like the arrows in the middle of like the road itself, going onto the opposite side. Like, bruh, what?
I don't. Can some French person tell us that? Is it something to do with with like telling you which way the road goes or something? It's I don't understand that.
It can't be because there's 3 arrows. And they're going the opposite way the corner is meant to be going. I don't get it.
No, I don't. I hate not being European. I feel like we should know this stuff, but we don't.
I mean, some of the laws are pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. Well, the road laws in particular are pretty wild because. It's just how different they are. Now, I think what we will do in 6 minutes time, we will go ahead and take a break. So in 6 minutes time, we will leave you in the hands of AutoCam, and we will go ahead and actually get some fluids. And so Antonio tells us when you are overtaking a car on the road, you must come back before the line turns solid. Yeah, we have that same rule. The arrow indicates that you should return to your lane. Okay, perfect.
Ah. Okay. Thank you, Antonio. I did not know that. I've spent time in France. Literally just for like one night stuff, just for concerts. Never really seen the road. I've taken the train. France, because of a mistake on my part, gave me a €50 fine on the train once on the way to the airport.
Why?
So I went through the turnstile with my ticket because the turnstile was open. What I didn't realize was you have to put the ticket through the turnstile for the back of the ticket to be printed by the machine. So I had the ticket. It was never stamped. So I was technically joyriding.
Even though you bought a fucking ticket.
Even though I had a ticket, and to be fair, the guy was strict and he had to hold the laws, and it's fine. And he said to me, "Yeah, it's void. You haven't stamped." I was like, "Okay, fine. How much? €50." I thought. Okay, fine. I've got to pay it. I've made the mistake, and I wasn't the only one that made the mistake. So there was that, but fair play. I know a lot of people. I've had some good experiences in France, and I know a lot of people say it's not that good. But when you've got in England, in London, no one checks your tickets. Once you go through the turnstile, that's it. On this train to the airport, nobody checked my ticket until we were 20 minutes away from the airport, and then literally about 6 people come in the carriage at one time, all with all having different languages, which they show on their badges. On their badge saying what language they speak, and they just literally just do 6 of them go for a carriage at one time, get all the tickets done, and then go to the next one. And it was like, hello, can every country do this?
I mean, to be fair, it's still important to check the tickets, but I find it funny that you did buy your ticket. You were still technically joyriding and got a fine.
I know. I was so proud of myself getting through it. I just got confused because there was a turnstile open, and I must have not have meant to be go through it, and I you know, my own fault. But yeah, it was just a weird thing. And I honestly thought at one moment, oh god, what are they going to do? Am I going to be arrested? What's going to go on here? And then they said a €50 fine. I thought, well, could have been worse. You know, could have been locked up and missed my flight.
Yeah, that is the worry. Is just like you just miss your flight because you've been caught in some altercation.
Never happened to me. Touch wood.
Yeah, neither did I. Even though I accidentally had a knife in my luggage, and I was almost arrested. But they didn't even do anything. They just gave me a verbal warning. It's like, don't check your fucking luggage next time, you stupid idiot.
Yeah. Tell you what, on that same trip, when I flew to Paris the day before, somebody set the alarm off in the X-ray scanner, and he didn't realize that in his bag was a craft knife. Didn't know. Did not know. Honest mistake. Even the border patrol said, yeah, you know, because it was like buried right down at the bottom of this bag, and it wasn't a suitcase or anything because this went through it. This was his hand luggage, so you probably would not have noticed it. But yeah, just a craft knife in the bottom. He admit, you know, he wasn't going to deny he put it there or anything. He just knew I never checked it properly. My own fault. He wasn't going to take it on the flight, of course. You know, they did their job. Yeah, everyone was just a, I wouldn't say a freak accident, but just an honest mistake and an honest accident.
Yeah.
This is what
anecdotes from past holidays. Anecdotes from when an Irishman and an Englishman make mistakes on holidays. How about that?
was able to go on holiday, you know.
Yeah, when we were able to go on holiday, yeah.
Oh, we can still go on holiday. We just, you know, might have to quarantine.
Yeah, we might have to, you know, only drive down the road for our holiday.
Nothing wrong with that, Rob.
No, not at all, not at all.
You know, I mean, I think I'd take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think myself and Craig are going to take a break here. I am ordering Craig to take a break so he can actually stretch his legs. We will take a break for 45 minutes. Well, actually, no.
That Forte just goes off.
Yeah, it's actually 40 minutes, actually. It'll be 40 minutes. We will be back at 19:15. So in 40 minutes' time, we will be back. I will put up a notice, though. That's... Hang on a minute. It's backwards.
I wish I knew the button to activate the auto camera. Is there a button for auto camera?
I have auto camera. It's most exciting. Right click on the heads.
Ah.
Anyways, I think we will be back. There's a little notice that says no commentary back at blah blah blah. I hope you guys understand that it's 12 hours, even though it's nowhere near as taxing as it was at the Nürburgring. Yeah, it's 12 hours, and it'll be up until 2 a.m. before the race finishes even. So we will take leave, get rested up, get some drinks, move around, and we will see you in 40 minutes.
Hello.
Check 1, 2.
I'm checking.
Yeah, perfect. We are back.
Right. Well, not much has happened, but one thing that I think needs to be addressed, literally just as you came back, finally Simtar's Red have a new driver.
Finally.
Lewis Jordan Charles has finally parked the car. His penultimate lap was his first spin of the race as well. Spinning at the start-finish line at the 4 chicanes. But apart from that, what a stint. What a stint. And now, with the driver swap in the pit stop, that's down into P6 overall. Just puts them into second place behind stage 1 in the amateurs. And they're both on the Mulsanne straight, so not a big difference between the two of them.
Yeah, we also have to do a switch. I'll let you know when we need to switch to the part 2. Twitch will be interrupted. Twitch will be uninterrupted for the 12 hours. Yeah, we'll need to do a quick switch in 45 minutes, roughly, to switch to part 2 of the race. We'll let you know when that happens. But for now, it's all calm and cool. Well, sort of. My room is incessantly hot. And, yeah, it's pretty toasty right now.
Well, it's a good thing we've got some fans. Our fans on Discord. Don't forget to check out Discord, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, though. A well-needed break for the two of us. Doing what we can. Not much, like I was saying, not much happening in the race while that break happened. Just a few driver changes, of course, but it's still at the front. SimTech Motorsport taking the lead in the LMP1s from Element Sim Racing, 22 seconds behind. Then RaceFox, the only other team on the same lap as them, in third position. And then for the HPDs, there's a minute gap between the leaders, Valkyrie Esports and RSR, with Ascari just holding on. About the same gap between Ascari and RSR as there are RSR for Valkyrie. And then for the GC Pros, we've got Butler Powell with Frank the Tank Slothman in the lead. Core Motorsports number 4 in P2. Vulcan in P3. And then for the amateurs, it's stage 1. They will be taking P1 in the amateurs, followed by Simtar's Red. And then down the order will be Kilometer Zero, which is P3 in the amateurs. Or have I got that wrong? Yes, no, I got that right. I got that wrong. Kilometer Zero is a pro team. Yeah, I got that wrong.
Yeah,
it's DTS Esports because they didn't sign up with the right number.
God damn it! Sign up with your right numbers, otherwise we'll be sad face.
So as I was saying, Simtar's Red, new driver in the car. Emma Gold has joined the car, jumped in, just finishing her first lap of the race. And I want to say it's nice to see more than one female out on the grid today. I know the first race we had one female, now we got a few more. It's always nice to see just a nice diversity around the grid. Her first lap is an invalid lap, but she's still going, so that's all that matters.
I mean, it's the first lap of a 6-hour stint, so I mean, plenty time to.
Is it a 6-hour stint?
Yeah, well, I mean, Louis has already done his 6 hours, so it's fair share, really.
Fair share. Yeah, I've done 6. What have you done? You've done nothing. If they both have to do 6 hours.
Well, not exactly 6 hours, but I mean the minimum that Emma has to do is 3. in and around 3 hours to maintain fair share. As we see Team Race Fox, sorry, being driven by Martin Schmio. Or Martin Schmid, sorry. It's not Martin Schmio, it's Martin Schmid. Just coming across the line. He's in a bit of a bubble all on his own. He's 1 minute and 57 seconds. 1 minute 28 seconds, sorry, because LeMans Racing took a pit stop. Well, that's coming down now. It's 1 minute 27. Anyways, you get the idea. He's quite a big distance back from the LeMans Racing, currently being driven by Ardent Pfeiffer the second.
Pfeiffer, not a Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, Pfeiffer. God damn it. I'm trying my best, man.
Oh, I just thought to myself, let's see what's happening to HCR Scuderia, and just as I joined them, they overshoot the Mulsanne corner. I haven't said that today, and still in P6 overall. It's been an eventful race for them. It's safe to say, ever since they had that damage, they've been the same car, but that damage early on didn't help them. Bushfink still going. 2 laps down, well, 3 laps down from everybody, really. But that car, that literally had a nose smashed in, lost its nose, and is still going. It's still going like nothing happened. So to be just 2 laps down is an impressive achievement, really.
Mm-hmm. Rob's dying. I am not dying, Nathan. How dare you? I'm only in a coma.
Oh, a coma. Right, okay. Yep. No, that's fine.
So, the current set of cars that have retired are Cobra Motorsports 2, retired 34 laps ago. Greenleaf Racing Green retired 68 laps ago. And ERO Race Control did not take to the grid.
Nathan, Jake, you don't have to be here. No, fair enough. Shout out to BDE Racing. No, 9 laps down from the lead GTE. All that damage, still going, still having fun. It's all that matters at the end of the day. Really, when you think about it.
Well, I mean, that's the best they can do, really, is just keep doing laps.
Oh, yeah,
there's not much else they can really do other than park the car. And all that preparation work going into a recycle bin. But, you know, I mean, the car is still drivable, so we might as well get out and put some laps in.
Well, I mean, what else would you do? You know, would you like to just keep going for a little bit, have a bit of fun, drive around Le Mans, or do you just want to park the car? You know, it's a tough one. So
I mean, you get some practice in.
Exactly. So, especially Iridium as well. They had to this day we still don't know what happened to Iridium LMP2. Just parked up in the middle of nowhere on the road.
They had a hardware failure.
Oh, you got that news, did you? Okay.
Yeah, they went into general and described it as a hardware failure.
No kidding. Did they really? Okay, yeah. Yeah. That's a shame. So we're just waiting for the big boys to come out and have a battle. There's not a lot of battles happening at the moment.
Yeah, we picked the right moment to actually take a break because, you know, unfortunately there's just not much going on. There's lapped cars going around, and then they'll have jousts of their own. But apart from that, there's no car that is within reaching distance of one another. So it's all about just going around and making sure that you don't crash, really.
Yeah, and one thing, talk about crashing. Cool Motorsports 4, a few laps ago, had a moment to the point that their wing is bent. Now, not sure what's happened there, but they have a slight bit. I see. Guess where they went off? That's right, it's Mulsanne. They went off at Mulsanne and clipped the wall on the exit of Mulsanne. And on my screen, oh yeah, that's quite a bit of a hit. It bent the wing a little bit, but fair play to them. Still keeping with these high 53s, low 54s. So it's not affecting them, which is a surprise. But then again, well, it is a surprise. Look at that wing. It's slightly bent. I would have thought that would be a bit of damage caused, but no. Just got a lot of the dirt and the rubber on the front of the car. Apart from that, that wing.
That car does not look. I think the suspension might be damaged.
You reckon?
It's not lying flat. It's not flying level against the road. The right-hand side is. I thought it was noticeably dipped into the road. You can see it on this shot. Like, look at that.
Yeah. Well, the steering wheel's straight.
Yeah, but the right front doesn't look too hot.
Well, the front of a car never looks hot. You gotta look at the back. But I know what you mean.
Now, the current strategies, I would imagine, are the likes of adequate racing. They are sitting on 5 pit stops compared to sometimes Red 6, so they're completely out of sync in terms of pit stops. But Emma is also lapping faster, so I imagine that come the end of the race, I doubt that adequate racing has the reach to get out and go for it. Really, you know, it's pretty much the end of the road as far as they're concerned.
Well, it's still a top 5 in the pros. We've got to look at it like that. It's a top 5 in the pros, and where Stimtars, who's in the amateurs, they've literally just had someone do 6 hours in one go. Adequate have had the 2 guys basically do 3 hours together. You look at Neil Middleton. He started the race. He qualified for them. Got up to lap 42, so that indicates probably 4 stints. And the same for John Goodwin, really. He started on lap 43. It's now lap 80. He could be doing the same thing. He will be pitting soon, I would expect, as we're 6 hours and 36 minutes in. And I'm just looking at the timing boards for the GTs, and everything's starting to go green. All these drivers are starting to just get faster. The track hasn't cooled down as fast as it did in the first few hours. It's stayed around 33 Celsius. But it is still cooling, and you can tell, especially with the rubbering that track, there's a lot of grip. And it is starting to show as these times drop down. In fact, Butler Powell, they just did a 3:51.332, which is 2.5 seconds faster than anybody else is doing out there at the moment.
Yeah, so they're going to be extending their lead essentially to new heights. The lead from them to car 204 is currently 53 seconds. And I doubtless imagine that they would want that to shrink, so they're going to keep pulling in the laps. Car essentially unscathed from when it started 5.5 hours ago. It's been a while.
I've got the Stain song in my head, but I'm not going to sing it.
I think I don't have the color. I'm pretty sure this is default because I don't have this livery either in the paint pack. So there's a few cars out of place here on this particular race. So you can blame Nathan for that, Kappa.
You're so getting punched by him.
Yeah.
But everything really going well. Blue Shoes America Black, they mentioned that they had a driver with hardware issues where their their PC went from 3 monitors to 1. I believe that was Jacob Smith. He set a 3:23.769, their fastest lap so far. Recently just came out of the car, did his double stint. So a good little stint there from him, even with the issues that we mentioned. So seems to be that Blue Cheese Black are, apart from Jacob Smith's early triple stint or quad stint, they're just doing doubles. Quite rightly so. It's gotten to that stage now where you can take a pit stop during one. You could do one stint, take a pit stop and just take fuel, go back out, do another, and do fuel, tires, and a driver swap. It just makes sense right now, as Race Fox comes into the pits for, I believe, a schedule. It's a scheduled stop. Martin Schmidt, I think. Oh my God. Martin Schmidt has been going for 60 laps. I would not be surprised if he is getting out the car, but I am surprised that he's not getting out the car.
He's in, out, shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey at LeMans and you turn around. That's what it's all about.
You turn around at LeMans?
Well, a few people have. Team Raidillon being one of them, because they were the ones that... Oh no, wait. It was Blue Choose Blue that span coming out of the Ford chicane and hit the wall, so they had to turn around. So at least one of them is rhyming with that, you know?
I'll give you that. And to give an idea of how spread out this whole track is at the moment, Car 127, Blue Cheese Platinum, if they would look at their relative, they would see that there is a car with white text. So on their lap, it's the second car behind them, but it's 30 seconds behind them. That is how wide these gaps are at the moment. There are 35 cars on the track. Oh, no, sorry, now we've lost 2. There are 33 cars out on track. And
I've just seen the video and it's incredibly cursed. You know the Mazda?
Yes.
It's getting the new damage model.
Is it now?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, so it is. So, I don't even know where to begin with that. Where do we begin with that? The Mazda was like the sacrificial lamb with the new tire model. And some people didn't like it, and some people had to get used to it. And then it kind of got okay. So now what about? Yeah. What about?
I'm just seeing bumpers and stuff just going everywhere in a video. Oh dear.
I don't like how they've made it black and white and just like really scary.
There goes the wheel. There goes the car. There goes the bumper.
Oh dear. Yeah, this is gonna cause...
This is oddly terrifying.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. Apart from, let the chaos in rookies begin. And I hope this means that more people will drive the Advanced Mazda Challenge. That would be cool.
Well, to be honest, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how meme-tastic you can get the Mazdas now that they have the new damage model.
Well, I know for myself. Oh my god, the flips it takes! Wow, the bumpers I expect. We need to get these Mazdas on a figure of 8. I'm just telling you right now. Oh, this is amazing.
Is it amazing? Really, really?
Yeah. We need these on. Yeah. Oh my god, they just put 4 of them on a figure of 8. Yeah, we need that. We need a figure of 8 of Mazda for the fun week.
Mazda memes in week 14 actually.
It was the Mazda Mash.
Mazda Mash. Oh, the Mazda Mash can. We just see it really is sort of kind of. It's the middle of the race. It's kind of like it's kind of mellow right now. It's just seeing bits and bobs going by, and you can see. Oh, that is adequate sim racing. Taking a very wide line going into the second part of Dunlop. And but they're still rolling around in 7th position. Still not gaining. They're not gaining on the Simtards. The Simtards are putting in 354s, so they're actually going faster than the Stage 1 Racing Red on pace alone.
On pace alone, that's good. That's good to see as well. Shout out to Fury Sinsport. We had Edward May in earlier, talking about how Sam was doing the start of the race. Sam did the first 42 laps. It's now Edward putting in more laps than Sam. Went faster earlier. And again, they've been in a bubble themselves for a lot of the race, sitting P4. They always say 4th is the loneliest place in any sort of competition, but it's Le Mans. If we have said over and over again, anything can happen. Vulcan had a really slow lap. Well, not a slow lap last time, but not catching, not catching on to the rest of the team. So, rest of the podium. So, yeah, it's just one mistake can cost you here, and we have seen that. So, anything can happen at the end of the race. We will know. The final hour was where we will really get the idea. So, 5.5 hours. It just chillax and just wait for the cars that want to stay on 4 wheels by choice and not by choice, and just wait to see what happens.
I hear a car going 0. That is the Medina's driving school, where it went off. Just get a look at this. It went off just the front tires completely locked up. It's just the same as the LMP1, and well, it's still going on now. It didn't hit the wall, but Craig, it's very similar to the actual LMP1s. It's very wide coming through the end of Porsche. Makes it fine.
It's looking alright. Just a bad moment there by them, but Daniel Nolte been in the car now for a couple stints. I think he's triple stint. No, he's got to come in for the pit shortly, so I wouldn't be surprised if he pits next lap. See what they do then. 3-man team: Bassani, Brewer, and Nolte sitting in P5. About 40 seconds behind Blue Chew's Platinum, who we haven't talked a lot about. We've talked about the blue and we've talked about the black. We've not talked a lot about the Platinum today, the 127. They've been going on pretty well. Jason Lundy, Derek Smith, just sharing the duties, double stinting themselves. Just safe strategy, If this was just with a tactical shooter, it'd be the default strategy, a double stint. But Platinum doing what they can, driving a really good, 4th place, to be fair, especially when you've got Ascari, you've got RSR, Valkyrie. Some of these guys at the top will see with no G drive this week that they had a chance to, get a good result. It's the same in the GTs with no Apex Hunters. So some of these guys really licking their lips at the opportunity this week, or this race, being that there's not a lot of the big names out there.
Louis Jordan Charles says the arms are dead. I would imagine so. After doing it for essentially 6 hours, I definitely would imagine your arms are literally falling off like noodles. After
I'd be worried if I was I'd be worried if I was melting in the chair after 6 hours. That's what it would feel like to me. Just a lot of water. Just, crazy. You are crazy for doing 6 hours, Louis. That's all I can say.
Just seeing Team Iridium going through the S's of the Porsche curves. Nice and flat. Yeah, they're taking that very nicely. Keeping it low down in the gears though. I just noticed that there is like it looks like one of those pipes that are connected to like an air conditioning unit, like a hose pipe connected to like one of the wheels. I'm pretty sure I've never seen that before on a car, though. I'm also expecting modern design from a 2009, 2010 car.
I was going to say, this is the only car in iRacing that I know that you fuel in weight,
Yeah,
not liters. Which to this day still confuses me.
yeah, it's kilograms, not liters.
Yeah, no idea why. No idea. Scari's in the pits, just in and out. That's a quick splash for Garrett Maines. Again, he's gone fast. A 3:34.837 was his fastest lap. So it can be faster than the RSR guys. Definitely faster than the RSR guys at the moment. Well, he can be. Sitting a minute behind them though is the only issue. But you know, at this stage of the race, just a small mistake or a driver change, that's just difference there. He's come out now in P4, 10 seconds ahead of Jason Lundy in the Platinum car, which we were just talking about. Should be an overtaking opportunity, but the Lundy should be pitting shortly because Ascari have done this undercut that worked out at the start, and I don't think it's been paying off for them at the end of the race.
I don't think they undercut. I think there was. It feels like forever long ago that, that we started this broadcast, but I think it wasn't an undercut. I don't think it was an undercut. I think it was an incident that they had. I think they might have had damage at some point.
Pass. I always thought it was an undercut, but might be wrong. Well, it was all over the place to start the race as well from Ascari. They had up and down laps, some inconsistency laps, so managed to right the ship a bit. Garrett Maines came in, righted the ship. Nicholas Pacheco came in, did what he had to do. Garrett Maines is now in, just keeping the car there in the middle of the middle shift, as we see Valkyrie and RXR in the pits right now, and would not surprise me. Yep, Piard is back in the car for Valkyrie. He started the race for them.
Oh no! Sorry to cut across. That is Ascari Autosport. They've just made the hill harder for themselves because they have just gone off at guess which corner.
Ooh! Is it Mulsanne?
You'd be correct. Yes, it is. I think Mulsanne is proving a little bit difficult for people.
Right. Like, you can still my phone, so you can still hear my phone, can't you?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Now, the gap for them has extended by 6 seconds. They were essentially 10.5, 11 seconds behind Blue Chews America's Platinum. That gap has now extended to near as negligible difference, 17 seconds. So they've got an even bigger hill to climb to close the gap. They will be on fresher tires, and I think Blue Chews is coming into the pits for their pit stop.
Yeah.
Let's see. Scary coming towards to take that position back.
And it looks like that's where those two will be literally battling for a while, just trading positions until they come to pit stops, and With Ascari taking an early pit stop, it might help them. 6:19 left in the race. May have to do a splash and dash. I'm not sure. We'll work out the fuel when we get there, but we'll take back that P3. The question will be is by how far? What would the gap be? Because neither of these teams are doing a driver swap, so it'll be full fuel for Blue Chews Platinum. It just really comes down to, I think they're getting a little bit of damage fixed. No, they're not. Comes out now. They're just coming out to the pit box. Ascari are just entering Mulsanne. So, yeah, a good 30-40 seconds. But going off at Mulsanne did lose them a little bit of time.
So, chat, who has been here since the start? Who has been with us since the start? Put your hands up. Well, if you can't put your hands up because we can't see it, type me in the chat. And if you're in a car, just flash your lights.
Just flash your lights. I was going to type me just to annoy you, but...
no, neither of us are with us from the start because we went for a break.
I stayed at my computer. Look, I've got a room that's like a shed. You know, I turn around, there's my TV. I turn back around, there's my computer.
You win this time, Mr. Gadget. Only this time, though.
Swivel chair for the win.
Yeah, I have a swivel chair as well, but, like, it swivels and, you know, there's other stuff in the way.
I won't ask what other stuff.
Like my sim rig that I've not driven in like 2 months.
HCR Scuderia. James Brown 12 trying to catch on to Busan in the Raidillon, and well, the gap is only like 11.5 seconds, and it started 13 seconds this lap as they come down, so already gaining time is Brown. So it would not surprise me if Scuderia, well, they did do a driver swap, didn't they? Or am I thinking different? Busan took a pit stop. Brown's been in for a while, so yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if Scuderia try and have a chance of catching through the next few laps. Because what was their pace been? A couple 20. Their out lap was a 27 for Busan, a 31 for an in lap. Oh no! Their in lap was a 31. Their lap after the pit stop was a 27. Then some 25s, 23s. So about average for Scuderia. I think they've been hitting low 23s with 24s. Yeah. So it would not surprise me if Scuderia, if they just keep consistency right now, they'll be catching on to Busan and Raidillon for that P4.
I feel disappointed. I just looked up our stats. 56% of people who view our content are not subscribed. Oh, well, you gotta subscribe, you know? Get subscribed to our YouTube and follow us on Twitch if you like our content.
That's not a bad percentage though, 52%.
56%.
Yeah, 56%. I mean, I've seen videos that go, don't forget to like and subscribe, because apparently only 40%, only 40% of you are subscribed to us, so I've seen worse.
That's the problem. 43% of people who watch our content are subscribed to us. So we're not much better.
I mean, it's still, I've got nothing.
It's 3% better, but only 3% better. We want that at 30% better than the average.
All right. One day.
A day at a time.
We'll get it. Been a busy day in iRacing. We have to talk about it. Apology. The Porsche eSports Championship at the Nürburgring earlier. And currently the 24 hours of Barcelona happening at the same time. So a busy weekend as well. Of course, the special event as well, the full-length NIS at Darlington this weekend. Happening, a few races happening already this week, and ones should be wrapping up shortly for this current week, this current day. So a few of those. It's been really busy, and then of course you've got your normal events around iRacing. So it's been very busy, and I'll tell you what I am really looking forward to right now is I'm starting to see the tire marks and the racing line as the cars come around Terre Rouge. That's literally how the rubber is now starting to rubber in.
Oh, sorry. Blue Chews America's having a little bit of a oopsie coming through the Ford chicanes. It's just a replay of how that transpired. Coming in too hot for the second set, having to take evasive action and take a slowdown.
I haven't seen that for a while, I must be honest.
No, it's switched from the Ford chicane to the end of Mulsanne.
Oh, Grunbergus in the Simsa car. They got up to P5, but a couple of the cars were behind them. Will lose those positions and go down to P7, maybe P8 with adequate. Just coming out of Arnage. So Simsa, if they don't do a driver swap, will be keeping that well, I think P8 wasn't I, or P7, sorry. So gained a spot since we last saw them. Just a few of the cars, top 7 are on the lead lap for the GTE. Well, not the lead lap, on the same lap as the leaders in the GTE. But Lapau, the only car not lapped a 13th time by the LMP ones. Sounds weird, yeah. Your achievement is you've not been lapped 13 times, but you've only been lapped 12.
That's just mean.
Yeah, I know. I'm not serious.
It's just like, how dare you? I've been through the sticks, and I can't believe you said that I've been lapped 12 times.
It's 606 Pro, 606 R&D Pro. Yeah, Simsa, I think they forgot which series they were entering and had the wrong number set up. They got a drive-through for it to start the race. At the Simtards Red, Team Iridium LMP2, Kilometer Zero, and BDE. There were six
drive-throughs handed out because they're the wrong numbers.
Oh no, I think it was more than 6.
It was 6. It was 6. I counted.
Damn it, you counted. Yes. Yeah, there was 6. And fair play to everybody. The standards of driving have been really good. We have not had a penalty, touch wood, for the last almost 3 hours. So well done, everybody.
Woo! Can't believe I said woo.
Yeah, we don't get incident points. We're fine. We can do whatever we want.
I can do what I damn please. Well, I can't. I have to commentate.
It has been pretty good race for endurance racing standards, and just for endurance racing itself. The teams that have kept themselves out of trouble are leading, as you would expect. There's not been a lot of fight. Well, we had the fighting between Valkyrie and RSR, and technically they're still fighting. 25 seconds. You know, it's the length of one part of Mulsanne almost. So they're still in it. Ascari, unfortunately, not in it. But there are battles still happening, and again, like we say, the last hour will be when we get to see who's where. Because of the driver swaps and everything, the last hour will have those drivers. Currently, Greg Wilkin in the RSR car. He started the race for them as they started in pole. He was the fastest HPD, and Valkyrie Esports, they started P3 with Guild Piard. He started the race for them, did the first 2 stints and back into it. So you've got the originals from this race in the cars at the moment, with Piard doing a 3:35.6 for his fastest lap so far.
Just looking it down, or looking at it The Stage 1 Racing Red car, the 304, is chasing down the Fury Simsport. Well, not chasing it down, they're losing time to it. But they are within 4 seconds. I'm just trying to figure out if... Were they fighting at one stage?
Yes. No, wait, were they? I don't.
They were, yeah.
Yeah. I know that Simtards in Stage 1 have been having this battle in the amateurs, and of course, with Core Motorsports 2 having that retirement, about a couple hours ago? I think it was it about a couple hours ago? Feels like it. It turned the amateur fight really into a 2-horse race, as Core Motorsports were unable to continue. So CCTS are just, well, we haven't talked a lot about them. They haven't really done a lot, apart from just drive their own race and currently third in the amateurs. Not really had any battles, as Masked Devil's amateur team are currently sitting P4, currently defending off the RSR amateurs, who have had this car battered and bruised on the back of it since the race began.
Killing them softly. Why did I have to sing it like that?
Yeah, why are they killing themselves softly?
I don't know. Just the way it is. Just happens, you know?
Okay, we're weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew that before. It's not like this is a revelation.
Well, that is true. I've also noticed, right? Something I've only just noticed. The RSR Esport, not only is the back looking sad, the splitter is bent. So they're doing 356s, 355s. And a couple 4 minutes as well for Van der Veg. A rough time out there, but they are down on speed because of splitter damage. So they probably could have got that fixed. It's a bit too late to get that fixed now. They probably should have fixed it first stop, I would have thought. Never noticed that until I just looked at it there. I was trying to figure it out, thought a splitter shouldn't be bent that high up.
I mean, to be fair, if the time to repair it is worth more than the time you would gain back, you probably would be better off just accepting the damage and then, you know, keep on moving. But, you know, a good driver always knows that damage repaired is damage is time retained, essentially, because you stop losing time and you can still drive as best as you can.
Well, at the same time, I just noticed Scary Autosport. Don't know where they picked up damage. There's damage to the back left of that car, and it's pushed the splitter up on one side. Still catching, though, the Kilometer Zero team, who aren't. Are they damaged? No, their splitter looks all right. But in the slipstream of the Kilometer Zero team in the Porsche, this big Ford is just trying to catch on. It's only 11th overall for the GTEs, but it's the closest at the moment. And they are also on the same fuel strategy. But just to say how bad that splitter is, I can see the steering rack, or like the steering arms. Well, not the steering arm, the what are they called?
The roll bar?
On the back wheels, the
roll bar, the
frame. I can see where the tires are attached to.
Yeah, the suspension.
Yes.
I can't believe it took you that long to realize what these cars are. What are these cars attached by? I Ooh, sorry, just seeing Ascari Autosport going very wide coming out of Corvette. Currently attempting to chase down and overtake Kilometer Zero. This would be for position. They are both pros, and it would be 11th overall in GTE class.
Yeah, just having a better line out of the Ford chicane is Kilometer Zero. That's Mateus Milano in the car for them, and Manuel Tolentino in the car for Ascari. So they're just holding on. And the Ford, you'd think, would be happy just staying behind.
I think we also just missed that Pantera Eastwards parked the car.
What?
Yeah, they're not on the track anymore.
No! No!
Let's see what happened to them. Pantera Esports. Let's see.
Nothing. They literally just parked it. That's just parked for no reason. Okay. No reason whatsoever. It's parked. After Cody Smith did his fastest lap of the race, a 3:53.680, just gets on a Mulsanne and just pits. Just like that. No idea why. That's a shame that they were doing well. Sitting well, but they parked the car. Must be a reason. I'm not going to speculate any reason, but must be a reason that will slowly help BDE Racing. They've been slowly going up the order.
The food chain.
The food chain, yeah. That's a good, yeah, the food chain. That's a good description.
So I have them on a replay. So that is Pantera Esports on the replay view, and on live is live view, of course. Let's see what happens to them. I do think, like, they were going fine. Why did they just park it?
No reason. They literally just did a fastest lap, and then they just parked it. Really weird.
At the end of the Mulsanne straight, is it?
Midway through the Mulsanne straight. No reason whatsoever that we're aware of.
Well, the trees are now in the way. I can't see. There we
And
go.
that's Mika Hakkinen just wanting to have a cry away from everybody.
Going through the second Mulsanne now. As you can see, Ascari Esports is still chasing down Kilometer Zero on the live view.
Just nothing. If you can find something, you're a better analysis than I am.
Unless I'm on the wrong lap, which could be possible. Hang on.
Why you do that? While you do that, I will tell people HCR Scuderia are closing in on Blue Chews America. Is that Blue Chews America? It is. Scuderia recently took a pit stop again for James Brown. McDaniel for Blue Chews Black has been in there for a while, but the gap was 9 seconds. Has gone down as low as 8 seconds recently, but it's back to 9. Doing the best they can to see the lap time. Blue Chews America had a slow last lap, and this time it's going to be a 3:26. What does Scuderia do? What do they respond with as they cross the line with a GT in front of them? A core could be a 3:25.738.
Yeah, they just pulled it to the side of the road.
Yeah, told you. No idea. Cannot tell you. So, yeah, that makes no sense. So is that another retirement?
More than
Feels
likely.
like it.
Yeah, BDE Racing gains another spot.
Just a few more retirements and BDE Racing will be winning.
The rest of the field has to retire at this point. But we've got a battle between Kilometer Zero and Ascari Autosport heating up, coming down between Mulsanne 1 and 2. Two cars battling for position. Ascari cannot get to... Ooh. They just have gone side by side now. Ooh, being squeezed.
Oh, no!
Kilometer Zero just got ejected off the track. Let's have a look at that from Le Chopper.
That just looks like a bit of aggression. Not aggression, but a bit of a mistake there. Looks of it, by the looks of it, Tonantino didn't realise that he was that close when he came around. Thankfully, no damage to Kilometer Zero there. They only got spun around, losing a bit of time, and now in trouble with the Edwin liftoff in the RSR car. But with that damage to the splitter, should be able to pull away pretty quickly.
Damage to which? Oh, the splitter on the RSR car.
Yeah.
I initially thought that the RSR Esport car was the Simtard's red car. It looked so similar for some reason. But then I realized when I looked at the back of the logo, or the back of the car, I saw the logo and I was like, oh, that's not it. Simtard's red, by the way, are in the pits. They've just come out, not taking tires, so Emma Gold has performed her first pit stop and is going for a second stint.
Go around again, Emma. You've got another 5 more pit stops to do. You have to meet Lewis's times. That would be horrible. I've done my 6 hours. There you go. Finish it off.
I mean, that's quite literally what it's. It's equal effort by all the team members, in this case 2, to be able to do it. I think, by the way, we will have to split it. I will just get the shilling ready. It's in, yeah, let me just get it ready here.
Ah, yes.
I need to. Where's the link? Where the link at? Where the link at? Where the link at? There it is. Nathan did my work for me. Pinned it.
And 3 people waiting in the second broadcast. 3 people are very keen. They didn't want to see the start of the race. They wanted to see the end of the race.
Just added everyone. And we will just very quickly put in an intermission. Nothing will change. Nothing bad will happen. The bad man won't take you away. We're just switching over to part 2, which we will post in both Twitch and YouTube. That is the new link. Follow us over there. We won't be disappearing off of Twitch. It'll just be a quick switch for the YouTube. So if you're on Twitch, hi. This is the bit where we're just about to talk to each other face to face. A little fireside chat, if you will, for like a split second, just to get this sorted. I can hear your keyboard, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, awkward.
It's Ox.
Totally orcs.
Totally super Ox. Oh my god.
Wow, never do that again.
Look, I'm sorry. This is funny.
Right, so I will close that one. We'll start to that one. Keep an eye on everything. And it reminds me. Don't ask me why.
Don't ask.
Reminds me of
New
back
phone.
when ITV had the broadcasting rights to the F1, and they went to a commercial break. Well, they were told they were going to commercial break. They didn't go to a commercial break, so there was a 10-second bit of pause with nothing happening. And Murray Walker realised that they weren't going, so he kept on talking because just as they finally went to commercial, oh, it's Sato! Then it went to commercial.
New phone, who dis? Hey, Fabian. We're switching over to part 2, so get ready to switch to that. Just a sec. Spamming the links. We are switching over now, so Twitch will see us for the entirety. We will switch to the new event.